Mecha and Sword. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251. He is too strong, we can't keep up. The Mecha Corps composed of 5 Mecha squads, namely, the Xinghe Squad, the Harris Squad, the Qin Tong Squad, the Xinghe Squad, and the Zhangming Squad, is marching rapidly. There are a total of 109 mechas, and there are also several arms for cooperation. Among them, the Xinghe Squad has the least number of mechas, including Ji Xinghe, with only 13 mechas, but this temporary Mecha Corps is headed by the Xinghe Squad and Ji Xinghe. There is no doubt about it. For Ji Xinghe, there is no problem in taking over the command of this Mecha Corps, as they are all his acquaintances. The Xinghe Squad was a Mecha Squad that fought side by side with him when he was airdropped to support the number 6 base. There are 25 mechas, and the Captain Xinghe has 39 gold stars. The Zhangming Squad was the Mecha Squad responsible for supporting him when he fought in the 36th Grand Canyon for the second time, with 23 mechas. At that time, Zhangming had 27 gold stars, and now it has been upgraded to 42. Harris's team has 27 mechas, and Captain Harris has 71 gold stars. Qin Tong's team has 21 mechas, and Captain Qin Tong has 69 gold stars. Judging from the number of mechas and other arms, the strength of this Mecha Corps is very average, and it is incomparable with the Imperial Mecha Corps that chased Ji Xinghe before. But in terms of strength, this Federal Mecha Corps is far superior to the Imperial Mecha Corps at that time, even if that Imperial Mecha Corps had 300 mechas. Ji Xinghe was alone, and he almost beat them all. Now with so many teammates, even without the help of dust storms, Ji Xinghe can lead the team to victory. But sacrifice is inevitable. In the case of cluster combat, it is impossible for the ace Mecha warrior to fight 1 against 100, and it is actually very difficult to fight 1 against 10. So someone asked Ji Xinghe before whether he was willing to accept this support mission. In the eyes of many people, Ji Xinghe is actually good at hunting and single-handedly. His gold stars are almost obtained in this way, and rarely in cluster combat. The first time he participated in the cluster combat of mechas was the forced landing battle of the Heart Moon Fox. That time, he chose to keep wandering in the battlefield and use the heart-cutting knife to help the Federal Mecha warriors who were fighting. But he still chose to accept it. Not only because it was Han Li who needed support this time, but also because some things always have to be tried. Lao Ji, you are offside. Lao Ji, you are offside again. Lao Ji, why are you offside again and again? The voices of Harris, Qin Tong and others kept ringing in the communication channel of the Mecha Corps, and the object of their criticism was the temporary commander of this Mecha Corps and the strongest Ji Xinghe. If this scene was spread out, it would have some impact on the majesty of the strongman that Ji Xinghe had established. I'm sorry, Ji Xinghe listened to reminders one after another and kept adjusting his speed and position. In the process of running support, the Mecha Corps was not idle. They were in a state of rapid march and began to sharpen their guns before the battle under the suggestion of Chen Sun. The coordination between mechas is one aspect, and the coordination with vehicles such as armored vehicles and ground forces is also very important. In addition to the Xinghe team, the other 4 teams are very well equipped with personnel and weapons. They have had a lot of training and combat experience in this regard before, so there is no problem with the running and training. Inside the Xinghe team, all Mecha warriors except Ji Xinghe have had relevant experience before, and they have cooperated with each other many times, as well as with other Mecha teams. When Ji Xinghe was not in the Xinghe team had 2 Mecha teams to support them at all times because of the Ace Fighter creation plan, so there was no problem. I can see that there is only one loophole, and that is Lao Ji. Only Chen Sun could say this directly in public. After more than 60 kilometers of forced march, everyone also found that Ji Xinghe really couldn't integrate into the team well. Either he rushed too hard, or his charging position could not form coordination with his teammates. What should we do? It's very simple, Chen Sun said preparedly. Let Lao Ji go out alone. Someone asked, what is the meaning of our running and training? Moreover, if Lao Ji goes out alone, he will definitely attract a lot of firepower. Without our help, the running and training is to try whether Lao Ji can integrate into our formation, but now it seems that he can't, and we don't have more time, so we must let Lao Ji go out alone. After answering, Chen Sun explained, Lao Ji doesn't need our help, He can handle it himself. What I thought before was to let Lao Ji help us. Ji Xinghe, who is famous for fighting alone, really doesn't need help from others. When there are too many enemies and he can't beat them, he can run. When his teammates fight against the enemy in groups, he can launch a surprise attack from the side. The mecha warriors who figured it out no longer have any questions. The team's running and training is still continuing, but without the commander Ji Xinghe. Of course, the real command power was taken by Chen Sun. As a lieutenant colonel staff officer, he has no problem commanding a mecha corps to fight. The other mecha teams did not question it. But there was some grudge in his heart. As an ace mecha warrior, Ji Xinghe couldn't even complete the basic formation. What kind of thing is this? In the independent communication channel of Harris's team, someone asked in confusion. Why is Colonel Ji Xinghe always offside? Is it because he is old? So, when Harris was about to explain, the deputy captain Reed, who had previously competed with Harris for the captain, explained it first. It's because he is too strong. Because he is too strong, we can't keep up with him, so he always offsides. Reed continued to explain. If it is a team composed entirely of special mecha warriors, Colonel Ji Xinghe's formation coordination will not have any problems. Harris laughed. Reed, who once questioned Ji Xinghe in public, is now defending Ji Xinghe. It must be said that this is the charm of the strong. He added, it's not just that his combat power and speed are too strong, but also his combat awareness. Lao Ji's combat awareness is stronger than all of us. In the same formation, he can see changes that we can't see, so he will respond first, which leads to a feeling of being out of tune. The team members were all confused. Similar conversations also appeared in the independent communication channels of other mecha teams. In Zhang Ming's team, Captain Zhang Ming said, the first time I met Lao Ji was when I went to support him in the 36th Grand Canyon. Some of you were there, and some were not, so I won't go into details. I can only say that Lao Ji's choice and fighting method in the canyon at that time, even after watching the video, I couldn't understand it. It's not just me. Afterwards, there was a meeting that only special class mecha warriors could attend. Many special class warriors couldn't understand Lao Ji's choice. So, it's not that Lao Ji can't keep up with our formation, but that we can't keep up with Lao Ji. In Qin Tuang's team, facing the question of why Ji Xinghe didn't suppress his speed and awareness, and then cooperate with the formation to fight, Qin Tuang also explained. Because that would limit Lao Ji's combat effectiveness. At his age, he must keep making progress. Once he slacks off, his strength may really decline. Lao Ji's strength comes from his body, but more from his heart. If he thinks he is no longer strong, that he doesn't need to be that strong anymore, and doesn't need to become stronger, then it will be a loss for the Federation and for all mankind. Xin Yu's team. Do you remember what Lao Ji said before he killed the mountain? Which one, Captain? Lao Ji talked too much? How can I become stronger if you fall so easily? Remember, Xin Yu nodded, and then ruthlessly attacked his team members, including himself. Another way to put this is, we are so slow, how can we let him fight to his heart's content? Captain, although you are telling the truth, this is too discouraging. That's right, can't you be more tactful? I can be tactful, but the Empire won't be tactful. I cannot hit you, but the Empire will not let us go. I can keep up with Lao Ji, but you can't. After Xin Yu said a few words in a row, he asked, you really don't want to fight side by side with Lao Ji? I mean, fight side by side in the true sense. Yes, the answer was loud in the independent communication channel. Then work hard. Lao Ji is 66 years old, and he is still trying to become stronger. We are in our prime, how can we not work hard? Yes, just like the Xinghe team, just like those mechanics, everyone who meets and gets to know Ji Xinghe seems to have a change. They will work harder. After all, they are all young, and a 66-year-old man should not work harder than them. What if this old man insists on working hard? Then they have to work harder. Such a conversation did not happen in the Xinghe team, because everyone in the Xinghe team knew very well that it was because they could not keep up with Ji Xinghe. For example, Zuo Xiao was once deprived of the power of thinking by Ji Xinghe, during the second battle of the Sanlu Grand Canyon. We are about to reach the B-72 Highland, all members are on alert. A reminder sounded in the communication channel for all members, and they were about to reach the position they were going to support. Han Li's team was at this position, and their mission was to defend the B-72 Highland, which was the so-called fight to the death. When Ji Xinghe arrived with his mecha corps, it meant that Ji Xinghe had also received this mission. He wanted to fight to the death with Han Li, just like his son Ji Xinghe. P.S. Sorry, I couldn't hold on today, so I didn't add more chapters. I don't have a holiday, so I hope all the bosses have a happy holiday. Chapter 252, A Strange Reunion. Nanxiamen Space Station. In Tu Yuan's exclusive independent command center, everyone was paying attention to the panoramic information displayed on the big screen. The center point was that Ji Xinghe had just led his team to B-72 Highland. The battle has not started yet, but everyone knows that the Empire's full-scale attack is coming. Orders were constantly issued. The real battle could not only involve Han Li's mecha team and Ji Xinghe's temporary mecha corps. The ground forces where Han Li's team was located were the real main force. The role of the federal mecha is actually only one, that is, to block the advance of the imperial mecha. The lethality of mecha to conventional ground forces is simply unimaginable. What Ji Xinghe had done before, the imperial mecha can also do to the ground forces of the Federation. Before the battle really started, Tu Yuan, who formulated this battle plan and had command power, received a communication request. Lieutenant General Tu Yuan, I think you need to think about this battle plan again. The fat-headed and big-eared man, whose hair was already very sparse, looked at Tu Yuan with a somewhat humble smile and said words to overwhelm him. When we have advanced weapons such as missiles and space battleships, does a so-called high ground really have strategic significance? It doesn't matter if the main force is destroyed, but the key issue is Han Li and Ji Xinghe. Neither of them can be sacrificed. Lieutenant General Tu Yuan, we finally have 10 active ace mecha warriors, breaking the curse that has lasted for many years. Many people are happy about this. To use the idiom of your Long Zhao, it is jubilation and national celebration. We are preparing a program to bring together 10 active ace mecha warriors of the Federation, which can inspire the will of the whole people to fight against the Empire. If in this case, one of Han Li or Ji Xinghe dies on the battlefield, the curse will reappear, which is unimaginable for our Federation. What if both of them die? I strongly suggest that Lieutenant General Tu Yuan revoke the order to defend B-72 Highland. At least, before someone really needs to die, Colonel Han Li and Colonel Ji Xinghe should be evacuated safely. What if B-72 Highland is gone? The congressman paused slightly. Without waiting for the expected response from Tu Yuan, he could only continue. We can help you apply for a certain quota. As long as B-72 Highland is occupied by the Empire, you can directly order a firepower coverage attack. No matter how many anti-aircraft missiles the Empire has, the missiles we apply for you are enough to raise B-72 Highland to the ground. Lieutenant General Tu Yuan, what do you think? After being silent for a long time, Tu Yuan finally spoke. He asked, are you done? The congressman was stunned for a moment, then laughed and continued, if you have other requests, you can definitely raise them. It's not just about the firepower quota of B-72 Highland this time, but also the weapons quota and energy quota of the troops you command, and even your personal rank promotion, etc. We can discuss it carefully. Tu Yuan nodded. Just when the congressman thought that Tu Yuan was ready to negotiate terms, he heard Tu Yuan's cold voice. That's it, huh? Before the congressman could react, the communication was directly cut off by Tu Yuan. Damn you! The congressman in another area of the Nanxiamen space station was so angry that he jumped up and down. He cursed but didn't dare to rush directly to the command center where Tu Yuan was. In fact, even if he wanted to go, he couldn't get in. Federal congressmen can indeed use their own voting rights and some resources they have to influence the federal military system when passing military expenditure-related plans. But when a war starts, when a general of Tu Yuan's level is commanding a battle, not to mention federal congressmen, even the federal president cannot directly issue orders to influence the general's will. Except for Li Anbang, the only 5-star general in the Federation, others can only point fingers at Tu Yuan. And Tu Yuan can choose to ignore them. A clown-like thing. Tu Yuan also cursed and continued to stare at the panoramic map. When he saw Ji Xinghe finally arrived, he directly asked someone to contact Ji Xinghe and Han Li. As the highest commander of this local war, he should not have explained his decision to anyone, but as some federal congressmen worried, ace mecha warriors like Han Li and Ji Xinghe have become a symbolic existence. Their influence far exceeds their real combat effectiveness. So he had to explain to Han Li and Ji Xinghe. The communication was established successfully soon. Ji Xinghe and Han Li, who had just completed the reunion and had not had time to meet each other, met again under such circumstances. Uncle Ji, Little Han, after the two greeted each other, They greeted Tu Yuan one after another. Han Li greeted first, with a respectful tone. General Ji Xinghe greeted later, with a calm tone. Lieutenant General Tu Yuan, it is obviously not respectful to name a person by name. According to the habits of Longzhou people, in such occasions, the Major General and Lieutenant General must be called General. Just like the positions of Deputy Director and Deputy Secretary, they must directly call the Director and Secretary. Tu Yuan ignored Ji Xinghe's impoliteness, hummed, and got straight to the point. To make a long story short, some people think that I should not have given the order to defend Hill B-72 to the death, because we have missiles and space battleships, and the Hill does not have any strategic significance in defending it in the wars of this era, but I still insisted, and with Han Li here, I asked you, Ji Xinghe, to come as well. I don't want you to die. In fact, if there really comes a situation that requires the two of you to fight to the death, you can retreat. I won't blame you, and the Federation won't blame you either, because you are ace mecha warriors, and everyone thinks you should not sacrifice. Do you want to know why I still insist in this situation? Han Li, General, obeying orders is my duty. Ji Xinghe, no. Tu Yuan took a deep breath. Fortunately, he applied for a separate communication this time and prepared headphones in advance, otherwise Ji Xinghe would make him lose face again. I want to tell you the significance of B-72 heights. From a conventional perspective, its altitude is relatively high. If our artillery units have completed the deployment, they can hit all strategic targets on the south and west sides of base number 6 without obstacles, and the firepower coverage includes 4 main forces of the Empire. Don't worry about the Empire's artillery units. We have completed the deployment of the air defense system. The only thing we need to worry about is the Empire's ground forces. They will definitely occupy B-72 heights at all costs, yes. Even if the Empire occupies B-72 heights, we can use long-range firepower to attack, or even raise B-72 heights to the ground. But the firepower required is enough to support us for a month. The month I'm talking about is a month of fighting on the entire battlefield. I don't want to discuss with you which is more important, the loss of ground forces or the firepower quota of 1 month, and you don't discuss it with me, because in this regard, I can beat 100 of you. I'm talking about you, Ji Xinghe. After saying this sentence that he had prepared for a long time, Tu Yuan felt refreshed and his thoughts were clear. But Ji Xinghe only said 2 words, and Tu Yuan couldn't help but feel his veins jumping. Haha, after this laugh, the communication channel fell silent, and Han Li suppressed his breathing. Ji Xinghe dared to mock Tu Yuan, but he didn't dare. Han Li thought, this is the advantage of being old. When I reach this age, if I can still fight, I will also rely on my age every day. No, I am definitely bolder than Lao Ji. I dare to directly slap Li Anbang's desk. From an unconventional perspective, the height of B-72 can greatly relieve the pressure of base number 6. After Tu Yuan calmed down, he continued to explain his reasons. I think we can't lose another living base in a short period of time. Many people believe that at the cost of base number 6, the Empire will definitely be unable to launch a Legion-scale attack for a long time afterwards. After all, they had the loss of attacking base number 3 before. Some people also believe that we can start the first peace talks with the Empire in history after losing base number 6. On this point, Colonel Ji Xinghe, I think you should have something to say. Right, Ji Xinghe did have something to say. The biggest contradiction between him and some powerful figures in the Federation was this. He didn't want to negotiate. Team Xing didn't want to negotiate. Jackson didn't want to negotiate. Harris didn't want to negotiate. Qin Tong didn't want to negotiate. Chen Sun didn't want to negotiate. Every time they shouted in the name of Xing, we are invincible, they were shouting, destroy the Empire. But Tu Yuan, who shouldn't be petty, didn't give Ji Xinghe a chance to speak. I want to use base number 6 to destroy the Empire's military power as much as possible, because I always believe that the Empire's military power is larger than many people expect, and the Emperor of the Empire's control over the Empire is far beyond some people's imagination, including you. Yes, I'm talking about you, Ji Xinghe. After another ruthless attack, Tu Yuan finished what he wanted to say before Ji Xinghe got angry. Holding B-72 heights means holding base number 6. By holding base number 6, we can lay a solid foundation for winning this war. Beep. The communication was hung up, and in the temporary communication channel, only Han Li and Ji Xinghe, who hadn't seen each other for a year, were left. This temporary communication came in a hurry and was hung up in a hurry. Some words were clear, and some words were veiled. So Han Li and Ji Xinghe both thought seriously. After a short silence, Han Li said cautiously, "Uncle Ji, in fact, General Tu Yuan is really amazing. I have read some of his military books before. Many generals can be regarded as General Tu Yuan's students. I used to think that General Tu Yuan was a theorist and was very good at talking about war on paper. But after he applied to come to the alien planet, he was really amazing." Well, Han Li's tone gradually became firm. "Uncle Ji, I know you are dissatisfied with General Tu Yuan, but now it seems that it is actually some misunderstandings." Ji Xinghe took a deep breath. "If I have a chance, I will apologize to him." Han Li laughed. "Uncle Ji, I can finally fight side by side with you. It's my honor." "It's also my honor," Ji Xinghe responded very seriously, and then asked, "I heard from Jackson that you can control your own body now." "Yes," Han Li answered happily, and was about to explain in detail. "Take off your armor and let's practice." "Ah. No, Uncle Ji, what's wrong? The war is about to start. I have to conserve my energy." Han Li firmly refused. He didn't want to be beaten by Ji Xinghe in public. "There's enough time," Ji Xinghe said. "If you really reach the level of being able to control your own body, you don't need to conserve your energy." "Well, I didn't," Han Li said decisively. "I lied to Jackson." "Then you have to take off your armor," Ji Xinghe said. "I'll teach you." Chapter 253 Open the door and release the old horse. B-72 Highland. The third match between Ji Xinghe and Han Li did not start as expected. Because the Empire has launched an attack. The surface war in the interstellar era is essentially no different from modern wars. Neither the Federation nor the Empire can be regarded as a real interstellar federation or interstellar empire. Defending a habitable planet and occupying several strange mining planets, all aspects are far from the real interstellar era. The first round of attack must come from long-range firepower. Boom boom boom. I don't know how many roars sounded from the sky above Ji Xinghe's head. Those missiles that flew from nowhere were blocked by the air defense system deployed by the Federation on B-72 Highland in advance, and burst into groups of fire in the sky. These flames are fleeting because of the atmospheric environment of the alien planet. Except for the special incendiary bombs used by the Empire to attack Ji Xinghe before, there are few firepower weapons that can cause large-scale flame effects on alien planets. The shock wave was also affected by the extremely low atmospheric density. The missiles that appeared above our HUDs are only about 10% of the missiles used by the Empire in this round of attack. Chen Sun's voice kept ringing in Ji Xinghe's ears. As a sniper of an ace mecha warrior, and later transferred to a staff officer due to injury, Chen Sun can be said to be the strongest in the Xinghe team in terms of military literacy. Tu Yuan can say that he can beat 100 Ji Xinghe and 10 Han Li, but he dare not say that he can beat 10 Chen Suns. This is the gap between them. The interception of the space-based satellite defense system is mainly concentrated when these Empire missiles take off and cruise. The air defense systems behind us are the last interception procedure. If there is no space-based system, we and the high ground we are on will be raised to the ground in 10 minutes at most. The Federation has enough firepower to raise the B-72 high ground to the ground, and the Empire naturally has the same firepower. The difference is that the Empire does not have a space-based defense system. When it loses air superiority, their missiles will be discovered the moment they take off, and it is much more difficult for the Empire to discover the Federation's missiles. We have discovered more than 30 of their missile launch bases because of their firepower attack this time. Although some missile launch bases are actually just their missile launch vehicles, there are quite a few real launch bases. Lieutenant General Tu Yuan's strategic intention has been partially completed. I have contacted the Nanchunman space station. They have begun to attack the Empire's missile launch bases. As long as those missile launch bases are destroyed, the Empire's firepower threat will be reduced a lot. Ji Xinghe listened quietly to Chen Sun's explanation. His eyes did not look at the fireworks that kept exploding above his head, but stared at the Empire's ground forces below the high ground. At this time, the distance between the two sides was still far, but those Empire's ground forces could launch a charge at any time. He knew why Chen Sun told him these things. To put it simply, Chen Sun wanted him to be a general. A general like Li Yuanba, but more like a general than Li Yuanba. It is better to ask for help from yourself than to ask for help from others, and it is better to become a god than to worship gods. This is what Ji Xinghe once said to Suhi. Suhi turned this sentence into Ji Xinghe's famous saying, motto, code of conduct, etc., and told many people who should be told. Among them is Chen Sun. Chen Sun firmly believes in the truth contained in this sentence, so he never puts his hope on Tu Yuan. Even now Tu Yuan has expressed his position to Ji Xinghe. I also want to win this war, not to negotiate with the empire. People's hearts will change. What if Tu Yuan changes one day? Instead of pinning your hopes on Tu Yuan, the thigh of a lieutenant general, it is better to let Ji Xinghe become a real thigh. Not only fame and influence, but also sufficient resources should be mastered, such as a real legion. Under this premise, Chen Sun hopes to teach Ji Xinghe all the things he knows and some things that Ji Xinghe does not know and is not good at. A general must rely on a staff, but a general must never rely entirely on a staff. The title of General A has already explained the attitudes of many people. General Tu Yuan did not lie. The strategic intentions he has shown so far and the strategic intentions he is implementing are all for the purpose of winning this war. Whether some people want to negotiate or not, they will not stop General Tu Yuan's strategic decision this time. For them, if General Tu Yuan can establish a big enough advantage, it will definitely be of great help to the subsequent negotiations. So, General Tu Yuan is really smart. He is different from you. If it were you, you would just bite the bullet and say that you want to kill the empire, but you would not use the forces that can stop you. Ji Xinghe, who had just been hit by Tu Yuan, was hit by Chen Sun again. But he did not refute it, because what Tu Yuan and Chen Sun said were all true, and he really had a long way to go in this regard. Considering his age, can he really finish this road to becoming a general? The only problem is that in order to make the empire's attack on B-72 Heights more all-out and at all costs, General Tu Yuan chose to mobilize Colonel Han Li to defend B-72 Heights first. Colonel Han Li is different from you. If you were to receive this mission at the beginning, you would definitely refuse, but Colonel Han Li would not. This is exactly the case. Want Ji Xinghe to fight to the death? Sorry, he will not agree, because he does not want to die, and he still wants to take care of his granddaughter until she grows up. Now many people have made this clear. It is also clear that if one day Ji Xinghe really chooses to fight to the death, it must be because Ji Xinghe is behind him. But one Colonel Han Li is not enough, far from enough, because Colonel Han Li has only truly defeated the Marcus-level Imperial Mecha so far. The status of the Imperial Marcus is similar to that of our Ace Mecha warriors, but in the final analysis, it is not enough to influence the decision-making of the Empire, just like you can't influence the real decision-making of the Federation now, and you have captured the Duke of the Empire and demonstrated your absolute strength to defeat the Duke of the Empire. The Empire must want to kill you. So he needs you to come. He knows that if he asks you to come directly, you will definitely refuse. And if you knew that Colonel Han Li was going to fight to the death here, you would definitely come to support him. How about it? Do you want to beat him? Ji Xinghe, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. I don't want to beat him anymore, because he is not resistant to beating. I'm afraid that if I beat him badly, no one will be able to command a war between the Empire in the future. Ha ha ha! Chen Sun laughed twice, and his tone became extremely serious. Old Ji, General Tu Yuan asked me to tell you something. Why didn't he tell me directly? He doesn't want to pay attention to you, and you don't want to pay attention to him, the two of you. Go ahead, he said his name is Tu Yuan. Ji Xinghe was silent. This sentence sounded like nonsense. Who in the Federation didn't know that Tu Yuan's name was Tu Yuan? But when Chen Sun relayed it, the meaning was completely different. Tu is the two of slaughter, the two of slaughter, and the two of butcher. And for the current Federation, what is the farthest? Empire Star. His name is Tu Yuan, and he wants to slaughter all the way to Empire Star. Ji Xinghe slowly said, what a good name. Ha ha ha! Chen Sun laughed again. General Tu Yuan guessed that you would say that, and he also asked me to tell you that your name is not bad. The old horse is in the stable, and his ambition is not to travel thousands of miles, but to conquer the galaxy. In a sense, Ji Xinghe was defeated by Tu Yuan again, because he did not expect Tu Yuan's thoughts, but Tu Yuan expected his thoughts. Before, he thought that Tu Yuan didn't understand him, because the plans Tu Yuan made about him did not conform to his inner will. But now, Tu Yuan may not really understand him before, but Tu Yuan has been trying to understand him. And now, Tu Yuan has understood his will and told him, our goals are the same. This is definitely great news. Many people think that Ji Xinghe is Tu Yuan's man, but Ji Xinghe is always unwilling to admit this, so he lost a very thick thigh, a thigh that keeps getting thicker. When the misunderstanding is eliminated, Ji Xinghe, has a federal lieutenant general with real power as a backer. Anything else, Ji Xinghe thought for a while and knew that Tu Yuan asked Chen Sun to relay more than just these. Chen Sun replied in the communication channel. Also, he said that if the situation is not right, you can evacuate directly. Well, I know. The topic about General Tu Yuan ended here, and Chen Sun continued to explain some knowledge points to Ji Xinghe, all of which were remembered by Ji Xinghe. Everyone knows that Ji Xinghe is very strong and thinks that Ji Xinghe is a rare genius, but perhaps only Ji Xinghe himself knows that he does have some talents, but the real reason that has enabled him to reach this point today. There is only 156 years of hard study and practice. Beep beep. The alarm sounded suddenly, and Chen Sun and Ji Xinghe's independent communication channels were merged into the communication channel of the Xinghe team. The news that the war was really about to begin sounded in the all-staff broadcasting system. The airstrikes of the Empire finally stopped, and the ground forces of the Empire finally launched a full-scale offensive. The vast Imperial ground forces rushed straight to the B-72 heights held by the Federation. Before the two sides came into close combat, the long-range firepower confrontation also took place first. Unlike missiles with a high interception success rate, conventional artillery is almost impossible to intercept because of flight altitude, speed, distance and other reasons. This is one of the reasons why the B-72 heights must be defended. The roar no longer sounded from the sky, but from the surroundings. The Empire's firepower covered the B-72 high ground. The Federal artillery units that had been deployed on B-72 high ground, as well as various weapons with long-range firepower attack capabilities, all opened fire at the same time. Casualties continued to occur. Overall, the casualties of the Federation were less than those of the Empire, because of the high ground and the fortresses, trenches, etc. deployed on it. This process lasted for several hours. The mecha warriors who were all on standby did not participate in the battle during this process. They stood solemnly in their mechas, ignoring the attacks of those conventional firepower, waiting for their battle to really come. The Empire's ground forces finally advanced to a certain distance from the B-72 high ground. Among them, the Empire's mechas finally broke away from the conventional forces and began to charge towards the B-72 high ground. The muzzles of the Federal artillery units did not turn around because their hit rate on the Empire's mechas was too low. The mechas were not their target, but the Empire's ground forces were. After holding on for this round, when the next round of the Empire's ground forces attack, our airstrikes will cause them heavy casualties. Chen Sun's voice sounded in the communication channel of the Xinghe team and in the Mecha Corps, temporarily commanded by Ji Xinghe. They were not on the same communication channel as Han Li because their defense directions were in opposite directions. Prepare for battle. Yes, the first step. Chen Sun's tone suddenly became humorous. Open the door and release Lao Ji. There was no door in front of Ji Xinghe, but when Chen Sun's command sounded, the blind man and the lame man who were originally standing in front of Ji Xinghe controlled their mechas to make a door-opening motion. Open the door and release Lao Ji. The roar sounded from the communication channel, and all the mecha warriors of the Xinghe team, Qin Tong team, Harris team, Xinyu team, Zhang Ming team, and those conventional soldiers who could access the communication channel. All members shouted a different slogan. Open the door, let Lao Ji go. The mood was already in place, and Ji Xinghe had to rush out of the door opened by the blind man and the lame man. These little guys. Ji Xinghe was not angry about this. He started to charge and laughed, with a spear in his hand raised. Standing on the B-72 high ground, he rushed to the hundreds of Imperial mechas below the high ground with one person, one armor and one gun. The speed of the general armor climbed to the extreme in a very short time, like an orange-red light, wrapped in dazzling golden light. Galloping down, suddenly stopped. Like a tiger going down the mountain, there was no tiger roar or dragon roar to shock the world. But when the general armor covered with the gold stars appeared in the sight of the hundreds of Imperial mechas, the speed of the Imperial Mecha Corps, which was charging at full speed, actually dropped significantly, and they actually slowed down. This is the deterrent power of the Federal Ace Mecha Warriors. This is the deterrent power of Ji Xinghe of the Federation. Yes, they all knew that this Federal Mecha covered with the gold stars belonged to a human named Ji Xinghe. He was alone and brave, holding a gun. Independent of the charge of hundreds of Imperial mechas. Ji Xinghe in the cockpit put away his smile. His indifference seemed to infect the expressionless general armor, making the cold mechanical creation release the majesty that frightened the Imperial apes. The tip of the gun fell to the ground and slashed horizontally, and a gully appeared in front of hundreds of imperial mechas in B-72 heights. He said nothing, and there was no knife in his hand. But he slashed out the strongest heart-cutting knife in his life. Hundreds of imperial mechas stopped charging. On B-72 heights, all the federal soldiers who saw this scene, as well as the federal soldiers who saw this scene through various reconnaissance satellites and high-altitude reconnaissance drones, the communicators and staff of the command center. I only felt that the blood in my body rushed to the brain, and the symptoms of intracranial hypertension were not symptoms, but their blood suddenly boiled at this moment. Team Xing was the first to shout out. In the name of Xing, we are invincible. As the voice rang out, Ji Xinghe crossed the line he drew with his spear. His idea was simple. If the Empire doesn't come, I will go to the Empire. Chapter 254, Firing at Ji Xinghe. The sound of gunfire continued to ring out, and the roar exploded from around Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, who was in the charging state, kept controlling the general armor to evade maneuvers. Before he encountered the Imperial Mecha, the firepower from the Imperial Mecha and the Imperial artillery had already hit him. But these attacks are meaningless to the Mecha. From a certain perspective, the Mecha is a more flexible tank. With high mobility, combined with the anti-missile system equipped by the Mecha itself, it is easy to evade conventional firepower. Even if it is accidentally hit by a shell, the protective armor of most mechas can block it, not to mention that the body of the general armor is made of tungsten steel alloy. The tentative firepower attack can only slow down Ji Xinghe's charge, but cannot stop his charge. After confirming that this attack was meaningless, hundreds of Imperial mechas chose to give up attacking the B-72 high ground and rushed straight to Ji Xinghe like a swarm of bees. They couldn't let Ji Xinghe break through their formation. Once Ji Xinghe appeared next to the ground troops without mecha protection, the damage he could cause was simply unimaginable. With his own strength, he attracted hundreds of Imperial mechas. Ace mecha warriors like Ji Xinghe were the bug in defense and attack. Han Li on the other side was doing the same thing. The overall performance of his mecha was not as good as Ji Xinghe's general armor, because his Ace Warrior exclusive mecha was still in the process of being built. But it was also equipped with various high-tech mechas of the Federation, and had flexibility that the general armor did not have. The weight was about 1/3 of the general armor, and the height was only 3.9 meters. The lightweight fuselage combined with the Federation's 12th generation core engine was faster than Ji Xinghe's general armor when charging and avoiding the Empire's firepower. Not as good as the general armor does not mean that it is not as good as the Imperial Mecha. In the name of Xing, we are invincible. When Han Li shouted loudly, he didn't mind affecting his reputation as an ace mecha warrior. As an ace, why should we use the name of Xing? Doesn't the name of Han Li have the same deterrent power? This is the fact. Han Li's reputation, whether in the Federation or in the Empire, cannot be compared with the name of Ji Xinghe. The difference in strength? In fact, in the case of armor-piercing battles, Han Li is stronger than Ji Xinghe. He once defeated Ji Xinghe in armor-piercing battles, and it was a defeat that was almost like a second kill, provided that Ji Xinghe had game skills. The real reason is age. Han Li, who is in his 30s, broke the Empire Marcus level mecha with strength. Ji Xinghe, who is 66 years old, broke the Empire Marcus level mecha. And the real miracle is that Ji Xinghe broke the Empire Duke level mecha. So Han Li didn't mind starting the charge in the name of Xing, and none of the members of the mecha team he led would mind him shouting like that. Through the communication and intelligence sharing system established by the command center, although they were on the battlefield on the other side, they clearly saw the strongest heart-cutting knife in Ji Xinghe's life. They were just like everyone else, just like Han Li. Their blood was boiling. Charge! Han Li, who had finished shouting the slogan, issued a combat order. So Han Li's team and the mecha team responsible for the coordination all started to charge. Defending B-72 heights? Yes, they were defending, but the best defense is always offense. The Federation's combat strategy against the Empire was to keep the enemy outside the planet, and to put the battlefield on an alien planet instead of the Blue Star where the Federation had more advantages, in order to avoid innocent casualties. The situation at this time was so similar. They didn't want the Empire's mechas to rush to B-72 heights, so they charged with Han Li. They also shouted loudly. In the name of Xing, we are invincible. Han Li could lead the charge because they had skilled cooperation. The number of Empire's mechas in front of them was more than that of Ji Xinghe, but both Han Li and them were relatively much safer. On the other hand, Ji Xinghe was in charge of this side of the battlefield, and he could only charge first. He couldn't fight 1 against 100. But he successfully attracted hundreds of imperial mechas, creating a great opportunity for his comrades. Fire at Ji Xinghe. Chen soon issued a combat order ruthlessly, and the firepower system equipped in the Mecha Corps led by Ji Xinghe fired directly without hesitation. Their target is Ji Xinghe, but it is definitely not Ji Xinghe. This is a combat plan that has been formulated before. When Ji Xinghe attracts the imperial mechas and lets them start to rush towards Ji Xinghe in a tighter formation, the high-speed maneuverability of the mechas in the face of firepower attacks will be seriously reduced. In a relatively dense situation, even precise aiming is not required, and one shot will surely hit. It doesn't matter if one shot can't kill, just shoot. 3 shots, 5 shots, 10 shots. If you can destroy one, it's one. The imperial mechas that just rushed towards Ji Xinghe because of the combat order of the imperial command system and the change in the battle situation were damaged in this round of artillery fire. Their dense formation had to be dispersed a little, avoiding the federal firepower while also magnifying the time difference between them. What Ji Xinghe likes most is the time difference. As long as there is a time difference, he can fight the imperial mecha again and again. The two sides finally met, and Ji Xinghe was surrounded by more than a dozen imperial mechas. The bayonet in his hand took advantage of the potential energy brought by the previous charge and forcibly broke through the cockpit of a conventional imperial mecha. The imperial guerrilla operating the mecha died instantly. A true fatal blow. The clanging sound continued, and the 4 bayonets hit Ji Xinghe's general armor at the same time, but they could not break the protective armor of the general armor at all. Even if they launched an attack on the conventional vital points of the mecha body made of tungsten steel alloy could completely ignore the attack of these conventional mechas. You don't have the strength to hit people, and you still say you're a guerrilla, Ji Xinghe roared. He did not turn on the mecha's loudspeaker, so the imperial mechas surrounding him could not hear his voice. In fact, even if he turned on the loudspeaker, these imperial guerrillas could not understand what he said. They were all regular grade imperial mechas, and all their weapons were ordinary lances without any special features. That's why Ji Xinghe suddenly chose this unprecedented way of fighting. The imperial noble mechas did not rush to Ji Xinghe at the first time, because they were all afraid of death. They all knew that when they rushed into Ji Xinghe's attack range, their life and death would be chosen by Ji Xinghe. What is there to be afraid of if the defense is not broken? Ji Xinghe, who was deeply surrounded by the imperial mechas, was still using the time difference to fight. He was always paying attention to the maneuvers of the surrounding mechas, the movements of the outer imperial mechas, and the movements of those imperial noble mechas. When the spear in his hand was recovered, the general armor had already knocked away the imperial mechas in front of him. While breaking away from the 4 regular grade imperial mechas, the potential energy of his charge this time had been weakened by the collision just now. But it was still enough to complete the second attack. The spear once again pierced the protective armor of the imperial mecha and penetrated directly into the cockpit, and another gold star was obtained. During this time, the imperial mechas surrounding him did not stop attacking, chasing him and attacking with spears. But they really couldn't break his mecha defense. On the other hand, the general armor, which was stagnant due to the collision, took the opportunity to attack again. Instead of putting away the gun and stabbing again, Ji Xinghe, who held the gun with both hands, used the gun as a stick, sweeping horizontally and smashing vertically. The tungsten steel gold spear once smashed the back of Ji Xinghe's mountain chopping machine in the hands of Bilrosi IV. The performance of the general armor is stronger than that of the lone brave. When Ji Xinghe was angry and exerted force, it really fulfilled the saying, it will be hurt if it is rubbed, and it will be broken if it is touched. The protective armor of the mecha turned into flying fragments, like shrapnel produced when a shell exploded. Sparks flew everywhere, and those fragile mecha heads appeared one after another. Not only the cameras on the heads, but also the armor around the cameras were all smashed in. The lucky mechas can still move, but the unlucky operating system is directly damaged, and the mecha is completely out of the control of the guerrilla driver. But good luck does not mean real good luck, because Ji Xinghe did not leave, because Ji Xinghe is still fighting, because Ji Xinghe is still ignoring the defense and attacking frantically. Their fate is even worse. The fallen conventional class imperial mecha can no longer get up. It seems that the general armor, which is surrounded by the imperial mecha and trapped in the siege, is like a reef in the sea. It remains motionless and undamaged despite the continuous waves. Water drops can wear away stones, but that takes time. Ji Xinghe will not give these conventional class imperial mechas enough time, And the Xing team will not give them enough time either. After a round of artillery fire was cleared, it was noticed that those conventional class Imperial mechas had begun to use all means to hug the general armor and restrict the general armor's movements with themselves, while the noble mechas were preparing to take action. Chen soon spoke indifferently. Xing Squad, target position X730, charge. Xinhu Squad, target position Y540, charge. Hera Squad, Qin Tong Squad, Zhang Ming Squad, charge. Orders were constantly issued. And one mecha squad after another began to charge. Ji Xinghe had attracted all the Imperial mechas to them, and there was no Imperial mecha blocking their way forward. So now, they have to help Ji Xinghe attract the Imperial mechas. Hundreds of Imperial mechas faced the Federal Mecha Corps with only more than 100 mechas, and they should have won a crushing victory with absolute advantage. But because of the opportunities created by Ji Xinghe and the fact that Ji Xinghe still exists, they can't even win. Several consecutive rounds of artillery attacks have caused them to lose soldiers and armor. If they continue to besiege Ji Xinghe with all their strength, the Mecha Corps composed of the Xing Squad and others will be able to break into their rear troops without hindrance. If they divide their troops to intercept, who can limit Ji Xinghe? This was Chen Sun's conspiracy, a battle plan that was based on Ji Xinghe. After getting the command of the team that could be called the Galaxy Mech Corps, Chen Sun was under more pressure than anyone else in the field. But he still formulated this extremely risky battle plan and has already started to implement it. He was learning from Chu Yuan. With only 109 mechas, he had to face hundreds of Imperial mechas. He had to learn from Chu Yuan. His tense heart made it impossible for him to hold his sniper rifle steady, but when he saw the Imperial mechas suddenly start to split up, he smiled, still with a blank expression. Chapter 255, A Sea of Blood and Corpses. After the Galaxy Squad left Ji Xinghe, there were only 12 mechas. When they started to charge based on Chen Sun's order, 40 of the hundreds of Imperial mechas were actually separated to stop them. In terms of quantity, the Imperial mechas have an absolute advantage. But in terms of the level of the mechas, the Imperial Mecha formation with 6 Viscount-level noble mechas, 7 Baron-level noble mechas, and 27 conventional-level mechas is far inferior to the Galaxy Squad with only 12 mechas. Because there are 7 special-class Mecha Warriors in the Galaxy Squad, accounting for 1/50th of the current special-class Mecha Warriors in the Federation. There are also 5 first-class Mecha Warriors, and they have 9 weapons made of tungsten steel gold and 3 weapons with high-frequency oscillation characteristics. From a purely combat power perspective, such a powerful high-end combat power should not appear in the same Mecha Squad, even if the captain of this Mecha Squad is Ji Xinghe. Is it because the Federation attaches too much importance to Ji Xinghe's safety, so it gave him such a high-standard bodyguard team? No, the Federation does value Ji Xinghe's safety, but these high-end combat forces all appeared because of Ji Xinghe. In other words, they all grew to their current level because of Ji Xinghe. Except for Sichuan and Andre, all the others were soldiers who were incorporated into the Remnant Company. Retirement and transfer to logistics personnel were their only 2 options. Under the premise that the Federation's mechas are on short supply and the number of Mecha Warriors far exceeds the number of mechas, they are unlikely to have the opportunity to drive mechas again in their lifetime. But because of Ji Xinghe, they did what they shouldn't have done. Even Sichuan and Andre became special grade because of Ji Xinghe and got weapons made of tungsten steel gold. The Galaxy Team is Ji Xinghe's Galaxy Team. In the name of the Galaxy, Invincible, the slogan was shouted again, and the Galaxy Team began to be invincible. In the first encounter, the 7 special Mecha Warriors who rushed to the front, relying on the armor-breaking ability of tungsten steel gold weapons and their Mecha combat skills that they had practiced for many years, all achieved the destruction of the Imperial Noble Mecha. 3 Viscount-level Imperial Mechas and 4 Baron-level Imperial Mechas lost their combat effectiveness almost in an instant. 40 Imperial Mechas, only 33 were left in the blink of an eye. The communication channel of the Xing team was very quiet. The 12 Mecha Warriors almost did not communicate throughout the whole process. They relied entirely on the relevant information automatically displayed by the intelligent auxiliary system and the tacit experience they had gained from fighting side by side many times, achieving a cooperation that Ji Xinghe envied. The blind man, the lame man, the lame man, the deaf man, Sichuan, Andre, and the left hand. The 7 of them were the vanguard. Li Lehei, Chu Feng and the other 5 were the shields. From the perspective of God in the sky, the 12 federal mechas seem to have turned into a disk with 7 spikes, maintaining a high moving speed, and crashed directly into the formation of 40 imperial mechas. First, 7 were destroyed, then 5. The imperial mech formation, which had already valued them very much, was unable to stop their charge despite having an absolute advantage in numbers. One after another, the imperial mechas fell and turned into gold stars that would be sprayed on the mechas of the Galaxy Squad. With 12 against 40, the Galaxy Squad, with its eagerness boiling, won a complete victory that shocked Commander Chen Sun the second time. All members fought side by side with Ji Xinghe. Was it just because in the last battle, Li Lehei and Chu Feng obtained 2 tungsten steel gold weapons that Ji Xinghe had seized from the Imperial Earl? This was part of the reason, but it was not all. It was because Ji Xinghe, who was called a miracle by many people, actually possessed a power that many people had not yet truly determined. He could inexplicably improve the combat effectiveness of those around him. Maybe it was because of morale, maybe it was because Ji Xinghe always led by example. Maybe it was because he was generous in teaching others. Maybe it was because his efforts could infect others to work harder. Maybe it was because of what Ji Xinghe said, the belief that made Li Lehei, Chu Feng and others willing to join the Xinghe team, to destroy the empire. Becoming stronger is becoming stronger, but in a battle with fewer enemies, damage to the mecha is inevitable. The blind deputy captain spoke. Zhangji, Liu Junle, retreat. The 2 first-level mecha warriors retreated without hesitation, turned around and rushed to the B-72 high ground at full speed, where their logistics personnel and standby mechanics would do their best to repair their mechas in the shortest time. They must charge back at full speed. Only in this way can they return to the battlefield and fight side by side with their teammates in the shortest time. The Galaxy Squad, with 10 mechas left, finally rushed to the coordinates requested by Chen Sun. They did not charge towards the rear troops of the Empire, because another Empire mecha formation had already formed a formation and rushed towards them. Defensive formation, the blind man ordered again. The original offensive formation of the charging posture was transformed at a command. They had to stick to this coordinate and wait for Chen Sun's new round of instructions. There was no time to pay attention to the battle over there on Ji Xinghe's side, but they firmly believed that Ji Xinghe would be fine. Because this was only the first round of the Empire's attack on B-72 Heights, and there would be many more attacks later. If you can't even defend the first attack, how can you talk about defending B-72 Heights? The same victory also appeared in the Harris Squad, Qin Tong Squad, Xinyu Squad, and Zhang Ming Squad. On paper, the strength of their 4 teams is not as good as that of the Galaxy Squad. Harris Squad only has 2 special mecha warriors, Harris and Reed, and only Harris has a weapon made of tungsten steel gold. Qin Tong Squad also has only 2 special class mecha warriors. Xinyu's team only has Xinyu as a special class, and Zhang Ming's team also only has Zhang Ming as a special class. They had more than one special class before, but they were sacrificed. Although they have less high-end combat power, the number of mechas in their team is more than that of the Xinghe team. The skilled cooperation between them is stronger than that of the Xinghe team. From the perspective of team combat power, their attack power may not be as good as that of the Xinghe team. But if we only look at the defensive ability, they are actually stronger than the Xinghe team that lacks more running in and has insufficient personnel, so they did not choose the same fighting method as the Xinghe team. Dash forward in a defensive formation, when to reach the designated coordinates is important in the absence of a time limit in the mission command, but it is not really important. Harris and others are very clear that their charge cannot directly break into the rear troops of the Empire. In the combat plan designated by Chen Sun, the only purpose of their charge at this time is to reduce the pressure on Ji Xinghe and force the Imperial mechas to attack them. If hundreds of Imperial mechas really surrounded Ji Xinghe and launched round after round of attacks, not to mention that Ji Xinghe's general armor was only made of tungsten steel gold, even if his general armor was equipped with the Federation's micro-energy shield that was still in the experimental stage, there would be no chance of survival. Because of the dazzling gold stars on the mechas of the blind man, the lame man, Harris and others, more than 200 Imperial mechas separated from the mecha array that besieged Ji Xinghe when they began to charge. With 200 to 108, the numerical advantage did not allow the Empire to achieve a partial victory. They had to continue to divide their troops to stop the advance of the Galaxy Mecha Corps because the Galaxy Mecha Corps far exceeded the high-end combat power of the conventional Mecha Corps. A total of 13 special class mecha warriors accounted for nearly 1/30th of the Federation's active special class, including Harris and Kintong, two special class warriors who have ace potential. Quantitative advantage? Ji Xinghe said, no, you don't have a quantitative advantage. Therefore, the 400 imperial mechas that still survived the multiple rounds of artillery attacks no longer had a numerical advantage. There were only more than 100 imperial mechas left besieging Ji Xinghe. They wanted to try to charge all of them to trap Ji Xinghe in one position, and even wanted to use dozens of mechas to crush Ji Xinghe directly. But their positions were too scattered because of the previous things. The more than 10 conventional imperial mechas that besieged Ji Xinghe turned into more than 10 gold stars. General armor started to charge again. This time, Ji Xinghe completely ignored the imperial mechas that were rushing towards him, and constantly used the time difference to evade. Don't fight anymore. You can't fight like this anymore. If you keep fighting like this, he will really be crushed to death by the imperial mechas. So he chose an attack target that could not crush him, which was the imperial conventional ground forces behind the imperial mechas. This was also the combat plan formulated before. Buzz buzz buzz. Amid the vibration of the mecha engine running at full power, the general armor covered with the gold stars, with a mecha core, rushed to the rear troops of the Empire's attack. And this mecha core is composed entirely of imperial mechas. More than 100 imperial mechas that were supposed to rush to the B-72 Highland had to turn around and rush to their rear troops because Ji Xinghe broke through their blockade without any success. The sound of artillery fire rang out again. Seeing that Ji Xinghe was about to rush over, the Empire's artillery units and various weapons with long-range firepower chose to open fire without hesitation. They tried to use artillery shells to stop Ji Xinghe, so that Ji Xinghe would once again fall into the siege of the imperial mecha. But Ji Xinghe's charge speed was too fast, and his evasive maneuvers were too frequent, under high-load operation beyond the limit of the human body. No gorilla or monkey could really aim at Ji Xinghe's general armor. The moment he completed the aiming and fired, Ji Xinghe had changed his position. Dust flew, shrapnel flew, and fire flashed behind and beside the general armor. It looked like the general armor was in a charging posture, with sparks and lightning all the way. The sound of gunfire was the BGM of Ji Xinghe's charge. The tungsten gold spear made a swift thrust along the swing of his arms while Ji Xinghe was running. An imperial mecha that hit from the side, without hitting Ji Xinghe, was pierced through the side protective armor by the sharp and unparalleled tip of the spear. Then the tip of the spear left the body, and Ji Xinghe's running speed was almost unaffected, but in the cockpit of this imperial mecha exposed to the alien atmosphere, there was an imperial baron gorilla, staring with its eyes wide open. Twist and maneuver. The running general armor suddenly danced a gorgeous dance, with one foot as the axis and the other foot drawing a crescent moon on the ground. Another imperial noble mecha that crashed into it rushed directly past the side of general armor without slowing down. Without waiting for it to turn around or for the weapon in its hand to hit general armor, Ji Xinghe twisted half a circle and had already handed out the spear in his hand. It was retracted as soon as it touched. The tip of the spear pierced into the metal head from the back of the head, and the operating system integration in it was instantly destroyed. The Imperial Viscount Orangutan, who had lost the ability to partially control the mecha, could only watch his mecha fall to the ground. It could still get up, but it could no longer stop Ji Xinghe. No orangutan could stop Ji Xinghe, and no Imperial mecha could stop general armor. So, Ji Xinghe broke into the rear troops of the Empire while being pursued by more than 100 Imperial mechas. The 50,000 Imperial troops were all composed of orangutans and monkeys. They had already suffered considerable damage in the conventional firepower attack launched on the B-72 high ground before. But it was not enough, far from enough. Kill them all, kill them all. An Imperial tank hastily adjusted its muzzle. Just as it aimed at Ji Xinghe and fired, the spear in Ji Xinghe's hand had already bent the barrel. A loud implosion sounded, and this was just the beginning. Ji Xinghe's eyes were already red in the cockpit of the general armor. He was not overwhelmed by the anger and hatred facing the Imperial gorilla, nor did he swell his self-confidence to the point of arrogance because of his unparalleled posture. Because the Imperial mechas that could stop him, the Earl, Marquess, Duke, or General class, did not appear on the battlefield at this time. They didn't know that Ji Xinghe would come before, but Ji Xinghe knew that they would definitely come. Because Ji Xinghe has come, they already know. I'm here, come and kill me. If you don't come, I will kill them all. If you come, I will kill you all. His eyes were red. just because Ji Xinghe knew that he would kill a sea of blood. That red was a reflection of the blood of the Empire. P.S. Chapter 252 is to make up for the update on April 30th, and Chapter 253 and 254 are the updates on May 1st. Thanks to Nightwish, the boss of the night, for the reward. I owe another update, and the total is 6 chapters. Let me explain why the recent updates are not on time, and the daily update is only 8,000 words. I am getting married on May 8th. I didn't want to say it, but I didn't expect it to be so busy. It's the second today, and I haven't bought a suit yet. I'm really sorry. Please believe that I really don't want to quit the book because of the poor performance. Although the performance is not good, this is the book with the highest reputation since I wrote it. I will finish it well. PS2, don't give rewards for this. I hope that all bosses spend money to read books, vote for monthly tickets, recommend tickets, and rewards because they think my writing is good and to your taste, not for other reasons. Writing and reading books should be pure. If you think it's good, read it, and if you think it's not good, abandon it. This is a pastime and should not become a burden. Thank you for your support. After this busy period is over, I will come back with more than 10,000 words a day. Chapter 256, Kindness is a Sin. The sound of rifle shooting continued. Clang 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 clang. The efficiency of bullets hitting is not high, but when there are enough guns, gunmen and bullets, even the lowest hit rate can turn a single target into a hornet's nest. I don't know how many bullets hit General Armor, and sparks flew like rain. But General Armor's charge did not slow down at all, because those flying sparks were all broken from the bullets themselves. A team of Imperial guerrillas with guns had just emptied their magazines and had no time to change them, and General Armor had already rushed in with Ji Xinghe's brutality. The spear in his hand was not raised, but dragged behind him. Facing ordinary Imperial soldiers with only conventional protective clothing, Ji Xinghe's most powerful weapon was not the spear made of tungsten steel gold in his hand, but his general armor. The huge mecha with a speed of up to 90 km per hour directly hit the Imperial guerrillas, who had no time to escape. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The 2 giant metal legs, which were like pillars to the guerrillas, did not make any kicking movements while running, but the normal running created an effect comparable to kicking. An Imperial guerrilla standing in front of Ji Xinghe, the moment his body touched the right leg of General Jia, he flew up as if he had wings, and died on the spot before he landed. An Imperial guerrilla that was trying to dodge in a panic, fell to the ground with his legs softened, and before he could get up, his entire back was trampled by a giant metal foot. General Jia's foot touched the ground of the alien planet, leaving a pool of meat paste and the remains of the body connected to the meat paste. An Imperial guerrilla with extremely fast reaction speed wanted to rely on his flexible movements and high-speed movement ability to bypass the running General Jia. As long as it appeared behind General Jia, it could survive, because all the guerrillas knew that Ji Xinghe would not look back for the time being, he would only charge forward. But even if its physical fitness exceeds the limit of the human body, and its ability to burst out instantly is enough to make the best federal athletes ashamed, how can flesh and blood compare to mecha? Ji Xinghe casually reached out with his empty left hand, and without slowing down his running speed, he had already grabbed the upper body of the gorilla. He squeezed it with a little force, and when his arm swung normally along the running posture, he let go at the high point of his arm. A touch of blood rain dissipated before it could hit the ground. The Imperial gorilla, whose shape was already unrecognizable above the neck, was smashed into a gorilla that had already fled far away. In a flash, a team of Imperial soldiers who had just emptied their magazines but failed to cause substantial damage to Ji Xinghe had already turned into a team of meat paste. And this killing has just begun. The gunshots continued to ring. The Imperial ground forces with 50,000 troops were not densely packed together. In order to avoid a federal fire attack, their positions were actually very loose. Infantry and armored vehicles, tanks, etc. cooperate with each other, and the loose positions between different teams mean that they don't have to worry about their bullets accidentally injuring the guerrillas of other teams. Only the firepower attack of artillery shells was temporarily abandoned. Those Imperial guerrillas and monkeys who can use artillery shells to attack cannot guarantee that their weapons can cause damage to Ji Xinghe. In fact, by now they have obtained intelligence that Ji Xinghe's armor must have been made of the tungsten steel alloy he had seized before. Conventional firepower and weapons used by conventional Imperial mechas cannot break the outer protective armor of this mecha. But what they can be sure of is that if they use artillery shells to attack, then these weapons with a larger attack range will inevitably cause great damage to the Imperial soldiers. Ji Xinghe, who broke into the Imperial ground forces, really entered a no-man's land. There are only gorillas and monkeys. More than a dozen armored vehicles, tanks and other vehicles, running at full power, crashed into the general armor. They even ignored the gorilla soldiers blocking their way and directly crashed through them just to block Ji Xinghe for a moment, so that the Imperial mechas chasing behind could stop Ji Xinghe. Seeing that the general armor was about to be hit by more than a dozen military vehicles, the 5.7-meter-high general armor jumped up while exerting force with both feet. The general armor without tactical boxes and other mecha kits still weighed up to 5 tons, but this level of weight was not the limit for the power provided by the 12th generation core engine of the Federation. In the full power operation mode, the general armor jumped over 5 Imperial armored vehicles and hit the ground with a loud bang. The dust exploded as if it was exploded by a shell. The alien ground without liquid water was extremely dry, and it was difficult for the mecha in human form to be restricted. After landing, he ran wildly and continued to charge. Another Imperial armored vehicle hit from the side. If Ji Xinghe maintained the current speed, the two sides would inevitably collide. In comparison, the armored vehicle was much shorter and had a very low center of gravity. When running at full power, it was very likely that general armor would fall directly to the ground through a collision. But at the moment it hit, Ji Xinghe finally swung the spear he had dragged behind him in front of him. The two sturdy mechanical legs no longer moved forward alternately, but began to break and maneuver directly one after another. The tip of the spear stabbed out and went down. At the moment the Imperial armored vehicle hit, it penetrated into the bottom of the armored vehicle. At this time, general armor, which had not yet completely stopped, applied almost all of its potential energy to the spear. There was also the powerful force brought by the mechanical arm's sudden maneuvering movement of lifting the gun barrel. The spear, made of tungsten steel gold, did not break due to the impact and crushing of the armored vehicle. It remained straight and tilted all of its potential energy upwards, acting on the armored vehicle. The Imperial armored vehicle, which weighed only 3 tons on the alien planet, lifted its front along the gun barrel before it hit Ji Xinghe, exposing the chassis completely to General Jia. It was about to flip over, but Ji Xinghe didn't let it flip over, so it couldn't. The spear stood on the ground, and Ji Xinghe suddenly let go and took a step forward, grabbing the connecting components on the chassis of the armored vehicle with his free hands. There was no roar, but incredible power had already erupted. Huh? On an alien planet with extremely low atmospheric density and almost no atmosphere, an armored vehicle flew out in the hands of General Jia with a whistling feeling. With a loud bang, an Imperial mecha that was chasing closely just appeared beside General Jia, and before it could make an effective maneuver, it was ridden on the face by an armored vehicle. This scene made the surrounding Imperial guerrillas speechless. The panic had already spread, but it was only at this time that it finally fermented to an extreme. They even gave up using firearms to attack the general armor at a certain distance, and instead fled in panic. Reaching out to hold the gun, Ji Xinghe did not look back, but the Imperial mechas that were chasing him behind him were clearly displayed on his visual window. The distance was enough, so he started charging again. One after another, the Imperial guerrillas died in Ji Xinghe's hands. After only 10 minutes of continuous charging, more than 200 were killed in the battle. However, this unparalleled posture suddenly made Ji Xinghe feel powerless. He was driving the mecha to kill the Imperial guerrillas fast enough, and he could kill one in about 3 seconds on average, but even if he could maintain this speed, how long would it take to kill the 50,000 troops dispatched by the Empire in this round of attack? These guerrillas could not just wait there and be killed by him. Those mechas that were chasing him would sooner or later catch up with him because of his continuous killing. If a missile falls into the ape pile, it can cause hundreds or even thousands of casualties in an instant. In comparison, the lethality of the mecha is more than 1 level weaker. Old Ji, look at the coordinates. Chen Sun's voice suddenly rang in Ji Xinghe's ears, and a light spot appeared on the visual window in front of him. Destroy their missile defense system. Ji Xinghe began to turn without hesitation. Yes, the mecha can't cause the same damage as missiles, but the mecha can make those missiles have a real place to use. As long as the Empire's missile defense system is destroyed, the long-range firepower of the Federation can be maximized, and all these Imperial apes will die. The Imperial mecha, which also noticed Ji Xinghe's target, began to bypass and intercept. They must stop Ji Xinghe. If they can't stop him, they will all die, so at this moment, they suddenly have a feeling of fearlessness. But are they really fearless? Unarmed humans encounter a hungry tiger. Knowing that they are doomed to die, they are certainly unwilling to sit and wait for death. But even if they decided to fight to the death, the fear in their hearts could not disappear. For these imperial guerrillas and imperial mecha warriors, how could they not be afraid when facing Ji Xinghe, the tiger coming down the mountain? Even if they really were not afraid, it didn't matter. Ji Xinghe would use thunderous means to make them afraid. A team of imperial soldiers were running desperately, trying to find shelter on the chaotic battlefield, but the armored vehicles, tanks and other vehicles that could serve as their shelters were also in a state of panic escape at this time. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps of the mechas came from far away, and they had no time to look back and observe. The long spears that swept out had already pierced their bodies. It was the spear shaft, not the tip of the spear. It was not as sharp as the tip of the spear. But its lethality was far greater than the tip of the spear. The spear shaft that could be held firmly in the hands of the mecha was so thick that it needed to be surrounded by both hands compared to the size of the gorilla. Break it in the waist. Break it in the shoulder. The heads that blocked the path of the spears shattered at the same time, along with the protective helmets that protected them. Red, white, and black. When all the colors were exposed to the alien environment, they began to dry up at a very fast speed, and the water in them escaped, just like the gorillas who wanted to escape from the general armor at this time. They all wished they had never come to this world. Ji Xinghe, who was in the cockpit of the general armor, had red eyes but no expression on his face. These scenes that could make people on the blue star vomit or even faint could not arouse the slightest ripples for him. Just like the vast land on the alien planet, the light blue sky, the strange rocks that have stood for countless years, and the towering mountains that have never reached the clouds. When killing becomes the norm, mercy becomes a sin. Ji Xinghe does not need sin, he only needs the fear from the Empire. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Trapped in the Enemy's Line. More than 50 Imperial mechas chased after Ji Xinghe, and more than 70 mechas intercepted in front of Ji Xinghe. On the left and right sides were armored vehicles, tanks, and Imperial soldiers who had built temporary bunkers. They were in groups, and Ji Xinghe was alone. But they were the ones who were afraid. Ji Xinghe, who was alone with a gun, was fearless. The visual window in the cockpit integrated the perspectives of 8 cameras, 4 in the front, 1 on each side, and 2 behind the head. It also integrated the god's perspective from the sky. It was a high-altitude reconnaissance drone that focused its own reconnaissance equipment completely on the periphery of Ji Xinghe. The picture did not look complicated. As one of the most advanced mecha-assisted driving systems in the Federation, Yazi recorded Ji Xinghe's driving habits in past battles and intelligently generated a set of imaging systems that was most suitable for Ji Xinghe. He saw it clearly, but they could not see it clearly. They are so numerous that their vision is blocked by their own apes, and the bunkers, tanks, armored vehicles, and running Imperial mechas can affect their vision. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft that just took off was shot down by the long-range firepower from the Federation before it could transmit the precise location and movement of Ji Xinghe to the apes that should transmit it. Those Imperial drones want to fly to higher sky to get a better view and avoid the firepower of the Federation. But the sky of the alien planet is decided by the Federation fleet. They can fly, but they can't survive. The Federal fleet has fulfilled their promise, and now it is Ji Xinghe's turn to make his promise. The land of the alien planet is decided by the mecha warriors of the Federation. Ji Xinghe, who was deeply trapped in the enemy's formation, easily found the best attack route with the perspective of God. He rushed left and right in the enemy's formation, taking away the lives of one Imperial soldier after another, and getting closer and closer to his attack target. The Imperial mecha finally came up, still a conventional Imperial mecha. Old G, they didn't send out the Earl level and higher level mechas. Their purpose is to use these regular level and ordinary noble mechas to damage your general armor. Yes, Ji Xinghe responded softly. He was actually very clear about the information Chen soon reminded him. The general armor is made of tungsten steel alloy that the Federation does not have. Without a clear formula and rare metals in the formula, even if Ji Xinghe can snatch back a lot of weapons made of tungsten steel gold, it is impossible to turn it into tungsten steel alloy suitable for the general armor. From this point of view, the general armor is actually a disposable top-level mecha. Unlike the one-time general armor of the Lone Brave, which was equivalent to being remelted and rebuilt, if there is damage to the protective armor, body, parts, etc., the corresponding accessories can be manufactured based on the industrial capacity of the Federation. So, strictly speaking, the general armor is not disposable. It can be repaired with parts made by the Federation, but its peak combat power is disposable. The more parts are repaired and replaced, the worse its performance will be. This is the reason why the Empire has not sent out the Imperial mechas, even though it has confirmed that Ji Xinghe has appeared on the battlefield. If the Count level or higher level mechas are sent out, Ji Xinghe is very likely to be killed. The lives of nobles are more valuable than the lives of civilians. The lives of great nobles are more valuable than the lives of lower level nobles. Even if 50,000 troops are annihilated, they are not as valuable as the life of an Imperial Marquis. In the fiefdom of an Imperial Earl, 50,000 elite soldiers can be easily recruited, because the Empire can really make everyone a soldier. The communication channel was extremely quiet. After Chen Sun gave a reminder, he continued to pay attention to the battlefield on the B-72 high ground with a sniper rifle. He needed to pay attention not only to Ji Xinghe, but also to the Xinghe Mecha Corps. The battles between the various mecha squads and the Imperial mecha formations needed the support of a sniper like him. Unfortunately, his sniper rifle did not have the feature of unlimited fire. Bang! After observing for a long time, Chen Sun finally fired. Reed, who was attacked by two Imperial noble mechas at the same time, survived because of this shot and had the ability to continue fighting. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun, you shouldn't care about me, Reed, who was saved, shouted angrily in the communication channel, blaming his savior. Chen Sun ignored him, but picked up another sniper rifle and continued to aim. Because of Ji Xinghe and his own strength, he now has 3 guns, all of which are special sniper rifles for mecha warfare called electromagnetic sniper cannons. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun, don't worry about us, just look at Lao Ji. Harris explained to Reed that his battle was actually more difficult than that of ordinary federal mecha warriors because there were a lot of gold stars on his mecha. He knew that Chen Sun now had 3 guns, but the cooling time of the 3 guns was 10 minutes, which meant that Chen Sun could only fire 3 shots in 10 minutes. Chen Sun ignored Harris. As a sniper, he was also a commander. He had his own judgment on who to help, and he didn't need to explain it to anyone, including Ji Xinghe, the nominal supreme commander of the Xinghe Mecha Corps. But Sichuanian, who was retreating, retorted. Old Chen has his own ideas. Sichuanian's mecha was damaged in the previous battle. At this time, he and Andre were retreating to the B-72 Highland. Neoma, shut up, Chen Sun, who had been silent all the time, rebuked, and was obviously more severe to his own people. Neoma Sichuanian had to shut up, because he was just a Neoma now, not the Neoma general he dreamed of. Andre mocked in their independent communication channel. Does old Chen need you to explain for him? Knowing that he was in the wrong, Sichuanian didn't want to continue the topic, and forced a change of subject. Didn't you say you were going to transform into heavy artillery? Where's your gun? It's almost there, you wait. Tomorrow at the earliest, 3 days later at the latest, when my exclusive mecha kit is in place, I can become a real heavy artillery. Andre was full of expectations, but said with some regret, it's a pity that the barrel has a limited life. I can only shoot a fully loaded mecha-specific bullet box. The barrel has a limited life. Sichuanian expressed his incomprehension. What do you mean? It's just like Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun's sniper rifle. It can't be used for a long time. There is a cooling time and a service life limit. Speak human language. Human language means that the barrel of a tank is actually only about 5 seconds long. Bullshit. What tank barrel has a lifespan of only 5 seconds? The tanks in our corps have been in service longer than me, and they can still fire. You are talking nonsense. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Service time and number of firings are not equal to service life, Andre explained. When a shell is fired from a tank gun, it usually only takes a few milliseconds to pass through it, and a normal tank gun barrel can only pass 500 to 1000 shells. Calculated from this point, the life of a tank gun barrel is only a few seconds. Sichuanian was confused, so Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun's sniper rifle only needs a 10-minute cooling time. It's almost the same principle. The more powerful the bullets and shells, the stronger the propulsion force required when firing. These propulsion forces will directly affect the barrel, causing the initial velocity and kinetic energy of the shells to be greatly reduced, thereby affecting its range, armor-piercing power, and accuracy, and failing to meet tactical requirements. Andre continued, ordinary tanks are fine. If they don't need to reload shells, they can fire 20 rounds a minute. Under normal circumstances, there are only 8 to 10 rounds per minute. But for sniper rifles that require extremely high precision, there must be enough buffer time. Then can't we build a better barrel or gun barrel? Turn the sniper rifle into a rifle or machine gun, If you can make it, the president of the Federal Academy of Sciences will have to serve you tea and water. Really? Sichuanian had an idea. How about I give them my weapons to make guns? Sichuanian suddenly fell into a dilemma. The president of the Federal Academy of Sciences served tea and water, which should be worth a first-class merit, right? No, a special merit. What's the use of a gun? Even if it's given to Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun, it's useless. You might as well chop and kill with a weapon made of tungsten steel gold. What I mean is that you have to research a special alloy comparable to tungsten steel gold. Sichuanian's dream was shattered in an instant, but he suddenly had another idea. What about you? Do you want to give your weapons to others to make your own firearms? Andre was stunned. Sichuanian's weapons were made of tungsten steel gold, and he also had them. If tungsten steel gold was used to make a set of guns and cannons for mechas, Andre suddenly fell into an unprecedented dilemma. Should he chop the imperial mecha with a knife or shoot the imperial mecha with a gun? Unlike Chen Sun, who could only snipe from a distance, the accuracy of each shot needs to be verified, and a certain amount of luck is required. The location of the hit is generally impossible to achieve a fatal effect. When he drives a mecha to fight at close range, his efficiency can definitely be improved a lot. How can he miss a shot when shooting at a face? The tangled thinking did not affect his running speed, and he and Sichuanian soon arrived at the maintenance area of B-72 Highland. The two mechas that the Galaxy team had retreated from the battlefield before were still under repair. It would take at least half an hour to return to the battlefield. Counting Sichuanian and Andre, the Galaxy team, which consists of 12 mechas, now only has 8 still fighting on the battlefield. And the number of Imperial mechas they need to face has not decreased much because of their repeated destruction. Not only the Galaxy team, but also the Harris team, Qintong team, Xinyu team, and Zhangming team, also had their mechas damaged in the battle just now, and even the mecha warriors were sacrificed. The situation suddenly became critical, and the most dangerous person in the whole arena was Ji Xinghe, who was fighting alone. The 30 Imperial mechas that had already charged were no more than 90 meters away from him, and no more than 50 meters away. Judging from their maneuvers, they had given up using weapons to attack the general armor, and wanted to collide directly. At the same time, hundreds of gun barrels were ready around. As long as Ji Xinghe dared to leap and evade, those gun barrels would be able to hit the general armor in the air. Old Ji, do you want to retreat? Chen Sun's voice sounded in Ji Xinghe's ears. Ji Xinghe replied. I don't need it. Chapter 258 Incredible Maneuver. I don't need to. The pause between the three words shows Ji Xinghe's absolute confidence. He is saying that the Galaxy Mech Corps can retreat. He is saying that even if they all retreat, he doesn't need to retreat. He is saying, don't worry, I can still kill. After understanding the meaning of Ji Xinghe's 3 words, Chen Sun decisively moved his gun muzzle. He could still fire 2 shots within 8 minutes. And these 2 shots, he felt that they should not be left for the enemies that Ji Xinghe needs to face. The bullets of the electromagnetic sniper cannon, when facing those conventional level Imperial mechas, can cause the protective armor to be broken, allowing the bullets to penetrate into its cockpit to achieve a fatal effect. When facing the Baron and Viscount level Imperial mechas, there is also a great chance of directly breaking its head. Unlike when facing the Earl level Imperial mechas and higher level Imperial mechas, the only goal is to break the camera. But this level of attack, when there are only 2 opportunities to shoot, and there are too many enemy apes besieging Ji Xinghe, cannot play a truly effective role. This is why Chen Sun left Li Yuanba. His bullets should be left to other mecha warriors of the Galaxy Mecha Corps. 1 bullet may be able to save the life of a mecha warrior. Ji Xinghe can only face those enemy apes alone. It is only a distance of dozens of meters. Both the Imperial mecha and the general armor can easily cross it. A collision with many enemies is inevitable, so let's crash. Ji Xinghe also did not raise the spear in his hand. With his speed soaring, The oncoming conventional Imperial mecha flew backwards at the moment of the collision. The general armor did not retreat. The speed that was sharply reduced due to the collision rose again when all engines were at full power. The spear in his hand was finally raised. The kinetic energy brought by the speed and power made the weapon made of tungsten steel gold have the ability to break armor to the extreme. A Baron-class Imperial mecha, as if it had hit the tip of the spear, was penetrated in an instant by the front protective armor. The loud bang was transmitted into the cockpit along the body of the mecha. When it sounded in Ji Xinghe's ears, it sounded a bit like the sound of bone conduction headphones on the Azure Star. This was the sound of the Baron-class Imperial mecha crashing into the general mecha. Its driver was already dead and could no longer operate the mecha effectively. Ji Xinghe controlled the general mecha to maneuver sideways. The Federation mecha, which was nearly 6 meters high, did not slow down at all after this collision. Instead, there was a feeling of sudden acceleration. It looked like the Baron-class mecha, which had been broken, had used up the last remaining strength of its life to push the general mecha to complete the evasion after the collision. The general mecha was borrowing force. Ji Xinghe asked it to borrow the impact force of the Baron-class Imperial mecha, so it borrowed this force. The general mecha continued to run, and the spear that had just been pulled out had no time to adjust to the best attack posture. Another Imperial mecha had already rushed over with a bayonet. Horizontal spear, block. The moment the conventional class Imperial mecha's spear was swung away, it had already collided with the general armor. It was not that it hit the general armor, but that the general armor hid it. Before the collision, the general armor, who blocked the spear, twisted his body with his feet out of position. While his right hand holding the spear suddenly retracted, his right elbow, which was fixed with a tungsten steel gold spike, had already hit the head of the conventional class Imperial mecha. The metal HUD did not explode instantly, but the originally round shape had already sunken for most of the time when it was hit, like a basketball that had lost its air, and there was a penetrating hole in the middle. This was the second Imperial mecha that Ji Xinghe destroyed in the battle against the Imperial mecha when he rushed to the Imperial anti-missile system position. The one that was knocked away before did not lose its combat effectiveness and was now climbing up from the ground. This shows how fast Ji Xinghe's fighting speed is. What can prove this point even more is that some people in the command center of the Nantianmen space station are still shocked and puzzled by Ji Xinghe's collision just now. They don't understand why the speed of the general armor and the Imperial armor didn't slow down at all when they collided with each other. The first collision slowed down, so what's the difference between the second and the first? Is it just because Ji Xinghe used his spear to break the cockpit of the Imperial armor first when the second collision occurred? Or is it because the Imperial armor that collided with the general armor the second time was a Baron-class Imperial armor? The mecha warriors on the spot, because they couldn't help their curiosity and didn't continue to watch the battle, directly used their authority to mobilize the operation records and other data information that the general armor had just uploaded. So they knew the reason. The general armor could actually use the force when the collision occurred. In the command center that Tu Yuan was in charge of, 90% of the personnel were from Longzhou. Not to mention the mecha warriors, even the technicians had heard of the term borrowing force to fight force. Many mecha warriors have seen the scene of Ji Xinghe practicing Tai Chi with Xinghe, and Tai Chi is said to be the best boxing method that is good at borrowing force to fight force and using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. But, can the mecha really do it? Even if what they suspected was the fact that Ji Xinghe had already done it, they still couldn't believe it. In a sense, this has violated the laws related to mecha driving. It's a bit like a physicist claiming that there is a problem with Newton's first law and correcting it with experiments. Even if the experimental results are clearly in front of them, almost everyone's first reaction is that it is impossible. I want to try, I must try, a mecha warrior who doesn't have a mecha for the time being thought so. On the screen in front of him, the extremely complex operations made by Ji Xinghe were displayed. The maneuvering action of leveraging force was accurately recorded by Yazi, and at this moment it became a non-standard tactical maneuver that a mecha warrior wanted to challenge. It is a challenge rather than learning, because not all mecha warriors can learn this move. But before he had the opportunity to challenge this move, and even before he could carefully check Ji Xinghe's operation records, Ji Xinghe, who is in the B-72 Highland War Zone on the surface of the alien planet, once again made a maneuver that made the mecha warriors who could see it feel doubtful about their lives. After smashing the head of a conventional Imperial mecha with the elbow of the general armor's mechanical arm, Ji Xinghe had no time to shoot into its cockpit, and had to face the fourth Imperial mecha that came to meet him during this charge. The Viscount class has a chain-serrated knife as a weapon. Ji Xinghe is not unfamiliar with this weapon. He has had it, used it, and it has been cut off. The spear in his hand has taken the opportunity to return to the right position. When the tip of the spear was raised and smashed down, the chain-serrated knife was already damaged and almost broken. But the real attack action of this Viscount class Imperial mecha is not the weapon in his hand, but its own mecha. Just like the 3 Imperial mechas before, their attack actions this round are based on higher level orders, all of which are based on the collision of mechas. They want to use this violent method to cause as much damage to the general armor as possible. The tungsten steel alloy with extremely strong defense is not easy to break, but the precision parts inside are theoretically difficult to withstand too many collisions. This theory also applies to Ji Xinghe, who is driving the general armor. As a human being, his physical fitness is theoretically far inferior to that of the Imperial orangutan. Even ordinary Imperial orangutans are stronger than him. After multiple collisions, the life support system of the general armor will be affected, and the buffer device in the cockpit cannot protect Ji Xinghe. He will be dizzy and have black vision due to multiple collisions. Internal injuries and vomiting blood are trivial matters. It is very likely that he will be directly hit to death. Another purpose is to use as many Imperial mechas as possible to stop the general armor's charge. Even if it is the corpse of the Imperial mecha, as long as Ji Xinghe can be stopped, the air defense system of the Imperial forces in this round of attack will not be destroyed. The general armor can leap. But when Jackson first saw Ji Xinghe, he sternly emphasized not to leap. At this time, the surrounding gun muzzles have been raised, and there are also those Imperial mechas that are charging. They are all waiting for the general armor to leap up and then launch a fatal attack. Do you want to leap? When general armor was avoiding the collision of the Viscount class Imperial mecha, Ji Xinghe, who was in his cockpit, was also thinking about this problem. He could clearly see that the 4 Imperial mechas were very close to him. He, who could avoid the Viscount class mecha, could not avoid these 4 Imperial mechas. If he did not jump, he would have to bear the collision of 4 Imperial mechas at the same time after completing the evasive action. What would he have to face next? Ji Xinghe made a decision in an instant, and he chose to jump. After avoiding the Viscount class Imperial mecha, General Armor's feet left the ground. The pilots of the 5 Imperial mechas that were closest and clearest all showed joy in their eyes. But this joy had not yet unfolded, and it turned directly into panic. The leaping General Armor did not fly directly over their heads as they expected. Although General Armor can do this easily, it will not do it if Ji Xinghe does not let it do it. Like an arm using a finger, Man and Machine Hour 1. Ji Xinghe was not driving the General Armor, the General Armor was an extension of his limbs, and his weapon was not the spear in the General Armor's hand, but the General Armor itself. The General Armor stopped rising when his feet were only 4 meters off the ground. The gravity environment was lower than that of the Azure Star, making the General Armor that began to fall look a little weird, like a slow motion in a movie. But Ji Xinghe's attack was not slow at all. He bent his knees in the air, and before falling, he used the protective armor at the knees, wrapped in the weight of up to 5 tons on the Azure Star, and slammed into the face of a Viscount-class Imperial mecha. At this time, the weapon in the hand of the Viscount-class Imperial mecha had not been fully raised, and it had been directly shouldered by the General Armor. The knees hit its cheeks, the knees rode on its shoulders, and then the knees merged to complete the clamping attack. The metal head instantly turned into a discus, and its body fell backwards between the flashing arcs and sparks. The feet were also directly blown off the ground by the powerful impact force because the legs of the General Armor hit its chest. The long landing time is the biggest disadvantage of the mecha in the alien battle, but it can also be an advantage. More time means more room for operation. Ji Xinghe, who launched the attack by leaping, performed extremely complex operations in a very short time. The General Armor he was driving did not lose balance when landing because of such an attack. His feet stepped firmly on the ground. 4 Imperial mechas surrounded and collided with him, but he tore a hole in them. He got the time difference for himself. When he landed, the spear in his hand had been adjusted. At the moment when the spear tip stabbed straight, a conventional Imperial mecha that had just completed a small turning maneuver and collided with him had been pierced in the chest. Pull the gun horizontally. At the same time as the spear tip was pulled out, the Imperial mecha was thrown to his side by Ji Xinghe, where there was an Imperial mecha rushing over. With a bang, the collision occurred. It was caused by Ji Xinghe, But the impact of the collision had nothing to do with Ji Xinghe. He only needs to face 2 imperial mechas now. There are more imperial mechas charging towards his position, but within 5 seconds, only 2 imperial mechas can attack him. And 5 seconds is enough for him to destroy these 2 imperial mechas. The rumbling sound of cannons rang out. It was when he just jumped that the imperial cannons launched an attack as predicted. But it is destined to be impossible to hit Ji Xinghe, because Ji Xinghe's feet are standing on the ground at this time. The sound of cannons is like background music. Ji Xinghe, driving the general armor, dances with his spear, and the 2 imperial mechas become the gold stars he has won. There are more than 100 imperial mechas? No. There are only more than 100 gold stars. Chapter 259, Selfishness Enough to Destroy the Federation. Colonel Ji Xinghe said that we should believe in science and not be superstitious about kung fu, but now, the mecha warriors who were watching Ji Xinghe's battle felt unprecedented excitement and confusion. How could they not be excited about the mecha battle that could be described as 1 against 100? But the confused emotions were also real, because they could not quite understand Ji Xinghe's fighting style. When they looked at the operation data uploaded by Yezi, they still couldn't figure out how Ji Xinghe did it. They simulated the same operation in their minds, but they couldn't imagine the mecha they were driving to complete the same maneuvers as Ji Xinghe's general armor. I want to learn kung fu, and I will start learning today. No one can stop me, not even Colonel Ji Xinghe. It is not a good phenomenon that someone has made up his mind to learn kung fu. Han Li talked about this problem with his team members, but the words he said at the time were not saved, and even if there were records, it would not be easy to make them public. Ace mecha warriors have privileges, and Ji Xinghe now has such privileges. If he does not allow it, the federal officials cannot directly disclose what he said. However, General Tu Yuan certainly does not care about this rule. He once used Ji Xinghe's words to sow discord. Of course, the better way to say it is to motivate others. If Ji Xinghe is not in battle at this time, someone will definitely ask Ji Xinghe to say a few more words to avoid a large number of mecha warriors from today, or tomorrow, when the relevant records of this battle are spread, starting to waste time learning kung fu. What's the point of learning something that you can't learn? Waste of time and resources. Federation Number 9 Living Base. This place is very far away from the war zone. It can be said to be the safest living base in the Federation so far. It was built by the main force of Eagle Island, so 90% of the people living here are Eagle Island people. Yu Ren is from Longzhou, but because of a special reason, he was transferred here. A few months have passed, and he has not been transferred away because his experimental data is very good. Synchronization rate 89%. Congratulations, Lieutenant Yu Ren, for once again breaking our synchronization rate record. Yu Ren, who was still a corporal a few months ago and had to salute and address Ji Xinghe, who was only a lieutenant at the time, as his superior, has become a federal lieutenant without having participated in a single battle. Although he still has to call Ji Xinghe his superior now, the speed of his promotion is too fast. Thank you. Yu Ren jumped out of the cockpit, then turned around and looked at the mecha he had just driven in silence. He wanted to drive this mecha out to fight, but the person in charge of this experiment would not let him go out, even though he had broken the synchronization rate record twice in a row. From the appearance point of view, the mecha in front of Yu Ren is almost the same as the Federal Standard mecha, except that the height reaches 5 meters, which is higher than most Federal Standard mechas. From the cockpit, which is still in the open state at this time, there is also not much difference, and it has all the physical operating facilities it should have. But just before Yu Ren left the cockpit of this mecha had a function that other Federal Standard mechas did not have, which was to empty the nutrient solution in the cockpit. The manual operation mode was only for the test model in case of emergency. Whether to keep it after the replacement is still under discussion. The real operation mode of this mecha is said to be the neural connection technology that will eliminate some mecha warriors, such as Ji Xinghe. Operation skills are no longer the main criterion for testing the strength of mecha warriors. The synchronization rate is the most critical factor. When he created an 88% synchronization rate, Yu Ren's military rank was promoted to lieutenant. Before he came to base number 9, the highest synchronization rate was only 86%. Lieutenant Yu Ren, urgent mission, please enter the cockpit immediately. The sudden voice made Yu Ren climb into his mecha cockpit at the first time. He was already familiar with all the operations. He fixed his body, connected the neural connection chip, and felt a slight numbness from the back of his head. He closed his eyes. The nutrient solution began to fill automatically, completely submerging him in the cockpit. Wearing protective clothing and protective helmets, he did not need to worry about his breathing. In fact, he did not have the mind to worry about this problem now, because his body was already asleep. The sight changed, and the perspective suddenly rose a lot. Yu Ren, who was awake, saw the tiny experimenters standing beside him. In theory, his perspective was no different from that of other mecha warriors, but in essence, it was very different. The images seen by active mecha warriors were first displayed on the visible window formed by the holographic screen in the cockpit after being photographed by the camera or data transmission, and then captured by the eyes of the mecha warriors and finally transmitted to the brain. The images that Yu Ren saw at this time were the relevant data directly transmitted to his nervous system through the neural link chip, and finally formed relevant images in his brain. There was a slight difference in speed. In short, he did not see the world through the mecha, but saw the world directly in the mecha. Lieutenant Yu Ren, please pay attention to the relevant information we sent. The prompt sounded, not through the ears to the brain, but the communication signal was directly transmitted to the neural link chip and then into the brain. Compared with the normal sound transmission in the mecha communication channel, there is also a slight difference in speed. A settle point does not mean much, but the improvement of one settle point after another is enough to bring about a qualitative innovation. Yu Ren, who has become accustomed to this mode, is not surprised by the sound that suddenly appears in his mind, and he is also not surprised by the picture that suddenly appears in his sight. He can still see that he is in the experimental area, but his eyes see the picture that does not exist in this area. It's like the visible window in the cockpit of the mecha, similar to the effect of holographic projection imaging. Is this Colonel Ji Xinghe's general armor? When Yu Ren recognized the federal mecha in the picture, he had an urge to drive the mecha to start fighting. He wanted to fight side by side with Ji Xinghe, and he wanted to kill those imperial mechas that appeared in his sight at the same time. But the complicated thoughts that suddenly came to his mind did not make the new mecha he was driving move. This is one of the benefits of a high synchronization rate. It's like a punk who stayed up until 5 in the morning and was still typing. He suddenly had the idea of crawling into bed and sleeping, but his body would not really complete this idea. His hands were still clacking on the keyboard, because he knew very well that what he needed to do now was to type instead of sleeping. If the synchronization rate is too low, these thoughts will interfere, causing the mecha that has been linked to the driver's nervous system to make maneuvers that it shouldn't make. It's Colonel Ji Xinghe, Lieutenant Yu Ren. Your synchronization rate has fluctuated from 82% to 75%. Please pay attention to adjust your mood. Yes, Yu Ren calmed down. Very good, your synchronization rate has reached 86%. After a short period of time, Yu Ren's synchronization rate was not only restored, but also significantly improved compared to the beginning, approaching his limit synchronization rate. The urgent task is to simulate the non-standard tactical maneuvers that Colonel Ji Xinghe has just completed as much as possible. Just completed? You mean, Colonel Ji Xinghe is fighting? Yu Ren was shocked, and the synchronization rate fluctuated again. Yes, Lieutenant Yu Ren, please pay attention. The experimenter who had been reminding Yu Ren suddenly paused, and then spoke again. Yes, as if responding to someone, the experimenter continued, Lieutenant Yu Ren, please listen carefully. Colonel Ji Xinghe is fighting in the B-72 Highland War Zone at this time, and his mission is to defend B-72 Highland to the death. Synchronization rate 76%. Yu Ren's synchronization rate began to decline again, and he knew very well what the order to defend to the death meant. At this time, Colonel Ji Xinghe was driving a general armor alone, leaving our mecha corps stationed on B-72 Highland and was deeply surrounded by the enemy. Synchronization rate 73%. The enemy has 50,000 troops and is currently besieging Colonel Ji Xinghe's imperial mecha, with 137 aircraft. Synchronization rate 70%. Beep, beep, the alarm sounded suddenly, and the mecha driven by Yu Ren raised his arms and clenched his fists. The experimenters who were very close could clearly hear the creaking sound and hurriedly began to retreat. Lieutenant Yu Ren, pay attention to your emotions. This time Yu Ren did not respond, but began to control his thoughts and emotions forcibly. The synchronization rate of 70% has reached a warning line. If the synchronization rate is lower than the standard, the mecha will no longer be able to drive. Because the mecha will move around, the response time of related maneuvers will become longer, and the reaction speed of the mecha warrior will decrease accordingly. According to the current experimental statistics, the normal synchronization rate is between 70% and 80%. The best is the best. The minimum standard for mecha warriors using neural link technology has been raised to a level that must be stable at 75%. This standard will inevitably increase after the large-scale replacement begins, and a large number of mecha warriors are equipped with neural link chips. 72%, 76%, 79%, 81%, very good, Lieutenant Yu Ren. Your excellence has exceeded our expectations. Please keep it up. Yu Ren's voice became cold. Keep talking. He was not speaking with his mouth, but the thoughts he wanted to say were directly converted into data and transmitted. From cold machinery to sound that can be received by the ears. If two or more mecha warriors using this technology need to communicate, the time required for their conversation will be shortened, and the meaning they want to express will be clearer. Colonel Ji Xinghe is safe now. He is fighting. For now, even 50,000 enemy troops and more than 100 Empire mechas can't stop him. When the voice sounded in his mind, Yu Ren saw the pictures where Ji Xinghe was destroying one Empire mecha after another. Those exquisite operations, even he, the new generation of mecha warriors with the highest synchronization rate, couldn't help but marvel at them. Yearning for it. I wish I could fight side by side. Synchronization rate 89%. This was the synchronization rate record that Yu Ren had just created, and he achieved it again, proving that the record just now was not a flash in the pan. Lieutenant Yu Ren, please immediately start trying to complete a non-standard tactical maneuver, tentatively named Ji Xinghe Scissor Knee. Yu Ren wanted to complain about this tentative name, but time was precious, and he had to ensure that his synchronization rate would not drop. The complex thoughts in his mind had not yet appeared, and they were already eliminated in the bud. He drove the mecha and started charging. From his actual feeling, he was not driving the mecha, but he was charging. Then he jumped and raised his knees. There was a loud bang. In a sense, the most advanced mecha in the Federation currently fell to the ground with its knees on the ground. Everyone was stunned. Why couldn't it be completed? Was it because Yu Ren's knees didn't hit anything real, but only hit the air? Lieutenant Yu Ren, how do you feel? I'm fine. Yu Ren climbed up. Please keep trying. Yes, charged again, jumped again, and knelt again. Fortunately, this experimental model is very expensive, and the defense of the mecha can completely ignore this level of impact. The new life support system, the liquid called nutrient solution, can provide great protection for the driver's body. So neither the mecha nor Yu Ren, who drives the mecha, has any problems. So keep trying, keep kneeling. Amid the roars again and again, someone finally couldn't help but shout loudly. Lieutenant Yu Ren, I know very well that you don't want Colonel Ji Xinghe to be eliminated by new technology, but this is not a reason for you to refuse to complete the maneuver. Your selfishness will destroy everything we have worked hard to create, this war, the Federation and even all mankind. After a brief silence, Yu Ren did not speak but spoke. I didn't refuse to complete this maneuver. If you hadn't said so, I wouldn't even think I could do it. I really can't do it. Everyone was silent. Yu Ren, who has the highest synchronization rate, couldn't do it, so what about others? Then, how did Ji Xinghe, who uses a traditional cockpit, do it? Send a mecha over to completely simulate the battle scene that Colonel Ji Xinghe was in at that time. Yes, P.S. Although this chapter was updated at around 5 a.m. on May 4th, it was actually an update on May 3rd. The additional update cannot be made for the time being, but we cannot miss the guaranteed update. Chapter 260, Fire. If a monkey blocks the way, kill the monkey. If an ape blocks the way, kill the ape. After passing the first wave of blockades by the Imperial mecha, Ji Xinghe explained a word to everyone and the apes, unstoppable. The general armor, which tore through the encirclement, rushed to the side of several Imperial tanks. The Imperial soldiers who cooperated with these tanks were all stabbed, and smashed to death by him in an instant. However, the barrels of these tanks were only cut off by Ji Xinghe's sharp gun tip, and they could still move freely. And when they started to move, that was when Ji Xinghe started to move. A tank wanted to escape from Ji Xinghe's attack range, and rushed to the distance at full power. The bodies of the Imperial soldiers blocking the road were directly run over by it, but how could its speed be compared with that of the general armor? Although the general armor travels on two legs, it is not as good as vehicles using tires, but tanks using tracks are not much better. It is impossible to get rid of Ji Xinghe's general armor with a short-distance charge acceleration. Instead, it seems to be clearing the way for Ji Xinghe in front. "Get out of the way," the command from the Imperial mech sounded in the Empire's communication system. The monkeys driving the tanks began to turn at the first time. They could clearly see the Imperial mechs rushing towards them. However, the tanks turning could not shake off Ji Xinghe. Instead, the speed dropped sharply due to the turning, and Ji Xinghe easily crossed it. An Imperial mech that rushed towards them had no time to slow down and avoid. As soon as the weapon in his hand was raised, it was pierced through the head by a spear. The guerrilla driver did not die, but the Imperial mech had lost its combat effectiveness and could not even move normally. Compared with the power required to pierce the front protective armor and the outer wall of the cockpit, the power of a shot to pierce the head of the mech is much smaller, so the attack time is shortened. Ji Xinghe no longer seeks to destroy the Imperial mechs. His current mission target is not them. Ji Xinghe, who dealt with an Imperial mech, turned around and caught up with a tank that had escaped a distance. In terms of height, tanks cannot be compared with mechs, but the area they occupy is far greater. The defensive area that a tank can help Ji Xinghe bring is enough for him to avoid the most dangerous mecha collisions when the Imperial mechs are charging and attacking continuously. It looks like Ji Xinghe is working in coordination with an Imperial tank. "Stop," the command sounded again, and the tank that was charging and escaping finally stopped, but the fate that awaited it was not the expected death. Ji Xinghe was reluctant to destroy the tank for the time being, and was reluctant to kill the driver. The charging general armor suddenly jumped up when the tank began to slow down. As before, the height of the general armor's jump was very low, just enough for his feet to step on the tank. The general armor, which originally needed a distance to stop completely, stopped steadily because of this kick. Then turned around and fired a gun. An Imperial mecha chasing behind the general armor was completely unable to react. Just as it was about to jump and pounce on the general armor that was hugging it, its head shattered into slag in an instant. The impact it brought was applied to the general armor along the long spear in the general armor's hand. Because the general armor twisted his body to shoot, the body was slightly tilted, and he regained the balance of the body. He jumped again. Ji Xinghe completely ignored the theories related to mecha combat and jumped off the tank. It didn't matter if he landed a little slowly, because his speed of shooting would not be slowed down. He easily jumped over the Imperial mecha that had just been shot on the head. In order to ensure the height of the jump, he chose to control the general armor to spread his legs and jumped over the Imperial mecha in a posture that looked a little weird. Before the general armor landed completely, the long spear in his hand had been fiercely handed out, and the metal head of another Imperial mecha was instantly pierced. The mechanical arm holding the gun twisted, and the tip of the gun twisted with it. The penetrating wound became hideous and terrifying. Various parts integrated in the operation-related systems were completely broken by this shot. In a blink of an eye, 3 Imperial mechas completely lost their combat effectiveness. The general armor who finally landed ignored the Imperial mecha that was charging in front of him at this time, turned around and passed through the right side of the tank that had completely stopped. The Imperial mecha that rushed from this direction chose to slow down and evade maneuvers in order to avoid the tank, which greatly reduced the impact it could bring. Seeing that Ji Xinghe's general armor bypassed a tank and rushed towards him, the driver of the Imperial mecha raised the bayonet in his hand and forced acceleration. It was ready to shoot Ji Xinghe first, and then try to hit Ji Xinghe. Its choice was very smart, because if it was directly hit by the mecha, it could easily avoid it from the performance shown by the general armor. But the attack of the bayonet was in front, and the impact of the mecha was in the back. When the two attacks were closely connected, in theory, Ji Xinghe could only avoid one of them. Moreover, this way of attack can also force Ji Xinghe not to shoot easily. It is easy to shoot and difficult to put the gun back. If the gun is not put back in the first time, the goal is to hide and hug the Imperial mecha of the general armor, so that Ji Xinghe's spear can be stuck with his body. In an instant, the driver of the Imperial mech thought quickly, thinking that he had found the only way to restrict Ji Xinghe. Even if he died today, the merits he had established would be enough for his family to enjoy the aftermath. On the other hand, Ji Xinghe did not have such complicated thoughts in his mind. He controlled the general armor to cross the tank, but did not choose to shoot. He chose to avoid the Imperial mech with this shot. Subsequent attacks? Ji Xinghe did not consider this issue at all. Who else but him could really determine the performance limit of the general armor? Evasion. Kick. When the two mechas looked like they were passing by, the general armor made a kick. The charging Imperial mech had no time to avoid it. It could not even see Ji Xinghe's kick because of the angle. The entire mecha fell to the ground, and the spear in his hand, which was originally prepared to stab the general armor, was all sunk into the ground above the holding position. He subconsciously let go of the gun and wanted to twist the body to stand up again. But the picture from the camera behind his head made him feel hopeless. Ji Xinghe appeared behind it, holding a gun in his backhand, and suddenly smashed it from top to bottom. The back armor, which was much weaker than the front protective armor, was instantly broken by the tip of the gun. This smarter and more talented imperial gorilla was strangled to death by Ji Xinghe before it could grow to the limit of its life. And there were actually many similar imperial geniuses killed by Ji Xinghe. Is it cruel? No. Ji Xinghe's son also did not reach the limit of his life. He has a higher talent than these imperial geniuses killed by Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, who has lived an ordinary life for most of his life, has never been soft-hearted when he killed the imperial gorillas after coming to the alien planet. It is not like some people say that killing intelligent life for the first time will make you feel nauseous and guilty. Those normal emotions that humans should have are not worth mentioning for Ji Xinghe, who is full of hatred. There is a demon in everyone's heart. A happy life is the cage of this demon, and when the shackles cast by happiness are broken, evil thoughts are out of the cage. Full of vicious general armor, who can stop it? With a tank as the center of the circle, Ji Xinghe drove the general armor around. If there were more mechas coming from a certain direction, he would change direction and use the tank as his defensive barrier. The imperial mecha can leap, but the landing time after leaping on the alien planet is very long. The law of not leaping when driving a mecha in battle does not apply to Ji Xinghe, but it is very applicable to these imperial mechas. The end of their leap is death. From the perspective of the sky, Ji Xinghe is like a clock with crazy pointers. The tank is the center point, and he and his spear are the second hand. Time is the most ruthless, and everything cannot resist the passage of time. For these imperial mechas, Ji Xinghe is the god who can control their time. As long as you dare to come, you will die. A loud bang suddenly appeared. 3 imperial mechas that appeared next to the tank did not choose to bypass to attack Ji Xinghe, but joined hands to grab the tracks of the tank and exerted force at the same time. The tank weighing several tons smashed directly at Ji Xinghe's general armor. But it failed to hit. Ji Xinghe used the imperial mecha beside him as a shield to block the fierce tank. Then he began to charge. After losing this tank, Ji Xinghe was once again surrounded by the imperial mecha. He had to break the encirclement to regain his freedom. An imperial mecha that had just had its head shattered was grabbed by Ji Xinghe's thigh with one arm, and he twisted his body and got out of his hand while exerting force. The imperial mecha that suddenly took off from the mecha group instantly attracted the long-awaited fire attack. Amid the roar, Ji Xinghe fired and smashed the head of another imperial mecha. The general armor, whose speed had soared, suddenly leaped up under his operation. There was no artillery fire. Whether it was tanks, artillery, or those missile launchers, there was a time interval between each round of shooting. And this time interval was Ji Xinghe's opportunity to escape from the encirclement of the imperial mecha. After landing, the general armor was confronted by 2 imperial mechas, 1 on each side and 4 behind. They had also completed the speed increase, and took advantage of the time interval when the general armor landed to aim and collide. Tungsten steel alloy cannot be broken, they can only crash. Even if Ji Xinghe cannot be killed, as long as some parts of the general armor can be damaged, the Earl level, Marcus level, and Duke level imperial mechas that will take action later can achieve the break under the advantage. Ji Xinghe did not leap again. The performance of the general armor soared to the extreme, and avoided the 2 imperial mechas in front of him. Directly in front of him was the heavily guarded imperial air defense system position, including 30 imperial mechas. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible to complete the breakthrough directly. The rain of bullets came first, and the bullets hit the general armor and made a tinkling sound, like large and small pearls falling on a jade plate, beautiful and magnificent, but also extremely dangerous. The sound of artillery rumbled. Dust continued to explode around general armor, and as holes formed one after another, countless shrapnel hit general armor at supersonic speed. The outer orange-red paint was already tattered, and the gold stars all over it no longer shone. Many people saw general armor at this time, seeing that it was ragged, but faced thousands of enemy troops alone. Still not retreating? Still not evading? Even if the enemy's air defense system was destroyed, so what? There were only 50,000 troops, and they could mobilize more troops at any time. This war will not be won because of a partial victory on B-72 Heights. The war has been fought for more than 20 years. What will happen if it is fought for a few more years? A useful body should cherish life. When people were amazed and puzzled, General Armor, who was alone in the enemy's formation, suddenly jumped up under the operation of Ji Xinghe. This time he did not throw up the imperial mecha as bait first, and the enemy artillery that had been prepared for a long time had completed the loading of ammunition. The rumbling sound was like countless thunders exploding at the same time. The golden light dot representing Ji Xinghe in the monitoring system was instantly drowned out by hundreds of light dots representing the fierce firepower of the enemy. The general armor leaped to an unprecedented height, as if flying, but before it could reach the highest point, it began to fall towards the enemy's air defense system position. He was hit by 7 shells. In the Nanchaman space station, Tu Yuan, who had been calm all the time, suddenly stood up, his face expressionless and his fists clenched. At this moment, an old but powerful voice suddenly sounded. Fire! It was Ji Xinghe's voice. Tu Yuan waved his hands vigorously. Fire! Chapter 261, The Soft Persimmon in the Eyes of the Empire, Hanli. When the remaining imperial troops began to retreat, the federal troops on the B-72 high ground did not pursue them. The principle of not pursuing a disparate enemy still applies in this era. When Ji Xinghe rushed into the enemy camp alone and destroyed the enemy's air defense system with 1 armor and 1 gun, the federal artillery launched an attack without any effort. In modern warfare, firepower is king. The premise of saving ammunition is that the enemy has an air defense system that can intercept the federal firepower. When the enemy loses this power, there is no need to save it, and it cannot be saved. When the role of the mecha has been played to the extreme, the rest only needs to be left to the artillery. Ji Xinghe, who had not killed more than 500 imperial soldiers after killing through the enemy's position, suddenly had an unprecedented desire in his heart when he stood with a gun in countless roars. He needs firepower. Just like the firepower that covered the enemy camp he was in just now, tens of thousands of imperial soldiers died on the spot in an instant. When the firepower from the B-72 high ground began to pour down, the imperial mechs that had originally rushed towards him gave up the charge without hesitation and turned around to flee the battlefield. Artillery fire has limited killing power on them, but once they lose the cooperation of conventional troops, they will fall into a state of fighting alone. They are not Ji Xinghe, they don't have a general armor, and they dare not fight alone. 30,000 or 40,000? Ji Xinghe thought about the number of casualties in this round of enemy attacks, and felt that if he wanted to achieve his goal, he must have the most powerful firepower. If he only had the most powerful mecha, he would have the opportunity to fight the Emperor of the Empire at most. It is hard to say whether he can win or not, but even if he can kill the Emperor of the Empire, it does not mean that he can directly destroy the Empire. So the question is, as a mecha warrior, how can he have the power of nuclear peace? Old Ji, are you okay? When the shout came from the communication channel, the Xinghe team had already rushed to his back. There are also Harris team, Qin Tong team, Xinyu team, and Zhang Ming team. Not all members are assembled, because some people will never be able to assemble. In order to relieve Ji Xinghe's pressure, they rushed forward and attracted enough imperial mechs. Without them, Ji Xinghe would not have been able to complete his mission today, and he would not even have been able to stand here alive. I'm fine. Ji Xinghe, who did not need to look back, controlled General Armor to look back. This was respect. It's good that you're fine. You scared us to death, that's right, Lao Ji, you are really brave. You knew that those dog gorillas would fire at you, but you still chose to leap. You are simply not afraid of death, are you really fine? Do you have any internal injuries? I was hit head-on by a missile before, and it almost shocked me to death, Ji Xinghe confirmed again. I'm really fine. The mecha warriors, who breathed a sigh of relief, began to care about another issue. How is General Armor? When Ji Xinghe was fine, this was the most worrying issue. They all knew that the performance of General Armor would decay with repairs. General Armor is fine too, Ji Xinghe reminded. Don't forget, I'm a professional mechanic, that's good. Ji Xinghe and General Armor had no problems, and many mecha warriors finally couldn't help but exclaimed. Fuck, Lao Ji, you are really awesome, Lao Ji, how many gold stars do you have? 400, right, Colonel Ji Xinghe. Can you tell me about the maneuver you just completed? There is a maneuver called Ji Xinghe's Scissor Knee. Everyone retreat. Chen Sun's voice sounded from the communication channel. Let's talk about it when we get back. Yes, there is no time to say these words on the battlefield. The battle has not ended yet. Han Li on the other side of B-72 Highland is still fighting. When Ji Xinghe led his men to retreat, he asked, "Does Han Li need support?" "No," Chen Sun replied, "they are almost done." "Yeah." After Ji Xinghe responded, while driving the mecha back to the camp, he used his authority to obtain the picture of the battlefield on the other side. Unlike the battle on his side, the main force of the Empire's attack on the other side is the Mecha Corps, which does not have about 50,000 conventional troops. In the Battle of the Mecha Cluster, Han Li and the Mecha Corps he led have very sufficient experience. As an ace Mecha warrior, he has brought his combat effectiveness to another extreme. If Ji Xinghe's fighting style is like a tiger, then Han Li's fighting style is more like a wolf king. While leading by example, he can command his teammates well and use his high mobility to rush left and right on the battlefield. Either support teammates who need support, or help teammates establish advantages and then turn around and leave. More than 500 Imperial mechas have begun to retreat after losing more than half of them. This is due to Ji Xinghe. He ended the battle first, forcing the Imperial mechas that still have the power to fight to retreat. If they don't retreat, Ji Xinghe at this time has begun to charge at full speed to support, and they began to retreat. Chen Sun said that Ji Xinghe and others don't need to support. Ji Xinghe, who was relieved, finally led the team back to the camp on B-72 Highland. The sound of mountains and tsunamis instantly came to his ears, and the entire communication channel seemed to explode. That was the shouting of everyone in the camp in the face of the Mecha warriors returning from the battle. They all wore protective clothing and helmets, and could only use the communication channel to transmit their voices, so their shouts could not resound between the heavens and the earth of the alien planet. But the cheers resounding in the communication channel and in people's hearts were even louder. Before the real battle today, no one on the B-72 high ground thought that they would not need to participate in the first round of the Empire's attack against them. In a sense, standing on the high ground and firing cannons was not really participating in the battle, because they did not need to face death directly. The long-range firepower attack from the Empire caused some casualties, but even if the Empire's ground forces did not launch an attack, airstrikes were inevitable. Facing death and facing death directly are two different concepts. Just like those regular Empire troops facing the Federal Mecha, when they lost the protection of the Empire's Mecha, they had no power to fight back and could only wait to be slaughtered. Amid the shouts, many soldiers stood on both sides of the mechas as they marched. They looked at these mechas returning from the battle and felt their blood boiling. The crowd surrounded them, saluted and watched. Their sights were attracted by the mecha walking in the front. The general armor that walked slowly looked extremely ferocious. The originally cold mechanical creation was now covered with flesh and blood. The orange-red paint was completely invisible, and the dried flesh and blood was enough to make the people on the blue star vomit constantly. But for the people on the alien planet, this is one of the most beautiful pictures in the world, representing the merits and honors of the Mecha warriors. This is the general armor, this is the general armor, this is the general armor of Colonel Ji Xinghe. People looked at the ferocious and somewhat ragged general armor and recognized it at a glance, because it was really tall, because it held a long spear in its hand, and because it walked in the front. A feeling of honor naturally surged into everyone's heart. They are fighting side by side with Ji Xinghe. Chen Sun, who was driving behind, noticed these soldiers who saluted. He saw their eyes and expressions through the glass of these soldiers' helmets. He couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Because he knew that the power that Ji Xinghe mastered, which made some people afraid, was constantly getting stronger. Not long after, Ji Xinghe and others finally drove the mecha to the repair area of the camp, and the mechanics who had been waiting for a long time began to work. When they saw the general armor covered with dried flesh and blood, the mechanics' movements were obviously stagnant. It was not because they felt disgusted, but because they wanted to take a closer look. If they did not need to repair it, they really did not want to clean up these merits on the general armor. Hurry up and do it. With the shouts, two mechanics started working with high-pressure spray guns. The highly compressed gas easily completed the first step of cleaning. The flesh and blood were separated, and the cold mechanical body reappeared. At this time, the general armor looked a little shabby, and the golden stars all over the body were almost all destroyed. Most of the orange-red paint was also peeled off, like a wall eroded by time, mottled and sad. Four mechanics took the ladder to their positions and began to inspect the outer armor of the general armor with various tools. After confirming that there was no substantial damage, another round of cleaning work began. This time, all the attachments on the outer layer of the general armor are to be cleaned. The special solvent can dissolve the coating without causing any damage to the body. In an instant, the general armor is brand new. The tungsten-colored armor looks like it has just left the factory. The slight marks seem to be invisible given the huge size of the general armor. The defensive power of tungsten steel alloy has been verified once again. Whether it is the shells that have hit the target or the weapons of the conventional imperial mecha, they cannot cause substantial damage, and cannot even leave obvious dents on the general armor. The outer layer does not need to be repaired, and the inspection of the inner structure begins. No problem. When the mechanic reported to Ji Xinghe himself also read the inspection data. There is no substantial damage to the general armor. When it was bombarded for the last time, 7 shells hit at the same time, which did cause damage to some parts, but replacing these parts will not affect the performance of the general armor. As long as the main components are not damaged and the body made of tungsten steel alloy is not damaged, the performance of the general armor will not decline. Well, thank you for your hard work. When Ji Xinghe nodded, the mechanic waved his hand directly, and the mechanics who had been waiting for a long time began the repair work. The speed of replacing parts was very fast, and then the general armor was resprayed with anti-radar paint. The new paint dried quickly, and the general armor once again turned orange-red, and the scratches and shallow dents had been repaired. However, the highlight of the maintenance work has just begun. I'll do it, let me do it, I'm your master, you want to snatch it from me, master? You are old, your hands and feet are not flexible, time is tight, so let me, your apprentice, do it. Bullshit, I'm only 37 years old, the only job that mechanics can compete for is spraying Venus. For ordinary federal mechas, even if it is a custom armor for special mecha warriors, there will be no such competition for spraying Venus. But this is Ji Xinghe's general armor, and there are many Venus that need to be sprayed. The more they want to grab, this is an honor. Let me do it, a voice suddenly sounded from the periphery, and the mechanics turned back in astonishment. They wanted to see who was so blind that he dared to snatch their honor. But when they saw who was coming, they stepped back without hesitation. Han Li walked over and looked at Ji Xinghe with a request. Uncle Ji, let me do it. The people around were silent. They had all heard about the origin between Han Li and Ji Xinghe, so they could understand why Han Li made such a request. Han Li wanted to do this for another person. That person would never be able to spray gold stars on Ji Xinghe's mecha, but he was the one who should do this the most. Colonel Ji Xinghe should also want that person to do this, or, to do this for that person. Okay, Ji Xinghe nodded. Thank you, Han Li thanked Ji Xinghe, and then thanked the mechanics. Thank you, people looked solemn and nodded slightly in response. No one spoke. Everyone watched Han Li take the tools and climb up the ladder, and began to spray gold stars on the general armor one by one. Everyone knew that an ace mecha warrior like Han Li would never care about these gold stars. They were all used to driving mechas covered with the gold stars to track the enemy's most powerful firepower and the strongest mechas. They were all used to sacrificing their own merits that could be easily obtained to help teammates survive while picking stars. But at this time, everyone could see that Han Li sprayed very seriously and carefully. He even asked the mechanics to help project marks on the general armor to avoid mistakes when spraying gold stars. One by one, the brand new general armor once again had gold stars all over it. 391, Han Li reported the number of gold stars he sprayed with satisfaction, and said happily when he came down from the ladder, Uncle Ji, I think I will never catch up with you. He was very happy that he could not catch up with Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, who was praised, was very dissatisfied. He frowned and said sternly, You can't even catch up with me, and you still say you are an ace mecha warrior. Han Li was stunned for a moment. He thought of the time when he and Ji Xinghe arrived at base number 6 together, and he wanted to use his reputation to help Ji Xinghe. As a result, Ji Xinghe mocked him on the stage at that time. You don't even have the strength to beat people, and you still say you are a mecha warrior? It's still the familiar Uncle Ji. I'm talking about the number of Venus. Han Li smiled and replied, Uncle Ji, I can't catch up with you in the number of Venus, but I will definitely have more of this kind of Venus than you. While speaking, Han Li pointed to the largest Venus on the chest of the general armor, representing the Venus of the Duke-level Imperial mecha. Ji Xinghe's brows stretched. Really? Of course, then you may really not be able to do it. Why? Because they will definitely come to me. But I think they should come to me first, and you should pick the soft persimmon, just like the Empire had a bug in this repair area and heard the conversation between Ji Xinghe and Han Li. They sent a car to the B-72 high ground. There was a speaker in the car, which kept playing a sentence. The meaning after translation was, the Empire applied for a frontline challenge, and the challenge target was Han Li. Chapter 262 Ace vs. Ace. After Han Li got his 100th gold star and became the 10th active ace mecha warrior in the Federation at that time, he encountered two snipers from the Imperial Marcus. His 102nd and 104th gold stars were both from the Imperial Marcus class mecha. Judging from the time interval between these two gold stars, Han Li destroyed two Marcus class Imperial mechas in a battle, and the strength of the ace mecha warrior was undoubtedly demonstrated. So, this time it must be a Duke class Imperial mecha. The voice from the Nantianmen space station came from the communication channel. The professionals in the command center analyzed the news as soon as they received it and gave suggestions. Before Colonel Han Li's exclusive mecha is in place, we think we should not accept this challenge in front of the battle. The strength of the Duke class Imperial mecha far exceeds that of the Marcus class. Everyone is very clear about this, and the one who has felt it most directly is Ji Xinghe. At that time, he was driving a Federation's 16th generation standard mecha that had only been simply customized and modified. Without a proper weapon, he was able to knock down an Earl-level Imperial mecha, and he was unscathed. Then, Marcus Kaiserman, who was disguised as an Imperial Earl, chose to surrender without hesitation when facing Ji Xinghe and Jackson. It had tried to kill Ji Xinghe, but couldn't find a chance, and even failed to cause damage to the Federation's 16th generation standard mecha. After Ji Xinghe became an ace mecha warrior, he combined the mechas of Harris and Qin Tong to create the powerful Zhanshan, and its strength naturally improved greatly. But when facing the Imperial Duke Bilrosi IV, the Zhanshan suffered serious damage and won the battle. I don't accept my suggestion either, Ji Xinghe said in the communication channel. Kaiserman once said that if Bilrosi IV wanted to kill it, it could only hold on for 10 seconds, and Kaiserman's combat power among the Imperial Marquises is already at the forefront. The subtext is obvious. Han Li is no match for the Imperial Duke without his own mecha. Han Li was silent for a long time, and everyone in the communication channel was silent with him. Facing one of the only 10 ace mecha warriors in the Federation, all everyone can do is make suggestions, not give orders directly. Just like this time's mission to defend the B-72 heights, Tu Yuan also got Han Li's consent before starting to implement the combat plan he formulated. If Han Li refused to carry out the mission of defending the B-72 heights, Tu Yuan, a powerful lieutenant general, could not force him. Uncle Ji, Han Li suddenly said, why do you say they want to challenge me, old Ji, Colonel Ji Xinghe, Ji Xinghe? These are the three most common names for Ji Xinghe. At present, only Han Li can directly use the name Uncle Ji. Calling him by his name Ji Xinghe, only Tu Yuan was there. Because you are right, Ji Xinghe replied calmly. They think you are a soft persimmon, and they want to control you. Yes, I am right, but, Han Li's tone rose, and there was a hint of smile. They actually dare to treat me as a soft persimmon, because Han Li was in his mecha cockpit at this time. No one could see his expression. But through his tone, everyone could imagine it. I said I can't do it just because I am humble, but you actually believe that I can do it? That means you look down on me. This expression is not only directed at the Empire that raised the challenge before the battle, but also at all the relevant personnel who suggested that Han Li should not accept the challenge at this time, including Ji Xinghe. As one of the 10 ace mecha warriors in active service in the Federation, Han Li has his pride, which he should and must have. The relevant personnel of the Nantianmen space station wanted to persuade him again, but Ji Xinghe spoke first. Help me contact Kaiserman, and the Imperial Marcus captured last time. Ji Xinghe expressed his attitude. He supported Han Li's choice and hoped to help Han Li as much as possible. Before the people in the Nantianmen space station spoke, Han Li's voice had already sounded. Uncle Ji, thank you. The two ace mecha warriors made a decision, and even their commander Tu Yuan couldn't stop them at this time. Then let's contact them first. As Tu Yuan's voice sounded, this temporary emergency communication meeting was suspended, and the relevant personnel immediately began to contact the only two Imperial Marcus captives in the Federation. These two high-ranking captives were captured by Ji Xinghe. Come down, Han Li, who was waiting for news in the mecha, suddenly heard Ji Xinghe's voice. Looking closely, Han Li smiled bitterly. Ji Xinghe, who should have been in the mecha cockpit for a meeting like him, appeared in front of his mecha. Moreover, Ji Xinghe was rolling up his sleeves. "Well, Uncle Ji, we are having a meeting. Can you be serious?" "I'm very serious. Time should not be wasted like this. Come down, up, come." When the third sound came down in Han Li's ear, his body couldn't help but trembled significantly. Han Li, who told Jackson that he could control his body, was a little out of control at this time, and was even worse than ordinary people. It has to be said that the competition that was beaten up by Ji Xinghe in public actually had a much more serious impact on Han Li than he said. Is it destiny after all? Thinking of this, Han Li took a deep breath to calm down his emotions and then spoke. "Okay, crack." The sound of the mecha cockpit door opening sounded, and Han Li jumped out of it. His mecha is much shorter than the general armor, only 3.9 meters high, and the bottom of the cockpit is very close to the ground, so the landing speed is very fast. Han Li, who was in the mecha, could look down at Ji Xinghe, and after landing, he could only look up. He was only 1.73 meters tall, 21 centimeters shorter than Ji Xinghe. The two stood face to face, and there was a feeling of the cutest height difference. However, this feeling did not last too long. Ji Xinghe turned around and left after Han Li stood still, and Han Li followed closely behind him. The mechanics around noticed this scene. They were a little strange, but they didn't know what happened. And the mecha warriors who were repairing the mecha, as if they thought of something, their expressions suddenly became excited, and then they all followed. Not only did they follow, but they also started to call friends in the communication channel. Han Li noticed this, and his expression gradually lost control and collapsed. "Why, didn't you say before that you don't care about these and don't need these?" Ji Xinghe, who was walking in front, spoke without looking back, and his calm tone made Han Li a little panicked. "Uncle Ji is not holding a grudge, right? Although I sacrificed my reputation in that battle and helped Uncle Ji establish initial prestige, I did force Uncle Ji to fight with me at that time, and in hindsight, the help I gave to Uncle Ji was a bit superfluous and not needed at all. It's different now," Han Li said with a guilty conscience. "Uncle Ji, I'm already an ace now, at least give me some face." Ji Xinghe paused, turned around and looked directly at Han Li. His oppressive eyes penetrated the 2 layers of protective glass and hit Han Li's eyes like a cannonball. "Do you want face, or do you want to kill the Duke?" Han Li also stopped, looked directly into Ji Xinghe's eyes and took a deep breath. "I not only want to kill the Duke, I also want to kill the princes of the Empire, the royal family, and the Emperor of the Empire. Then cut your own heart first." Ji Xinghe's tone became a little cold. "If you can't cut it yourself, then I'll help you cut it, okay?" Han Li's tone became decisive. Ji Xinghe turned around and continued to walk, and Han Li's steps became firm. Not long after, the two came to a barracks. B-72 Highland is now a military camp mode. Although some places are indoor spaces, there is no oxygen supply device, and you must wear a protective helmet when you are in it. For example, the temporary machine repair area where the two of them were just now, such an occasion is certainly not suitable for fighting. Fighting with a helmet will give people a feeling of having a big head and a thick neck. Although the protective clothing used by mecha warriors is lighter than that used by ordinary soldiers because of its higher cost, it will also affect the flexibility, speed, and burst of power of the action. At this time, both of them passed through the airlock and came to an indoor space filled with air. The helmets and protective clothing can be taken off directly. There were constant clicks, and the two had not started fighting yet. These sounds were the sounds made by the airlock opening continuously. Groups of mecha warriors rushed in with excitement on their faces and gathered around Ji Xinghe and Han Li. And the two did not start fighting directly, as if waiting for more people to gather. For Ji Xinghe, this is a teaching, so the more people who can see it, the better. Compared with watching the video afterwards, the feeling of being on the scene must be more intuitive. For Han Li, this is Ji Xinghe helping him to complete the heart cutting. The more spectators there are, the more ruthless the cut will be. His original intention has not changed. It's just that he feels a little burdened by the false reputation because he was promoted to an ace mecha warrior and was beaten up in public in the past. The airlock finally stopped opening and closing. It was not because all the spectators who wanted to watch the battle were all present, but because there was no extra space in the barracks to accommodate more people. "How long will it take you?" Ji Xinghe asked the communicator. The other side replied, "The communication connection has just been established. It is expected to take about 5 minutes. If they don't cooperate, it may take longer." 5 minutes, enough. Ji Xinghe threw the communicator behind him, and Sichuan, who was squeezed in front, took it, and the expression on his face was more excited than before. They didn't know what 5 minutes meant. But this situation made them subconsciously think that it would only take 5 minutes for Ji Xinghe to solve Han Li. Ace versus ace, 5 minutes to get it done? No one doubted this, because Han Li had been defeated by Ji Xinghe before. But everyone was looking forward to this battle because they wanted to know how Ji Xinghe won. The ending was already predetermined, but the process made many people look forward to it, because it would be very exciting and would become one of the most important topics of conversation for all of them for the rest of their lives. Shall we start? Ji Xinghe looked at Han Li. Han Li nodded and said with a slightly aggrieved expression, Uncle Ji, please be gentle. When the voice fell, Ji Xinghe's figure had disappeared from Han Li's sight. He did not agree to Han Li's request to be gentler. Chapter 263 Find a companion for Ji Xinghe. There was a dull thud. Han Li, who could not see Ji Xinghe, blocked Ji Xinghe's lightning-fast kick. It was a reaction completely like muscle memory. His legs were separated and his center of gravity sank, and his arms were placed on the right side of his body at the same time. When the collision between his legs and arms made a sound, Ji Xinghe's figure appeared clearly in everyone's sight. In a posture like a golden rooster standing on one leg, his right leg was raised high. So fast. So fast. The first voice was amazed at Ji Xinghe's speed, and the second voice was amazed at Han Li's speed. The action that was invisible to the naked eye was enough to be called extraordinary. But everyone present knew that this was not extraordinary power, because they were all on an alien planet with lower gravity than the Azure Star. Any attack that could be launched with both feet on the ground would be much faster than on the Azure Star. There was no time for more exclamations, and a series of attacks and defenses appeared in everyone's sight. Amid the crackling sound, the onlookers of the Mecha warriors could only barely see the figures and actions of both sides when both sides paused. Han Li, who was standing in place, was clearly visible in everyone's sight, but his gestures were blurred into phantoms. Ji Xinghe's figure disappeared and appeared from time to time. The whole person seemed to be a video screen with frames pulled out, and as if he had the skill of flashing, he kept appearing in various positions around Han Li. Legs were flying. Only when the two sides' limbs collided again and again, resulting in pauses, could everyone see Ji Xinghe's figure clearly. They could clearly see that Ji Xinghe, who took the initiative to attack, always had his hands behind his back. But they couldn't see Ji Xinghe's movement and the angle of Ji Xinghe's legs. Many of the Mecha warriors present had conducted actual combat training with Ji Xinghe, especially the Mecha warriors in the Xinghe team, the Harris team, and the Qin Tong team. When they were at base number 6 before, they had besieged Ji Xinghe in groups of 10. As a result, they were all knocked to the ground. Whether at that time or afterwards, they were all amazed at Ji Xinghe's combat power after removing his armor, and felt that no one in the world could really defeat Ji Xinghe. Maybe there is one, but that person should definitely not be Han Li. Although Han Li failed to defeat Ji Xinghe at this time, he has been in a defensive posture in this battle and has not been able to launch a counterattack from the beginning to now. But he held on. In the eyes of the onlookers, Han Li should not be able to hold on, even if Han Li is an ace Mecha warrior. How long has it been? Because they couldn't see the attack and defense movements of the two clearly, the onlookers had other ideas. Someone took a look at the bracelet and his expression became even more shocked. 1 minute. Han Li actually lasted for a minute? It was not until this time that people remembered one thing, that is, Han Li lasted for 1 minute and 15 seconds before losing in the first duel with Ji Xinghe. Colonel Jackson, who has also become an ace Mecha warrior, lasted for 1 minute and 14 seconds before losing in the first and only duel with Ji Xinghe. So Han Li is stronger than Jackson. So before, no one thought that Han Li, who had become an ace Mecha warrior, including Jackson who is not present at the moment, could hold up against Ji Xinghe's attack. But now, 12, 13, 14. The Mecha warriors who looked at the time began to count silently in their hearts. They had a very strong sense of time, and they counted silently without looking at the bracelets at the same speed as the passage of time. When the time came to 1 minute and 16 seconds, the shocked people suddenly became ecstatic. Colonel Han Li broke through? The word breakthrough is not actually appropriate for Mecha warriors in this era, but they like to use this word. What they like more is that Ji Xinghe, who had beaten them up countless times, can no longer beat up Han Li, who used to be able to beat up easily. Will there be a day when Ji Xinghe can no longer beat them up? Of course, it can't be when Ji Xinghe is 100 years old and weak, But when he can still maintain a strong fighting power in the past 2 years, they can become as strong as Colonel Han Li. A few hours ago, the people who shouted in the name of Xing, invincible, had another fantasy after having this impossible dream. What if Colonel Han Li won? The Mecha warriors of the Xing team certainly didn't want Ji Xinghe to lose. They didn't have such thoughts and worries at this time. But those who were beaten by Ji Xinghe, including some people from the Harris team and the Qin Tong team, especially the Mecha warriors of the Han Li team, they all had such fantasies. And as time passed, Han Li, who had never been defeated, made them feel that their fantasies gradually turned into dreams, from unrealistic to possible. 2 minutes. Standing in the same place as if he had never moved, Han Li persisted for 2 minutes without falling down. When people were either surprised or excited, they suddenly found something that made them widen their eyes. They seemed to be able to see Ji Xinghe's movements. Or it seemed that Ji Xinghe's movements slowed down. Is it because of physical problems? How long can a 66-year-old man last, even if he has explosive power that young people can't reach? At this time, Ji Xinghe is giving people a feeling of powerlessness. Han Li, on the other hand, has not slowed down at all. His face is obviously ruddy, his breathing is getting clearer, and his physical energy consumption seems to be not a small amount, but his eyes are brighter than before. It gives people a feeling of getting braver and braver. Is the devil finally going to be defeated? Ji Xinghe, who has gradually become a devil for the Empire, is also a devil for the Mecha warriors and soldiers of the Federation in certain occasions and events. For example, combat training in the training area. People looked at Ji Xinghe, who was getting slower and slower, and at Han Li, who had already started to counterattack, and suddenly had another idea. Did Colonel Ji Xinghe let him go? But looking at Han Li, whose clothes were already torn, they felt it was unlikely. If he let him go, why did Colonel Ji Xinghe attack so fiercely? Strictly speaking, it should be a leg. With a snap, Ji Xinghe kicked again, and kicked Han Li's shoulder when Han Li had no time to turn around. Han Li took a few steps back to the other side, and the clothes on his shoulders were completely shattered, and the sleeves that had long been like rags fell down. This is a lining protective suit specially used by Federal Mecha warriors. The nano-level technology combined with special materials allows this lining to share the pressure on Mecha warriors very well. Whether it is the impact caused by the collision between mechas or the high load caused by non-standard tactical maneuvers, they can be relieved by it. But now, this suit has been broken by Ji Xinghe. How much pain did Colonel Han Li suffer? People looked carefully at Han Li's right arm. Without the cover of the sleeves, Ji Xinghe's attacking movement slowed down, and Han Li's defensive movements also slowed down. They were finally able to see clearly. The muscles suddenly relaxed again, just like the arms of ordinary people. It is impossible to imagine how such a body can block Ji Xinghe's attack. When Han Li suddenly exerted force, the answer appeared in everyone's sight. The muscles instantly became ferocious, as if they were carved out of marble, full of power. Switching back and forth between the two states, Han Li's arm muscles seemed to be alive. There was a crisp sound. Ji Xinghe's left leg kicked Han Li's left shoulder, and the other sleeve also shattered and fell. Han Li seemed to be wearing a sleeveless shirt. It looked a bit miserable, but his counterattack finally began. The arms that blocked countless legs finally reached out successfully before Ji Xinghe kicked out, grabbed Ji Xinghe's right leg and stepped back to exert force. Ji Xinghe, who weighed nearly 100 kilograms, was thrown away by Han Li. Fortunately, the space left by the audience was large enough. Ji Xinghe, who was thrown 7 meters away, did not hit anyone, but landed steadily on the ground and stood still. When the people nearby just began to disperse, Han Li had already rushed up. Punch! The roar came from Han Li. As soon as his voice spread, his fists hit Ji Xinghe. It's not that there is no retribution, but the time has not come yet. Ji Xinghe, who once roared at Han Li in the battle, finally suffered the retribution. He smiled and then punched. The scene reappeared. One person stood still to defend, while the other launched a crazy attack. The scene reappeared? Of course it was impossible. Finally, Ji Xinghe took his hands from behind his back and blocked all of Han Li's attacks. Han Li, who knew that his boxing skills were not as good as Ji Xinghe's, also chose to attack with his legs. Hands are two doors, and it all depends on kicking. The two people who were fighting explained this sentence to the people around them. With a crackling sound, Han Li, who kept kicking, had his clothes torn again, and this time it was his trouser legs. Fortunately, Colonel Han Li is a man, otherwise, The audience around suddenly had a very strange idea, because as the fight went on, Han Li's clothes became less and less. Not only were his trouser legs beaten away, but as Ji Xinghe began to punch, his original weak appearance suddenly disappeared. He stood still for only 30 seconds, and then he began to rush towards Han Li's position. After blocking, he punched and palmed alternately on Han Li's body. Han Li kept retreating and charging. The battle between the two humans actually gave people the feeling of two mechas fighting. Those broken clothes looked like the broken armor fragments of a mecha. When Han Li had held on for 4 minutes, the people in the Xinghe team finally became a little worried. They felt that Ji Xinghe's physical fitness might be a problem. Didn't you notice? Lao Ji's clothes didn't break. Su Chuanyan suddenly spoke, and everyone who could hear it was stunned. Yes, why? They didn't understand the principle. Why did Han Li's clothes break? Why didn't Ji Xinghe's clothes break when he should have been bearing the same force? If fists and palms don't involve clothes, then why didn't Ji Xinghe's trouser legs break when he kept kicking? Why didn't Ji Xinghe's sleeves break when he blocked with his elbows? It's very unscientific. But except when he was repairing the mecha, when has Ji Xinghe ever been scientific? When their worries disappeared, the battle that seemed evenly matched finally took a turn. Ji Xinghe successfully rushed to Han Li's side. Han Li, who wanted to distance himself, had no way to evade or retreat. Fists and palms like a storm kept hitting him. He could only choose to parry and block hastily, but he couldn't stop it at all. Uncle Ji, you finally used all your strength? When Han Li was full of joy, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The part of his body that was hurt hurt a lot, but the pain quickly dissipated. How fast? The second before the same part was hit for the second time, it didn't hurt anymore. So, this is... Bang bang bang. There were continuous muffled sounds, and Han Li, whose clothes were torn as if only a pair of shorts were left, was finally knocked to the ground by Ji Xinghe. 4 minutes and 50 seconds. People remembered this time. Ji Xinghe, who was standing next to Han Li, looked at Han Li lying on the ground with his eyes closed as if he was dead, and spoke with a steady breath. Do you feel it? Han Li still didn't open his eyes, and his tone was full of doubts when he responded. I feel it, but I don't know how much difference there is. Ji Xinghe nodded with satisfaction. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Han Li lay on the ground with his eyes closed, muttering to himself, just a little bit, just a little bit. In his mind, he kept recalling the feeling of being beaten up by Ji Xinghe just now. He knew that the little bit he was short of was in that feeling. 5 minutes had just ended. When Su Chuanyan heard the prompt sound of the communicator in his hand, he quickly stepped forward and handed it to Ji Xinghe. He had thousands of words to ask, but he couldn't ask them at this time, because Ji Xinghe was obviously busy. Ji Xinghe, who had answered the communicator, listened and responded occasionally. Well, I know, I'll remind him. Han Li didn't get up during this process. Some people stood farther away and couldn't hear the conversation between Ji Xinghe and Han Li just now, nor could they see Han Li's serious thinking expression at this time. They thought that Han Li's clothes were beaten off, so he was ashamed. He should be ashamed. It's not because he lost. It's not shameful to lose to Ji Xinghe, but because two grown men are fighting, and their clothes are getting less and less. Not to mention the people who saw it, even the people who heard it would feel something was wrong. Jackson, who was about to join the battle at a distance of 327 kilometers from the B-72 Highland, heard a shocking news because of the authority of the ace mecha warrior and a powerful lieutenant general who was full of evil taste. What? Han Li, that dwarf, lasted 4 minutes and 50 seconds under my master's hands. Can you become so powerful just by controlling your own body? No, as Han Li's father, I absolutely cannot lose, and I must also control my own body, or talk to the master and ask him to let him go. I heard that the master is very short of money recently. Jackson, who was thinking about countermeasures, gradually learned more details. All the clothes were beaten off. Jackson was shocked, even more shocked than when he heard that Han Li lasted 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Or, let's find a companion for the master. This sounds embarrassing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Take the sledgehammer and hit me. When Han Li stood up and left, The onlookers finally couldn't suppress their curiosity and crowded around Ji Xinghe to ask questions. Colonel Ji Xinghe, how did you break Colonel Han Li's clothes? Why didn't Colonel Han Li have any bruises and swellings? This is unscientific, old Ji. Is there any problem with your physical fitness? Why are you sometimes fast and sometimes slow, Captain? Are you letting Colonel Han Li go? 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Did Colonel Han Li last the longest in your hands? Has anyone ever defeated you? Compared to you and General Li Yuanba, who do you think can fight better after taking off their armor? Is Colonel Han Li okay? What does almost mean? A series of questions exploded in Ji Xinghe's ears, like 1,000 crows suddenly speaking at the same time. Be quiet, the blind man, the lame man and others crowded around Ji Xinghe, surrounded Ji Xinghe behind them and kept shouting to the people around them. Be quiet, ask one by one. Who should I answer first if you ask me like this? That's right. There are too many questions, I can't hear clearly how to answer. The crowd finally quieted down, but everyone's expression was still very excited, looking at Ji Xinghe with eager eyes. Fortunately, he is now 1.94 meters tall, otherwise so many people squeezed together, really can't see anything. Ji Xinghe finally spoke. Everyone, line up, with the rank of colonel, with the honor of ace mecha warriors, in the name of Ji Xinghe. Regardless of whether they are under the temporary jurisdiction of Ji Xinghe, everyone started to line up without hesitation when they heard the order. All those who can squeeze in are the elite among the elite. They belong to different teams, but it is not difficult for them to simply line up. It took less than 30 seconds for more than 300 people to complete the lineup and stand neatly in front of Ji Xinghe. The military appearance and discipline of the Federation can be seen. Is there a video? Ji Xinghe stood in front of everyone and asked. The relevant personnel in charge of managing this barracks responded immediately. Yes, Colonel Ji Xinghe. Do we need to mobilize them? Yes, soon. Everyone saw a huge holographic projection screen. The application of holographic projection technology in this era is already very common. Without the need for a screen, the size of the projection screen depends only on whether it is needed or whether the equipment can support it. More than 300 people saw clearly that the battle scene between Ji Xinghe and Han Li had just begun to be replayed. The only difference was that Han Li left alone. Even the mecha warriors of Han Li's team did not leave at this time. They asked Han Li and knew that their captain who had just been defeated went to change clothes, so they were not worried. Moreover, they had asked Han Li whether he could defeat Ji Xinghe before. At that time, Han Li's answer paved the way for today's victory or defeat, and they did not feel difficult to accept. Ji Xinghe did not look at the large screen displayed behind him, but asked everyone to sit down, and then asked Su Chuanyan and Andre to run errands and get some props. While waiting for the props, Ji Xinghe began to answer some questions he had just heard. My physical fitness is fine for now. If I were to fight a master like Colonel Han Li, I could probably last about 9 minutes, but I only took 4 minutes and 50 seconds just now. 9 minutes? More than one person widened his eyes because of the exclamation. Because even for them, it would be difficult to last 9 minutes in a fight of this intensity. For example, in the fighting matches on the Azure Star, each round usually lasts only 3 minutes, and there is a half-time break after 4 rounds of competition. However, the boxing match of only 12 minutes makes those boxers with strong physical fitness gasp for breath and reach the edge of exhaustion. And in the battle between Ji Xinghe and Han Li just now, there was no half-time break. The fighting process was much more intense than a boxing match. There was no mutual probing at all, just non-stop attack and defense. Perhaps it was because of the gravity of the alien planet? But considering Ji Xinghe's age, 9 minutes is too exaggerated. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, just because I choose to fight differently, Ji Xinghe continued to speak. When he ordered everyone to line up and then sit cross-legged on the ground, he became the highest officer in the barracks. No one could ask questions at will, and could only listen quietly. I didn't let Han Li, he is much stronger than before. Also, the last time I fought with Han Li, he only knew that I was strong, but didn't know how strong I was, so he underestimated me at the time. Otherwise, he couldn't have lasted only 1 minute and 15 seconds. I have never been defeated by anyone. Before coming to the alien planet, I had never fought with anyone. I just played with wooden piles at home every day, and increased and preserved my physical strength by running, swimming, standing and other methods. After coming to the alien planet, I haven't met General Li Yuanba. If the audience could still keep quiet by force with what Ji Xinghe said before, Then when the sentence was said, everyone finally couldn't suppress their excitement. Everyone had a feeling of scratching their ears and cheeks. If there was no order in front of them, they would make noises like 1,000 crows. Ji Xinghe's meaning is very obvious, except for Li Yuanba. No one can beat me. Not so obvious, but everyone can hear one thing: I can't beat Li Yuanba, just because I haven't met him. If Ji Xinghe is the idol of all mechanics, then Li Yuanba is the idol of all mecha warriors in the Federation in the true sense, and is the goal they admire and are willing to follow. And most of the people present today are mecha warriors. But strangely, the excited people did not have many doubts. They were just excited because of what Ji Xinghe said. Because they saw with their own eyes how good Ji Xinghe was at fighting. Many of them were beaten by Ji Xinghe, but Li Yuanba has always seemed to exist in legends. Chen Sun has seen it, but Chen Sun is not good at fighting, and he can't see anything, and no one will believe his judgment. For some things, you always have to fight to know the real result. After a few words, Sichuan and Andre ran back from outside. Both of them were out of breath and looked like they had just run all the way. After they placed the things they brought in front of Ji Xinghe, they returned to the position where they had just lined up and stood still and then sat cross-legged. Ji Xinghe picked up a steel plate, which looked like a broken mecha protective armor, rectangular, more than 40 centimeters long, more than 20 centimeters wide, and 2 centimeters thick. After a slight pause, Ji Xinghe spoke calmly. Before I do the next thing, I need to emphasize that you must not be superstitious about Kung Fu, and you must believe in science. When everyone was stunned by this sentence, Ji Xinghe held a steel plate in one hand, and the other hand was suspended in the air, and then suddenly chopped it down with a palm knife. The sound of the click was obvious and crisp, and a piece of mecha protective armor was instantly broken into 2 pieces in front of more than 300 people. With a slight sound of clang, the cut-off protective armor fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. If you want to check it, come and check it yourself later. Ji Xinghe moved his palm, threw away the fragments in his hand, and emphasized again, remember, you must believe in science. Countless question marks appeared on the foreheads of more than 300 people, and none of them thought about checking, even if this scene looked incredible. Are you wondering, how strong am I? My attack power is so strong. Why wasn't Colonel Han Li injured just now? Why weren't you injured when you fought me before? If you believe in science, how could you get such powerful strength? Actually, I'm not very strong, but I'm very good at concentrating all my strength in one place. If you can do that, with your physical fitness, it will be no problem to cut off this protective armor. To put it simply, Ji Xinghe looked around the audience. His tone was calm but his voice was loud. I have 56 years of Kung Fu to practice this palm strike. You can't block it. Neither can the protective armor of the mecha. Why do I tell you to believe in science and not be superstitious about Kung Fu? Because you don't have 56 years to practice Kung Fu. Because, even if I have 56 years of Kung Fu, I can't break a mecha with my bare hands. A mecha is not this piece of discarded protective armor. It won't stand there motionless and let me hit it. Even if it really stands there motionless, I can't hit it. The mechas driven by any of you have more than this little protective armor. Yes, how could humans break a mecha with their bare hands? The people who had just been expecting finally believed Ji Xinghe's words, and Ji Xinghe also made a timely summary about Kung Fu and mecha. Some people say that Kung Fu is a killing skill, and some people say that Kung Fu is used to exercise the body, but in my opinion, the meaning of Kung Fu is to allow humans to constantly surpass their own limits. Thinking of some of the words Kazman once said, Ji Xinghe emphasized, Kung Fu is a way of physical evolution. However, what you should pursue is not the limit of the body, but the limit of the mecha, because you are a mecha warrior. After saying this, Ji Xinghe waited for a while. He wanted these people to digest the information he expressed. Then he asked Sichuan to stand up and step out. Take it and hit me. Ji Xinghe used his eyes to signal when he spoke, which made Sichuan stunned. Because the direction that Ji Xinghe's eyes signaled was a sledgehammer that he and Andre had just brought together. Old cough, Captain, do you want me to take this hammer and hit you? Well, hit my back. Ji Xinghe nodded and began to take off his clothes. The seemingly ordinary back was exposed to the sight of more than 300 people. It was hard to imagine that such a back could withstand the blow of a hammer. But the next second, their breathing suddenly stopped, because Ji Xinghe exerted his strength. The muscular ghost back appeared again in the world. Chapter 265 Ji Xinghe's ambition? Sichuan finally mustered up his courage, but he didn't use much strength. When he hit Ji Xinghe's back with a hammer, he wanted to close his eyes, but he didn't dare to close his eyes, for he was afraid that he would miss the target. When the hammer, with a handle as long as 1 meter and a hammerhead larger than an adult's fist, hit Ji Xinghe's back lightly, Sichuan regretted it very much. Why was he always so jumpy? If he was like a deaf and lame person, and didn't say a word at ordinary times, Lao Ji would never call his name today. He was still rejoicing about this before, because the third tungsten steel gold weapon seized by Ji Xinghe was thrown directly to him during the Battle of Xianshan. For this reason, he was proud in front of Andre for a long time, and he didn't stop when Andre also got a weapon made of tungsten steel gold. I regret it. When this thought came to mind, the hammer finally hit Ji Xinghe's back. There was a dull sound of thump. Just like a hammer hitting a cowhide drum, not only did it make a clear sound, but the hammer that just hit Ji Xinghe's back bounced back. Judging from the speed, it was hit with more force than when Sichuan hit it. Sichuan hurriedly exerted force to control the hammer in his hand, staring at Ji Xinghe's back with wide eyes. The back muscles that had bulged to a hideous state did not look any different from before, with no bruises or swelling, and even no red marks that would normally appear on the skin. The more than 300 people sitting cross-legged on the other side all stretched their necks and stared at Ji Xinghe's back with wide eyes. Some people looked at the big screen in front of Ji Xinghe. The video of the battle had stopped playing, and the picture displayed on the screen was Ji Xinghe's body, unharmed. This was not unexpected by most people, because they had just seen that Sichuan did not use any force. You don't even have the strength to beat someone, and you still say you are a mecha warrior, Ji Xinghe mocked without turning his head. Being mocked by an old man of his age, a young man like Sichuan would naturally feel a little angry. But he still didn't dare, because he was facing Ji Xinghe. Sichuan looked at the people sitting cross-legged as if begging for mercy. Andre, come on. Andre, who was just staring at Ji Xinghe's back with wide eyes, suddenly became a state of looking at his nose and his heart, as if he didn't hear Sichuan's name at all. Sichuan looked at the other people in the Xinghe team helplessly. But these people who usually mocked and confronted him, no one dared to look at him at this time. No, there was one person who dared to look at Sichuan, the actual commander of the Xinghe team, Chen Sun, but Sichuan didn't dare to look at Chen Sun. Because the intention released by Chen Sun's eyes was very obvious, asking him to be obedient and fight. Taking a deep breath, Sichuan didn't dare to let Ji Xinghe wait too long, and gritted his teeth after calming down. Old Ji, I'm exerting my strength. Yes, Ji Xinghe didn't look back, and kept standing still. The muscles on his back remained ferocious, as if this state did not consume any strength. Get ready, I'm taking action. Sichuan, who shouted twice and was about to bite his teeth, finally swung the hammer in his hand again. This time the speed was much faster than before. There was another muffled sound, and the hammer in Sichuan's hand was bounced away again. This time, Sichuan's body even swayed with it before he could control it. No injury. Use your greatest strength. Ji Xinghe was a little impatient and reminded, I know how strong you are. If you haven't used your full strength this time, I will give you a special treatment these days. The alien planet does not have the possibility of giving you a special treatment, because of the shortage of resources and environmental restrictions, so the special treatment Ji Xinghe mentioned must not be to make delicious food for Sichuan. Sichuan, with a face full of grievances, could only bite the bullet and agree. The real reason was not that he was afraid of being punished, but that Ji Xinghe said he knew how strong he was. So, was there a reason why he was chosen to swing the hammer? Okay, Sichuan gritted his teeth again and called out ready and go again. He took a step back to make it easier to exert force, and held the hammer handle tightly with both hands. He swung his arms with a large amplitude to aim, and after swinging a few times, he suddenly pulled away. There was a dull thud. The hammer held tightly by Sichuan actually bounced off the moment it hit, and then slipped out of his hand, almost hitting the nearest onlooker. Andre, who was sitting in the front row, stared at Ji Xinghe's back with wide eyes, not realizing that he was almost hit by the hammer. He was startled by the sound and glared at Sichuan. Sichuan had no time to look at Andre, and he carefully got behind Ji Xinghe to observe carefully. The lack of scars was not what amazed him the most. The muscle shape on Ji Xinghe's back was the reason why he opened his mouth and forgot to close it. Is that texture? Like marble patterns, Lao Ji's muscles actually have textures? Ji Xinghe didn't let him watch for long. After a short wait, He turned around and started to put on his clothes. The shocked eyes of the people who didn't get to see enough gradually turned into regret. Why didn't Han Li get hurt? It's because he, like me, can control his own muscles, which allows him to respond to the blows with his strongest point, Ji Xinghe spoke while putting on his clothes. There is another benefit of controlling muscles, which is that it can easily activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis, so Han Li won't get hurt, and I won't get hurt either. It's like this when facing fists and feet, it's like this when facing hammers, and it's like this when facing high-load mobile movements. As long as you don't exceed the limit of your own endurance, you won't get hurt. I said Han Li is a little bit short, and that's the point. He can control his body, but the degree of control has not reached the extreme he can reach. If he can cross this point, he should be able to beat me. The Mecha warriors who had just lost their enthusiasm for learning Kung Fu because of Ji Xinghe's words, once again had the idea of learning Kung Fu. 56 years of Kung Fu is not easy to learn, so what about 6 years of Kung Fu? If it really doesn't work, 6 months of practice will do. It's better to have it than not. When this thought came to mind, many people couldn't help but look at the Mecha warriors of the Xinghe team with envy. They should be able to learn a few moves by being able to spend more time with Ji Xinghe, right? If Colonel Ji Xinghe can continue to be an instructor. No. If Colonel Ji Xinghe becomes an instructor, the Federation will lose a capable ace Mecha warrior. When people were in mixed emotions, Ji Xinghe's voice continued to ring. I can't teach all of you how to control your bodies, and I can't guarantee that you will be able to learn it after I teach you. I've said it many times, don't be superstitious about Kung Fu, believe in science, but I can do a tutorial. You can take a look at it in your spare time, and try to practice it without affecting your training of mecha driving skills. Don't worry about problems with practice. As long as you practice according to my teaching, there will be no problems. But there is one thing I want to say in advance. You must not rush. Don't use your mind on learning Kung Fu. Because, again, believe in science. Don't be superstitious about Kung Fu. Ji Xinghe, who finally finished speaking, waved his hand, indicating that everyone could relax. 1,000 crows appeared again, and everyone stood up at the first time and surrounded Ji Xinghe again. Questions kept coming up. Ji Xinghe answered when he heard them, and forget about those who didn't hear them. This time, the people of the Xinghe team did not rush to protect Ji Xinghe under the obstruction of Chen Sun. Because it was not necessary, from beginning to end. The blind man's sense of smell was more acute. He stood beside Chen Sun and whispered, "Old Chen, is this also your and Lao Ji's plan?" It was Lao Ji's own plan. Chen Sun wanted to tell the truth, but he had to help Ji Xinghe take the risk together. "Yes, this is my and Lao Ji's plan." The other Mecha warriors of the Xinghe team were stunned for a moment. Plan? What plan? What are you talking about? The captain and Han Li's duel. But what kind of plan is this? Could it be Lao Ji's teaching? Zuo Xiao's words reminded everyone, and they suddenly understood. As mentioned before, Ji Xinghe can only be regarded as the idol of all mechanics at present. The real idol of the federal Mecha warriors is currently only Li Yuanba. Even if the people of the Xinghe team have begun to believe in Ji Xinghe, if they really let them vote for the strongest, or even the greatest Mecha warrior in the Federation, they will still vote for Li Yuanba. Of course, the premise is that the number of Venus in Ji Xinghe is still as far away from Li Yuanba as it is now. Especially the big Venus. Li Yuanba has 3, Ji Xinghe only has 1. But if Ji Xinghe's teaching is accepted by more Mecha warriors, coupled with Ji Xinghe's speed in obtaining Venus, and the strength he has shown in obtaining the big Venus, is Lao Ji going to shut up? The blind man interrupted what Zuo Xiao was about to say, and the lame man added, "You didn't hear anything just now. Lao Ji's teaching is to help all of us. This is an indisputable fact." Yes, when the people of the Xinghe team responded, the alarm suddenly sounded. The Imperial Army is coming again. Chapter 266. I'll stop it. The Mecha Corps with 500 Imperial mechas slowly approached the B-72 Highland at a speed that was a bit slow for mechas. There were almost no conventional troops, only corresponding vehicles that cooperated with mechas in combat. For example, armored vehicles, tanks, missile launchers, and vehicles equipped with air defense systems. Although the Federation had accepted their challenge before the battle, they were also afraid that the Federation would tear up its promise and take action, so they chose a Mecha Corps that could respond quickly. From a certain perspective, the 500 mechas and various combat vehicles were all bodyguards of the Imperial Duke, who was going to fight Han Li alone. The information that Marcus Kaisman and other imperial noble guerrillas captured by Ji Xinghe had just said was finally verified at this time. The one sent by the Empire to fight Han Li alone was the Duke. Pumpika, the Duke of the Empire, is said to have a territory of 100,000 square kilometers. According to our time unit conversion, he is only 42 years old, which can be described as very young. Its physical fitness is at its peak. Normal guerrillas are similar to us. After the age of 30, their physical fitness begins to decline. But he has received the gift of the Emperor of the Empire and has the power of Ki. According to Kaisman's confession, it is basically certain that their physical fitness will only begin to decline at the age of 50. In a room with only two people, Ji Xinghe was discussing the information he had obtained with Han Li. There was no need to hide this information from Han Li, including the existence of Ki, which Han Li had already known through his own authority before. Ki, what exactly is it? Han Li asked a very reasonable question. Ji Xinghe's answer was equally reasonable. I don't know yet, for the time being. Yes, for the time being, Ji Xinghe said without hiding anything. I got some ideas and information from Kaisman, and I have been trying, but so far I have not achieved any results. Han Li was not discouraged, and looked at Ji Xinghe with expectation. Uncle Ji, have you tried all those methods and your ideas? Not yet, Ji Xinghe replied. The methods I have tried so far can basically be proven to be ineffective. Perhaps quantitative change is needed to induce qualitative change, but this kind of quantitative change is basically impossible to achieve in a short period of time, and it may even take me a lifetime to achieve it. What about the methods that have not been tried? One is to practice in a high-gravity environment. I have applied for it, but I want to create a high-gravity environment, and I am not sure how long it will take, so this method has been shelved for the time being. What else? There is also radiation. They are studying Kaisman and Bilrosi IV, as well as another Marcus I captured before. These three guerrillas all have the power of Ki. I hope to find radiation related to Ki, but even if they find it, they probably won't let me try it directly. This is too dangerous. Let's forget it. I don't want to see you, Uncle Ji, suddenly grow 3 heads and 6 arms. Ji Xinghe glanced at Han Li, and Han Li asked with an awkward smile, anything else? And Ji Xinghe hesitated slightly before saying, there is great terror between life and death. If there is a chance, maybe I can have an epiphany. No, this is even worse. Han Li shook his head and said, forget it, Uncle Ji. Let's capture a few more imperial marquises and dukes. If that doesn't work, let's capture a few princes or something, or even directly capture the imperial royal family. Maybe we can torture them out and find out. Yeah, Ji Xinghe responded and continued to talk about the relevant information. There are a total of 109 dukes in the empire. Including the ones I captured and those killed by Li Yuanba, there are only 107 now. Bilrosi IV did not reveal any information, so we can't be sure whether there are any new dukes recently, but the possibility is not high. The strength gap between them is not small. Some are even not as good as the imperial Marcus you killed, but the imperial dukes who can come to the alien planet are all strong without exception. Based on the information we know now, we can basically use the area of their territory to divide their strength. There are 26 at the level of 100,000 square kilometers. Bilrosi IV, whom I defeated before, is a duke of 100,000 square kilometers, and so is Pumpika. The strength of the two of them is similar. There are 9 at the level of 200,000 square kilometers, 4 at the level of 300,000 square kilometers, and 2 at the level of 500,000 square kilometers. Han Li suddenly laughed as he listened. Is it so casual? Yes, it is so casual. The stronger the dukes who rely on military force, the larger and richer their territories. I mean, the division of their territories is so casual. Han Li added, just the dukes who can fight have taken away more than 6 million square kilometers. There are more than 60 dukes who can't fight. How much land do they occupy? All the dukes together occupy about 17 million square kilometers of land. Ji Xinghe started to popularize science. The surface area of the Empire Star is 600 million square kilometers, of which 60% is occupied by oceans and 240 million square kilometers is land. The nobles of the Empire and the royal family members who have been enfeoffed occupy about 90 million square kilometers of land, and the rest all belongs to the Emperor of the Empire. Han Li was shocked. Isn't this fucking chaotic? Ji Xinghe also said with some regret, it has always been chaotic, but the Emperor of the Empire has nuclear weapons, so there is no big chaos. Han Li sighed. I really want to send a few nuclear warheads to imperial dukes like Paka, but I'm afraid he will use it to hide us. Ji Xinghe thought of the imperial nobles who helped him kill the imperial guerrillas before, and said calmly, maybe, there's a chance. Han Li did not ask where the opportunity came from, and shook his head and said, let's talk about it when the time comes. I don't want to worry about this kind of thing. Ji Xinghe agreed, I don't want to worry about this kind of thing either. After a little hesitation, Han Li said, in other words, there are a total of 41 imperial dukes who can come to the alien planet to participate in the war and whose strength is similar to that of a trump card like me. 42. Bill Rossi Ivy is not dead yet, Ji Xinghe corrected. Moreover, according to Caseman, there are 7 imperial marquises with duke-level strength. Not counting the royal family and the nobles who were conferred the title of prince, there are a total of 49 people with strength at our level, not counting you, Uncle Ji, and General Li Yuanba. Han Li smiled, what about the royal family and the princes? 136, no less, Ji Xinghe replied calmly. Moreover, the difference in strength is mainly due to the difference in the performance of the mecha. The emperor of the empire, who has a lot of resources, is very likely to have built a batch of duke-level mechas, and the number cannot be determined. The biggest impact on the strength gap between mecha warriors, in addition to the driver himself, is the performance of the mecha. Let Harris and Qin Tong drive the general armor, and Ji Xinghe will definitely not be able to beat these two people when driving the ordinary 16th generation standard mecha of the Federation. But if there is no armor, Ji Xinghe can beat 10 Harrises and 10 Qin Tongs. If the information Ji Xinghe said was spread, the morale of the Federation's mecha warriors would definitely be greatly affected. Not to mention the duke-level mechas built privately by the Emperor of the Empire. Just say that 136 great nobles and royal family members of the Empire suddenly joined the war, combined with a number of conventional imperial mechas, the 50,000 active mechas of the Federation are estimated to be wiped out. It is a bit exaggerated to say 136 Ji Xinghe, but there is absolutely no problem to say 136 Han Li or Jackson. The performance of the prince-level mecha and the royal mecha must be better than the general armor. Han Li was not worried about this. His own strength was one reason. He knew very well that the Empire could not invest all its strength in the alien star. There are 600 million square kilometers of planets and mining stars that need to be controlled. The main force of the Empire must be placed on the Empire star. It's okay, killing one is one less. I'll kill this Pump Paka first. The name is really weird. Ji Xinghe hesitated a little before saying, when you fight it, I will watch from the side. If it doesn't work, remember to run. Run? Han Li suddenly thought of Ji Xinghe, who had said something to him. I won't run. Han Li looked at Ji Xinghe and said firmly, if I run, no one can stop them. Ji Xinghe was stunned. Many years ago, Ji Xinghe, who wanted to go to the battlefield and aspired to become a mecha warrior, was pulled out of bed by Ji Xinghe every morning to run. Once, Ji Xinghe said he couldn't run anymore. Dad, I can't run anymore. Hold on, but I really can't run anymore. Can I take a break before running? When you were on the battlefield, did those imperial guerrillas let you take a break? I definitely won't run on the battlefield. I'll blow up the heads of those imperial guerrillas. You must run. If you need to run, you must run. No, I won't run. I'm going to kill them, but if you die, no one will kill them anymore. But if I run, no one can stop them. Ji Xinghe was speechless at the time, because what Ji Xinghe said made sense, but it's different now. Memories were buried. Ji Xinghe looked at Han Li in front of him, as if he saw the figure that just appeared in his mind. He said. He could finally say. I'll block it. Chapter 267 The Trump Card That Shocked Han Li. A federal mecha with 158 gold stars appeared 3 kilometers away from B-72 Highland. It was not alone, and there was an ace mecha warrior in its cockpit. Behind it was a mecha corps composed of 400 federal mechas, which were lined up 500 meters away from it. This interval was determined by referring to the distance between the Imperial Mecha Corps and the Duke of Pump Paka. At this time, there was a 350-meter charge distance between the mecha driven by Han Li and the Duke-class mecha of Pump Paka. This means that once the battle begins, the support of both sides will be 800 meters away. The battle did not start at the first time because of Ji Xinghe. Empire, Pump Paka, Federation, Han Li. After both sides used special loudspeakers to announce their names, Pump Paka directly made a request. Let Ji Xinghe go to the end of your mecha corps. This time it was not Pump Paka's voice, but the voice of the translator, but it must be Pump Paka's request. Han Li did not bring a translator, and he was actually too lazy to talk to Pump Paka. But this Imperial Gorilla Duke was obviously afraid of Ji Xinghe, who was at the forefront of the Federal Mecha Corps, so he would not take action at this time. Han Li had to say, "I can't control him. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, let's start the fight now." When saying this, Han Li controlled his mecha to raise his right fist, and he could swing his arm and put down his fist at any time. And this kind of maneuver does not need to be introduced at all, the Empire can understand it. What they saw more clearly was that the Federal Mecha Corps led by Ji Xinghe was ready to charge. "I hope you won't do stupid things, because you will definitely not be able to bear the consequences." Pump Paka's mouth was very hard. Han Li's was not soft either. "Try to say it again." Pump Paka, who was in the cockpit, took a deep breath. As a primate, when it needs to control its emotions, some of the actions of gorillas are very similar to humans. But it still didn't start fighting directly, and said a piece of nonsense that was not nonsense. "When it lands, the battle begins." After saying that, Pump Paka controlled its mecha to swing its arms and threw a metal ball in its hand into the sky. It was very high, so it should have fallen slowly. But the metal ball that quickly climbed to the highest point hit the ground like a cannonball, and then really exploded on the ground like a cannonball. Pump Paka took the lead in charging, because it knew very well when the metal ball would land. Han Li lagged behind by one step, just one step, and also charged with a weapon in his hand. His weapon was a mecha-heavy sword, which came from the Imperial Marquis who was defeated by him, and the existence of this weapon was one of the reasons why he dared to accept the challenge. Without weapons made of tungsten steel gold, it is difficult to break the outer protective armor of Pump Paka's mecha. Like Bilrosi IV's mecha, Pump Paka's mecha is also made of tungsten steel alloy. For a nobleman with a territory of 100,000 square kilometers, the tungsten steel alloy required to build a mecha is not much. It can even build more than 10 mechas of this level, but in its family, it is the only gorilla that can fully exert the performance of this level of mecha. The key point lies in the power of ki. There are not many noble gorillas in the Empire who can receive the Emperor's grace. It is very rare for earls to receive grace. Generally, only marquises and nobles above marquises can have the power of ki, and not all of them have it. There are more than 100 dukes in the Empire, but according to Caseman, only 42 can fight, and most of the others have never received the Emperor's grace. Their physical fitness is definitely much better than Han Li and Jackson, but driving a mecha to fight is not only about physical fitness, but also about operation level and combat awareness. There is no difference between the weapons of the two mechas. The weapon used by Pump Paka is also made of tungsten steel gold, which is a mecha sword. But there is a clear gap in defense between the two. Han Li's mecha is still the customized modified version of the 29th generation standard mecha of the Federation that he brought from the Azure Star. Compared to the first armor-piercing battle between him and Ji Xinghe, the performance of this mecha has been improved. The materials used in the main body of the mecha have been upgraded, and the stability and defense have been significantly improved, but there is still a gap from tungsten steel alloy. The core engine has been upgraded from the 11th generation to the 12th generation, so the sudden charge has completed the acceleration in a very short time. With a clang, the weapons of the two mechas collided with each other, and the power seemed to be comparable. But Pump Paka, who has stronger defense, can choose more fighting methods. After the collision of weapons, he took advantage of the speed brought by the charge and directly crashed into Han Li's mecha. Han Li, who is well prepared, evaded sideways and drew his sword to split it again. His mecha is only 3.9 meters high and weighs only 1.9 tons after the upgrade, which is 300 kilograms more than when he just left the Azure Star. Pump Paka's mecha is 5.6 meters high and weighs up to 5 tons. The power of the engine is not as good as the 12th generation core engine of the Federation, so the flexibility is lower than Han Li's mecha. This is another reason why Han Li dared to accept the challenge. When the weapons of both sides collided again, the two mechas had already crossed each other. Han Li rushed towards the Imperial Mecha Corps, and Pump Paka rushed towards the Federal Mecha Corps. Neither he nor it wanted to take the opportunity to launch an attack, but because of the fast speed, it was impossible to stop in time. If Pump Paka really wanted to take the opportunity to attack the Federal Mecha Corps, then Ji Xinghe, who had been waiting for a long time, would definitely laugh. Pump Paka would definitely die if he rushed over, but Han Li might not die if he rushed over. In the Imperial Mecha Corps, Apart from Pump Paka, the Imperial Duke, the strongest ones are the two Marquis-level Imperial mechas. Of course, there may also be Imperial Dukes and Marquises who have hidden the Mecha-level logo. But it doesn't matter, because Han Li quickly twisted his body, completed the turn, and launched another charge. The same is true for Pump Paka. Compared with Han Li's turning maneuver, Pump Paka's turning maneuver has more flaws, because it is afraid. It is afraid that Ji Xinghe, who was only about 600 meters away from it just now, will suddenly start charging. If Han Li took the opportunity to launch another attack from behind, it would be doomed. Ji Xinghe did not participate in the battle, but he was helping Han Li with a heart-slashing knife. The first move of the Ji family swordsmanship will become more and more powerful as Ji Xinghe's record becomes more and more brilliant. The Ji family boxing that has been taught to Jackson will also have a higher reputation in the near future. Ji Xinghe is preparing to teach the Mecha warriors publicly, which is the Ji family boxing he created. Ji Xinghe has no shortage of experience in teaching apprentices. There are many people who claim to be his apprentices. He has been an instructor for a long time. He also has a group of apprentices who are not his apprentices, that is, a group of children living in base number 5. Clang. The two weapons made of tungsten steel gold collided again, and the Pump Paka tried to hit Han Li again, but was narrowly avoided by Han Li as before. The two sides came and went, constantly staggered, and continued to charge face to face. Relying on the flexibility of his own mecha, Han Li was determined not to collide with Pump Paka's mecha. While avoiding it again and again, he tried to seize all the opportunities to attack. Weapons made of tungsten steel gold may not necessarily cause damage when hitting a mecha made of tungsten steel alloy, because the power of the weapon depends on the user. Han Li's mecha is very fast, but it does not mean that it is weak. The full power of the 12th generation core engine, when only the 1.9-ton mecha is needed, can use the attack power of the tungsten steel gold weapon to burst out, which is enough to make Pump Paka dare not easily try to exchange injuries for life. The battle fell into a stalemate. Pump Paka thought that he could take advantage of Han Li's exclusive mecha not being in place to kill a proud son of the Federation, but he never expected that it would fall into a bitter battle. In 3 minutes, nearly 40 charges not only failed to cause damage to Han Li's mecha, but was slashed by Han Li's sword twice. What if Han Li was given a real exclusive mecha? Pump Paka suddenly panicked, but was also glad that it had attacked early. Although it was in a tough fight, it still believed that it could win. Because its mecha had a very high defense, and it evaded when it was hit, or used attacks to force Han Li to give up attacking and choose to evade. The two parts that were cut were not vital, and the performance of the mecha was intact. Also because its physical fitness must be better than Han Li's, as long as Han Li's physical fitness had problems, it would not be able to control the mecha to evade efficiently. Death was approaching. Pump Paka decided to fight for a while longer, and for this reason it even chose to slow down its attack speed, not wanting to be found more opportunities by Han Li because of its recklessness. If Han Li was really killed, and then Ji Xinghe started to charge, how could it run with its mecha damaged? Feeling that Pump Paka had changed its fighting style, Han Li did not change accordingly, and maintained a state of going all out, taking the opportunity to find more attack opportunities. His physical energy was constantly being consumed, but he was not panicked at all. Because he has a trump card that Pump Paka can hardly imagine, and this trump card is in Ji Xinghe's hand at this time. It is not certain when it can be revealed, and it is even impossible to determine how big this trump card is. But Han Li firmly believes that Ji Xinghe will be able to reveal it, and this trump card must be big enough to change the outcome. 3 hours ago, Han Li told Ji Xinghe that he would not run, and Ji Xinghe told Han Li that he would block it. After a brief dispute between the two sides, Ji Xinghe chose to respect Han Li, just as he once respected Ji Xinghe's choice. But the difference is that this time Ji Xinghe was present and could always watch the battle from Han Li's perspective. As time passed, Han Li's physical fitness declined more and more obviously. High-intensity combat consumes a lot of physical energy. Han Li, who can already control his own body, is stronger than Ji Xinghe, a master of Ganjin, in terms of physical fitness alone, because he is very young and his physical fitness is much better than Ji Xinghe. But there is a limit after all. 26 minutes. Han Li's energy consumption has reached a warning line, which means that he will soon not be able to continue fighting like this. On the other hand, Pumpa's energy is estimated to have only been consumed by half. Ji Xinghe finally spoke. The voice rang in Han Li's ears. Step on its toes, huh? Han Li was stunned. This trump card that was finally revealed by Ji Xinghe didn't sound very good. Stepping on toes. Is it a fight between children? Chapter 268, Boda Ji Lai. Do you believe me? Han Li thought countless times, if Ji Xinghe had fought side by side with him in the first battle in the Sanliu Grand Canyon, and asked him this question, how would he answer? Like the blind and the lame, would he choose not to believe it at the first time? Or would he choose to believe it at the first time? At this time, Ji Xinghe finally revealed the trump card in his hand, and the card was completely beyond Han Li's expectations. Normal people should choose not to believe it. Driving the mecha back and forth to pull away, and then choosing to charge again, Han Li's fighting method was no different from before. It seems that he did not choose to believe Ji Xinghe. Pumpaka felt that Han Li's maneuvering speed had decreased, and the reaction of the turning maneuver during the mecha charge was more obvious than before. This shows that Han Li's physical fitness has problems, which in turn affects the control of the mecha. Is the opportunity here? Pumpaka was not careless. It shows the same fighting method as before, wanting to use high-intensity combat to continue to consume Han Li's physical fitness. Advantages must be used to the fullest. The principle of a horse stumbling before its feet also has a similar fable in the Empire. Pumpaka, who chose to fight cautiously, did not know that its reaction was not beyond Ji Xinghe's expectations. The two mechas that had pulled away charged at the same time, each holding its weapon high, and slashed out suddenly after accumulating strength. The collision of swords and knives. The intersection of mechas and mechas. It looked no different from before, and it was another attack that both sides returned in vain. But a change suddenly appeared. Han Li chose to believe Ji Xinghe, even though Ji Xinghe did not ask him the question that everyone in the Federation is now familiar with and looking forward to. Because he believed in Ji Xinghe, and Ji Xinghe once said to him, "My father is the mountain with the highest personal force in the Federation." Ji Xinghe, who had seen the shining stars with his own eyes, said this sentence in a matter-of-fact tone, and among those stars were Han Li, Jackson, and even Li Yuanba. Han Li remembered very clearly that Ji Xinghe had made a couplet at that time, "I saw the endless mountains, and then I knew that my father was the top." So, when the two mechas crossed each other, one of them stretched out its left foot while making an evasive maneuver. "Step lightly." Ji Xinghe's voice sounded in Han Li's ears first. Fire. Just as Han Li chose to believe in Ji Xinghe also believed in Han Li, and he knew that Han Li would believe in him. The heart-slashing sword cannot only cut the Empire. Fire. Han Li repeated Ji Xinghe's words in his heart, when his left foot stepped on the toe of Pumpaka's right foot. The voice of the heart turned into brain waves, which were captured by the helmet with sensing function, and the signal was transmitted in an instant. The intelligent core of the 29th generation standard mecha of the Federation helped Han Li complete the operation of firing. A loud bang suddenly sounded, coming from the muzzle of the gun and the muzzle of the machine gun on Han Li's shoulder. This weapon, which no longer has deterrent power in mecha battles, is as light as a feather when facing the Imperial Ju-class mecha made of tungsten steel alloy. But the last straw always breaks the camel's back. It only takes a feather to keep the balance stable. Han Li's mecha is unbalanced. He suddenly stretched out his left foot while maintaining a high-speed mobile charge, which itself violated the maneuvering action of mecha operation. The recoil caused by the sudden firing and the close distance like face-to-face, the armor-piercing shells carried by the machine guns and the armor-piercing shells suddenly fired from the muzzle will cause backlash when they hit. The special armor-piercing shells cannot break the mecha made of tungsten steel alloy. They are ejected with a clang, and most of them hit Han Li's own mecha. The roar and impact generated by the explosion of the armor-piercing shells also cannot cause damage to Pumpaka's mecha. When the power explodes, it causes Han Li's mecha to be slightly damaged. When the shrapnel that shattered and then splashed hit Han Li's mecha, he and Pumpaka had already crossed each other, trying their best to control the balance of their own mechas. Ji Xinghe's trump card harmed Han Li? Han Li, who was harmed, had a bright smile on his face. His mecha was indeed a little unbalanced, but Pumpaka's mecha was already unbalanced. That kick was like a fight between children, but the process was not important. What was important was the result. When Pumpaka's mecha fell forward, Han Li's kick just now was enough to be described as exquisite. The Du-class Imperial mecha fell down with a bang. It did not choose to support the ground with its hands, but twisted its body so that its front was facing up and its back was facing the ground. The micro-propulsion devices mounted on both sides of the shoulders had already sprayed a light blue light before it landed. It was unknown how much propulsion force it had. The Mecha, weighing up to 5 tons, actually seemed to be weightless and stood on the ground at an angle. At the same time, a loud bang exploded, and the Duke-class Imperial Mecha fired at the ground behind it. Move your feet back to stabilize your center of gravity. The Duke-class Imperial Mecha, whose body has tilted to a 45-degree angle, stood up again in a very short time. But Han Li regained his balance faster than it. The only thing that could be faster than Han Li was Ji Xinghe's voice. Step on the toes, hit, step on the toes again? Han Li, who wanted to take the opportunity to swing his sword and slash, did not hesitate to change his maneuvers when he heard Ji Xinghe's voice. The Mecha heavy sword that was supposed to be swung was dragged to his side by him, and the Mecha charged sideways. The Duke-class Imperial Mecha, which had just stood up, had not yet raised the Mecha sword in its hand when Han Li's collision came. Before, it wanted to hit Han Li but could not hit him. Now Han Li wants to hit it, and it hits it as soon as it hits. Step on the toes first, and then use the shoulder protective armor as the front. When the loud bang sounded, Han Li's left shoulder was damaged, and the spike fixed on the shoulder broke directly, and the protective armor at the bottom also broke apart, with fragments splashing out. The impact force was fierce. Pump Paka's Mecha seemed to have no damage in such a collision, but its body fell backwards again. In a hurry, it performed similar operations as before, and more. The Mecha sword in its hand took the opportunity to cut Han Li's Mecha. Ji Xinghe's voice did not sound again, but Han Li already knew how to fight. Like Ji Xinghe, he was the 10th active ace Mecha warrior in the Federation. He was beaten by Ji Xinghe twice, but he had killed Ji Xinghe, who was wearing armor, in seconds. While dodging sideways, Han Li's Mecha kicked hard. The waving Mecha sword failed to hit any target. The Duke-level Imperial Mecha, which was trying to control its balance, fell to the ground with a bang under Han Li's kick. Mechas are different from human individuals, and the action of getting up is extremely difficult in comparison. What was even more difficult was that Han Li, who was standing still, finally swung the tungsten steel heavy sword in his hand. Chop, 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 chop. Han Li, whose physical strength had already reached the warning line, suddenly burst out with more ferocious power than before. Because before this battle, he was beaten by Ji Xinghe, and that beating was like opening up his Ren and Du meridians. The little bit short of it was not fully understood, but it was enough for him to burst out again at this time. Pump Paka, who sat up in a hurry, could only wave the Mecha sword in his hand to block continuously. But its Mecha sword is very long, as much as 3 meters. When the Mecha with a height of 5.6 meters sits on the ground, how can it protect its whole body? Toes. Han Li, who slashed dozens of swords in a row, found an opportunity when Pump Paka finally had no time to take care of it, and slashed at its toes with one sword. The body made of tungsten steel alloy was instantly cut by the more powerful tungsten steel gold. This sword also gave Pump Paka a chance. After it swept its sword and forced Han Li back, it supported itself with one hand and stood up. Facing another sword slashed at it by Han Li, it chose to resist with its left hand that was not holding the sword. Amidst a loud clang, a narrow gap appeared. Han Li's sword did not cause a fatal effect. Pump Paka's Mecha could still fight, and its damaged arm took the opportunity to hold the hilt of the sword tightly. Holding the sword with both hands, it rushed forward to kill. Han Li chose to evade, and then drew his sword again. This time he did not distance himself from Pump Paka, and he did not need to do so. Pump Paka, whose foot was damaged, could no longer maintain perfect balance as before while standing. As the weapons of both sides collided, Pump Paka took a step back to adjust its center of gravity. It was slashed back by Han Li, and this was just the beginning. As the sound of the collision continued to spread, Pump Paka's steps back became larger and more urgent. With 2 hands holding the knife, it could only passively defend, completely losing the chance to counterattack. As the center of gravity was constantly adjusted, the body became more and more unstable. The gap between the performance of the two mechas was eliminated. But what about physical strength? Han Li, who was slashing frantically, had already fallen below the warning line. His burst was like a last gasp, and the constant temperature system in the cockpit could no longer stop him from sweating profusely. The special protective suit for Mecha warriors was a little swollen due to the filling of liquid. In a maximum of 5 minutes, Han Li would lose the ability to accurately control the Mecha, but he was distracted at this time. He spoke. "Uncle Ji, What is the point I am missing? In one sentence, Han Li controlled his mecha to slash out 7 swords. But Ji Xinghe did not answer immediately. He remained silent and looked at Han Li's perspective and the monitoring data of the life support system inside Han Li's mecha. Time passed second by second, and Han Li, who had been living a life of suffering, finally reached the limit of his physical strength. He could still make 3 more swords, which were much slower than before. However, Pumpaka's damaged mecha can still maintain high mobility and powerful operation. Its physical strength seems to have no limit, and the existence of Ki will allow it to win this battle. It was a close call. Pumpaka noticed this, and his tense mind finally relaxed. After 3 swords is death, the end of this life. Han Li, a mortal, did not feel any fear when death came, only unprecedented relaxation. Brothers, I finally caught up with you. Don't scold me, because I really miss you. Time suddenly became very slow, and those haunted figures appeared in front of Han Li one after another. The leader was Ji Xinghe, who was shouting at Han Li. For some reason, Ji Xinghe's voice sounded a little old, as if Ji Xinghe, who had sacrificed a year, had spent countless years in another world. Don't believe in the limit, because if you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. Han Li, you are just a little bit away, just a little bit away. The blurred vision suddenly became clear, and the figures of Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe overlapped. Han Li's empty eyes condensed, and there seemed to be a flash of light in his pupils, and his eyes suddenly became extremely bright. The 3rd sword has been slashed out, and the exhausted physical energy was not enough to support him to slash the 4th sword, but a powerful force suddenly burst out from his body. The 4th sword, the 5th sword, the 6th sword. It is like a surging river that stretches endlessly, and like a flood that is out of control. It is like a violent storm covering the sky and the earth, and like lightning and thunder that are so fast that you can't cover your ears. It is like a cold autumn wind sweeping across the world, and like the long river of time washing away all things in the world. Ding 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 ding. A series of weapon collisions, more intensive than before, like a compact drumbeat and like the heartbeat of Pumpaka at this time. The mecha sword that was constantly blocking was finally split open, and the mecha heavy sword belonging to the Federation finally hit the Imperial mecha. Another gap appeared. It was not fatal, but it didn't matter, because Han Li was still chopping. He could still chop. His body said, "Big brother, we are really in trouble." Han Li said, "You useless thing, let my Uncle Ji talk to you?" His body gritted his teeth, "Let's kill it." Han Li swung his sword and chopped wildly. Good. So Pumpaka was killed. Federation, Han Li, win. P.S. I owe one update today. I will make it up tomorrow. Sorry, bosses, thank you for your blessings. Chapter 269. Han Li is no longer able to. The Imperial Mech Corps retreated like a tide, and they abandoned Pumpaka's mech and body. Logically, they should have tried to get it back, because both Pumpaka's mech and his body were extremely valuable. But they were afraid that Ji Xinghe would reason with them. Cheers rang out from the communication channel, and 160 federal mechas began to charge, and soon guarded Han Li's mech. If the Empire chose to use long-range firepower to attack at this time, these federal mechas would ensure Han Li's safety at all costs. Retreat, Han Li's voice rang out in the communication channel, and he didn't sound tired, but very energetic. The cheers were suppressed, and everyone was extremely excited to guard Han Li and began to retreat to B-72 Heights. A transport vehicle rushed over, and with the cooperation of the mech, it carried Pumpaka's mech and body up together, and the extremely valuable weapons were not left behind. Everything that can be taken away was taken away, including the tungsten steel alloy mecha foot fragments that were cut by Han Li, the broken protective armor of Han Li's mecha, etc. The value of these metals is very high. But the value of all these is not as high as Han Li's current value. The 29th generation of the Federation's standard mecha, customized modified version, which was surrounded by stars like the moon, attracted everyone's attention. Everyone in the Mecha Corps, everyone in the B-72 Highland Garrison, everyone in the nearest base number 6, everyone in all the military camps around base number 6, everyone in the Nanchunman space station, and everyone in other federal bases who knew the news in advance and paid attention. Even many people on the Azure Star, they did not know the outcome of this battle at this time, but their attention to this battle was higher than that of Ji Xinghe's previous battle of Xianshan. In terms of mecha performance, the Xianshan driven by Ji Xinghe at that time was almost the same as Han Li's custom modified version of the mecha now. The opponents they faced were both Imperial Dukes, and there was no obvious difference in the performance of the mecha. The key point is the difference in the age of the drivers. Even if the 66-year-old Ji Xinghe is unscientific, how many years can he fight? Han Li, who is 33 years old, is actually not young, but he is too young compared to Ji Xinghe. Moreover, Han Li is more obedient. It will take more than 20 minutes for the cheers on the Azure Star to reach the alien star. The cheers that have already sounded on the alien star will not last so long, but the excitement of people will last for countless 20 minutes. The third ace mecha warrior who can kill the Duke of the Empire in formation has appeared, and the mecha he drives is not an exclusive mecha. If the exclusive mecha built for him by the Federation at all costs is in place, to what extent can his combat power be improved? Ji Xinghe, the second person in the Federation to kill the Duke of the Empire, rushed thousands of miles alone after having the Lonely Brave, and destroyed 200 imperial mechas alone. After having the general armor, a single soldier broke into the army of 50,000 troops of the Empire and destroyed its air defense system. So, what about Han Li? People thought of Ji Xinghe, but their eyes were focused on Han Li. All the way back to B-72 Highland, and when they arrived at the repair area of B-72 Highland, all these eyes were on Han Li. Ji Xinghe, who returned with the team, like other mecha warriors, gathered around Han Li and his mecha. Ordinary, no one paid attention. This feeling is actually very fresh to Ji Xinghe. The first time he drove a mecha into battle was in the 36 Grand Canyon. At that time, he was the focus of everyone's attention. After the war, it was a miracle that amazed everyone. Since that time, whenever Ji Xinghe appeared on the battlefield, he could become the most eye-catching presence on the battlefield. In the dust storm outside base number 6, where the Heart Moon Fox space battleship fell, the second time he was in the 36 Grand Canyon, again and again, until everyone in the world knew you. It's great. Ji Xinghe was not dissatisfied at all, but was very pleased. He liked this feeling, because he was originally dust, and he preferred that the mecha warriors of the Federation could become stronger. If the Federation's 300,000 active mecha warriors can be as powerful as Han Li, and all have mountain-cutting mechas, what is the Empire? Even if the Empire uses nuclear weapons for this, it doesn't matter. In terms of the number and magnitude of nuclear weapons, the Federation is enough to crush the Empire. It doesn't matter whether the alien planet is nuclearized or not. The Empire can't hit the Azure Star. The Federation with 300,000 Han Li will definitely be able to reach the Empire Star. Just when people like Ji Xinghe also had fantasies because of hatred. In the B-72 Highland mechanic repair area, all the mechanics, all the mecha warriors who squeezed in, and the people stationed in various parts of B-72 Highland and watching the heroes return using communication devices, all focused their eyes on him. Because of a conversation. Han Li, who came out of the mecha cockpit, did not rest, nor did he let the excited people throw him up. He took the lead in playing a battle video. Step on its toes, hit, everyone heard it at the first time. This was Ji Xinghe's voice. Combined with the two scenes of the battle played simultaneously, everyone understood that it was Ji Xinghe who was teaching Han Li how to fight, and Han Li also followed Ji Xinghe's method and gained an advantage. People were shocked. Before, the communication channel between Han Li and Ji Xinghe was encrypted. Except for the two of them, even the communication center of B-72 Highland, base number 6, and Nanchaman space station could not hear their conversation. But now, they heard it. Uncle Ji, what is the point I lack? This is Han Li's voice, combined with the video footage that Han Li edited on the way back, regardless of his own fatigue. Everyone heard and saw that Han Li was on the verge of collapse at that time. In a corner of the battle screen, there was the monitoring information of the Mecha life support system, and his physical strength had reached the limit. When Han Li was about to die in battle, he chose to ask Ji Xinghe a question, as if he didn't want to die with regrets. Don't believe in the limit, because if you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. Ji Xinghe's voice sounded, old but not gloomy, full of vigor and vitality in the calm, like the earth coming back to life, all things reviving, giving people an indescribable and endless appeal. Han Li, you are just a little bit short, just a little bit short. It was obviously just a voice coming from the loudspeaker, but it was like a morning bell, making everyone who heard it feel deafening. The battle video played synchronously finally had a real chance of victory at this time. After hearing this, Han Li began to chase and slash at the Duke-class Imperial mech. Then, he chopped the Pump Paka to death. The repair area of B-72 Highland suddenly became quiet because most of the recordings and battle videos had been played. The real battle process was much longer than this video, and the viewers would not be able to help but want to use the slow motion function, but none of this mattered. The scenes that were not edited by Han Li could be watched slowly later, and they could watch them however they wanted. The most important thing at this moment is Uncle Ji. Han Li stood in the center of the crowd, straight as a javelin, with a bright smile on his face and eyes full of smiles. He crossed the crowd and found Ji Xinghe. Fortunately, Ji Xinghe was tall. Do you know? I was about to lose consciousness at that time. When I heard your voice, I couldn't recognize it as your voice. I thought I was dead and went to the west to see the Tathagata Buddha. The Tathagata Buddha said to me, Han Li, you are just a little bit away, just a little bit away. I thought this is not right. I asked Uncle Ji's question. How could Uncle Ji not answer me? How could I die with my eyes open? Then I woke up. It turned out that it was not the Tathagata Buddha who was talking to me, but the Jalai Buddha who was talking to me. Ha 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 ha. Han Li laughed very happily. When he laughed, everyone laughed, but no one except Han Li laughed out loud. People wanted to hear Han Li's laughter clearly, as if to prove that Han Li was really alive and in a really good condition. They even suppressed their breathing for this, but the expressions on their faces were all smiles that could not be hidden. What Han Li said was very funny, and this matter itself should be laughed at. When one person's laughter stopped, the focus of the group's eyes changed. Han Li took a deep breath, his expression turned serious, and his tone was the same. Uncle Ji, thank you. Ji Xinghe looked at Han Li, who once again did not hesitate to sacrifice his own reputation to add to his reputation, and the relief in his heart turned into helplessness. Xiao Han, he asked, you just broke through, you should feel very good, right? Then we, one of the 10 ace mecha warriors in active service in the Federation, the third mecha warrior in active service in the Federation who can kill the Duke of the Empire in battle, the hero of the Federation, and Han Li, who has a promising future. When Ji Xinghe called him Xiao Han, his body actually had an uncontrollable tremor. Is it too tired? Or is it because? No, it's just because I'm too tired. Hey, the doctor is here. I'll check my body first. You all can go away. Han Li squeezed through the crowd at a very fast speed, jumped flexibly, and lay upright on the stretcher pushed by the medical staff. Medical staff, Colonel Han Li, you have to wear your helmet. We have to pull you out. Han Li waved his powerful right hand. No, I'm exhausted. You help me. Everyone, how afraid are they to fight with Ji Xinghe? People did not think that Ji Xinghe suddenly wanted to fight with Han Li at this time, bullying Han Li or trying to steal Han Li's reputation. If being beaten and taught a few words by Ji Xinghe can break through their own limits. Uncle Ji, Sichuan, who was standing next to Ji Xinghe, was the first to change his words. He looked at Ji Xinghe with burning eyes. Uncle Ji, beat me. Uncle Ji, beat me, beat me. The blind man shouted out second. Uncle Ji, we are the first two to know each other. The lame man ripped open his trouser leg. Uncle Ji, you connected my leg for me. Beat me first. The people in the Xinghe team are like this, let alone the others. Ji Xinghe, who finally got out of the spotlight, once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone rushed to shout. Uncle Ji, everyone rushed to spread the praises. Ji Lai Buddha, P.S. To make up for yesterday's chapter title should be put in today's. I'm confused. Chapter 270. Let's go back to the blue planet. Han Li accepted the challenge and won, winning 48 hours of buffer time for B-72 Highland. It was very similar to the previous one by Ji Xinghe, but also a little different. The attack launched by the Empire on base number 6 during the dust storm period could continue, but the Empire's attack on B-72 Highland had to accumulate enough strength, otherwise it would sink into the sea and not stir up any waves. Even if there was no challenge before the battle this time, they would need to rest for a while before they could launch another attack. However, judging from the images taken by the reconnaissance satellite, the Empire's mobilization of troops against B-72 Highland was indeed much slower than before, and much more than before. When the war was about to start again, Ji Xinghe felt a little lonely. The temporarily formed Galaxy Mech Corps was training, and he, the nominal commander, became an outsider. There were not many damaged mechas in the previous battles, and the mechanics of B-72 Highland were more than enough. As a professional mechanic who didn't mind repairing mechas, he had no chance to show his abilities. Uncle Ji, this is a good time to record your teaching video. Han Li found Ji Xinghe, who was suddenly unemployed. In fact, Ji Xinghe was not idle. He was conducting armor-piercing training and was alone in an open area of the camp, controlling the mecha to punch slowly. It was just because everyone else was busy and had no time to take care of him, so he seemed to be idle. I have already recorded it before. Ji Xinghe did not stop his mobile boxing movements, just like he had been practicing diligently every day for the past 56 years. The biological clock developed in half a century may be more accurate than many clocks. Recorded in advance, Han Li was a little surprised, but he figured it out in a second, and said in a low voice, "Is it prepared for Xinghe?" "Yes." Ji Xinghe did not hide it. "You know Xinghe's body. Practicing boxing with me is good for her body. I'm afraid that one day I'm gone and no one will teach her boxing." Han Li was silent. He didn't say anything like "everyone will die but you, Ji Xinghe, can't die." He has fought on the alien planet for many years and has experienced too many separations of life and death. Everyone is likely to die. He, who has become an ace mecha warrior, is actually no different from Ji Xinghe, who has already sacrificed. It's just a matter of time. It's also for this reason that he didn't say anything like "I'll teach Xinghe's kung fu." If Ji Xinghe died in the battle, how could Han Li have the strength and face to live? I asked the doctor. Han Li was not wearing armor. His mecha was still under repair. He was wearing a set of individual exoskeleton armor. He stood next to Ji Xinghe's general armor and looked up and talked. The doctor said that in about 5 months, Xinghe can return to the Blue Star. Uncle Ji, what do you think? Before Ji Xinghe came to the Blue Star, Tu Yuan once said that Xinghe needed about 2 years of treatment. At this time, it was only a little over a year since Ji Xinghe came to the alien planet, and it was only a year and a half including 5 months. The improvement of the treatment effect has a lot to do with Ji Xinghe's resume and meritorious service. The relevant parties of the Federation can also be described as sparing no expense in the treatment of Ji Xinghe. Everyone knows that Ji Xinghe is Ji Xinghe's weakness. Without mentioning other things, if Ji Xinghe gets into trouble, Ji Xinghe will definitely be determined to die. Just like when Ji Xinghe learned about Ji Xinghe's sacrifice. An ace mecha warrior who wants to live to protect his granddaughter, and an ace mecha warrior who wants to die, the Federation has no reason to choose the latter. Another reason is that Ji Xinghe is practicing kung fu with Ji Xinghe, and it has achieved initial results. What I thought, Ji Xinghe finally stopped driving the mecha to practice boxing, and stood there looking in the direction of base number 5. He crossed a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers with his glance, and directly saw Ji Xinghe, who was taking a cultural class. As an ace mecha warrior, Ji Xinghe, who has privileges, never skimps on this communication resource during non-combat periods. He connected to the only classroom in base number 5, and was able to see what Ji Xinghe looked like. In the visible window of the mecha cockpit, Ji Xinghe was sitting upright and listening very seriously. The children around her, like her, also listened very seriously, including Margao and Lin Shu, who are usually very noisy. They treated the cultural classes as if they were fighting a battle. After watching for only 9 seconds, Ji Xinghe turned off the communication. During this process, Han Li remained silent and waited. Finally, Ji Xinghe mustered up the courage and said, "I don't know." It takes more courage to say you don't know than to make a decision. Sigh. Han Li sighed, and then said, "Uncle Ji, before you became an ace mecha warrior, to be precise, it should be before you completed the period of beheading the mountain, I often thought about a question." Ji Xinghe asked, "Are you thinking about how to persuade me to take Xinghe back to the Blue Star?" "Yes, I have always thought so before, and I have prepared a lot of speeches for this, and I have also consulted reporter Su." Han Li hesitated. But now, you don't want me to go back to the Blue Star?" Ji Xinghe said as if he had suddenly learned mind reading. "But you still want Xinghe to return to the Blue Star, and you, like me, don't trust other people, so you don't want others to take care of Xinghe. You want me to take care of Xinghe. Is that right?" Han Li was stunned, and spoke again after a long while. "Uncle Ji, is your heart-cutting sword so powerful now? Are there any related knowledge points in your teaching video? This is not the heart-cutting sword, this is the ways of the world, this is the sophistication of human relationships, this is why you have to call me uncle. However, there is indeed a heart-cutting sword in the teaching video." "Okay." Han Li organized his words a little, and then started talking. "Uncle Ji, besides you, I am the one who most hopes that Xinghe can grow up peacefully and happily in this world. So I think you should have the same troubles as me now. I hope that you and Xinghe both go back, because I want you and Xinghe to live well. But I can't bear to let you go back, because your fighting ability is stronger than mine. As far as your current performance is concerned, the role you can play in this war must be much higher than mine. If you want revenge, you must want to stay on the alien planet and continue to fight. But you are worried about Xinghe and want to keep her by your side to take care of her. Her body may return to the Blue Star. You also want to return to the Blue Star to take care of her. I have been thinking about this problem these days. You can guess what I am thinking about, and I must be thinking about this problem too. I don't know what decision you have made, nor do I know your final choice. In all aspects, I am actually the least qualified person to talk to you about this problem, let alone give you any advice, but Han Li took a deep breath and his tone became firm. Uncle Ji, I think you should take Xinghe back. Ji Xinghe listened to Han Li's words and was silent for a while before speaking. Is it because you have made a breakthrough now and feel that you are capable, so you want to say that you will help me get revenge? Han Li said frankly. Yes, I really didn't have the courage to say these words to you before. Ji Xinghe was silent again. The two mechas, one large and one small, looked very harmonious under the pale blue sunset glow of the alien planet. In a sense, the single soldier exoskeleton armor that Han Li was wearing at this time was a small mecha. But the atmosphere between the two was not as harmonious as it seemed. Han Li didn't say some words, but it didn't mean that Ji Xinghe couldn't guess them. He could guess Han Li's thoughts, and naturally he could guess those things that Han Li didn't want to say. For example, if I don't go back, are you going to stop what I'm going to do? Ji Xinghe pointed it out directly. Han Li didn't hesitate at all. Yes, I will stop it, although I don't want to stop it at all. But if you choose to take Xinghe back, I will do what you want to do for you. Ji Xinghe suddenly smiled, but being in the cockpit, no one could see how helpless his smile was at this time. The fact that he was able to create so many miracles in such a short time and reach his current level was closely related to the challenge Han Li had launched against him. If Han Li had not asked for his own disgrace, he might have needed to repair conventional vehicles for a long time before he could go to the repair area and get in touch with real mechas. The identity of an instructor in the training area, the identity of a mechanic, the actual machine test in the repair area, etc., were the cornerstones for him to obtain the second-level Mecha Warrior qualification certificate and participate in the search and rescue mission for the blind. Not only does it take more time and effort to get a real opportunity, but it will also delay the treatment of Xinghe. He was very poor when he first arrived, and it was Han Li who transferred a sum of money to him. After that, he spared no effort to give back to Han Li, and until today Han Li dared to say such words to him. It is indeed more appropriate for you to do that thing than me, because you are young, because you have fought on alien planets for many years, and because you are a purer professional soldier than me. Ji Xinghe spoke slowly. But, you doing it and I doing it are two different things for me, even if the results are the same, they are two different results for me. Han Li did not mean Ji Xinghe's attitude. He did not debate with Ji Xinghe, but asked. But you always have to make a decision. Why can't you make a decision earlier? This is very important for you. Xinghe, Chen Sun, Suhi, Shen Mu, the blind man, me, and the Federation. Ji Xinghe asked back, do you really know what we are going to do? Of course, Han Li's tone was certain. We want to stop the Federation from negotiating with the Empire. We want to take advantage of the fact that we can still fight and go directly to the Empire. One punch will open the way, so as to avoid 100 punches. We want our descendants to never have to worry about war again. Both of them used the word we, but the topic they discussed could turn us into we and you. Ji Xinghe did not respond immediately. He opened the cockpit door of the mecha, jumped out from it, and stood in front of Han Li. Wearing only protective clothing and a helmet, he looked much thinner than Han Li. The heights of the two men were equal because of Han Li's individual exoskeleton armor. It was the first time for the two to look at each other as equals, both in terms of body shape and mentality. Zio Han, Ji Xinghe asked seriously, are you afraid that I will sacrifice myself? Are you ashamed of Xinghe? Han Li's upright figure collapsed instantly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. How long will Ji Xinghe's peak period last? And Xinghe, You are afraid that I will die, and you cannot take care of her because of your responsibilities and obligations, and she is also in trouble, so you are too ashamed to face Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe's two questions hit Han Li's heart like a hammer, making him bow his head in front of Ji Xinghe. Yes, that's right, Han Li murmured. If the two of them had not used a communication device, Ji Xinghe might not have heard his voice. To feel guilty towards Ji Xinghe and to be ashamed to face Ji Xinghe, for a person who has already sacrificed, this is simply asking for trouble. But Han Li always believed that Ji Xinghe was still alive, living in another world, living in his heart and memory. Actually, you don't have to be like this, Ji Xinghe said calmly. Ji Xinghe's death has nothing to do with you, and it has nothing to do with the person who ordered us to fight to the death. It was his own choice. It does matter. Han Li suddenly looked up, looked at Ji Xinghe and said, if I was as good at fighting as I am now, Ji Xinghe would never have died. If the order at that time was not to fight to the death, Ji Xinghe would not have died. There was no indignation in his voice, no regrets, and no complaints about the unfairness of fate. There was only grievance. Ji Xinghe was silent, looking at Han Li with calm and encouraging eyes. Through the visors of the two helmets, Han Li could see Ji Xinghe's eyes. Uncle Ji, do you know where the person who ordered us to fight to the death is now and what he is doing? Ji Xinghe shook his head. He retired. He retired after you became an ace mecha warrior and succeeded in cutting the mountain. He should be almost at the Azure Star now. He was a major general and made countless contributions. Especially in the battle when he ordered us to fight to the death, I even got the first-class merit medal. What about him? But he retired when he was in his prime. Someone told me that he will work at the 3rd Military Academy of the Federation after he returns. It's a sinecure. There are reasons for you and for me. You became an ace mecha warrior, and I became an ace mecha warrior. Some people think that we should be given an explanation, but why? Han Li was questioning, but he was not questioning Ji Xinghe who was in front of him. Why was he punished when he did nothing wrong, but I was not punished when I made a mistake? Is it because there can be thousands of people in the Federation who can become major generals, but only dozens of people who can become ace mecha warriors? Han Li was questioning himself and expressing his inner self-blame. Uncle Ji, I know what you wanted to say just now. You mean to say that you respected Ji Xinghe's choice, and you are the culprit who caused Ji Xinghe's sacrifice. You mean to say that I should also respect your choice, no matter what you will do? But have you ever thought that if your choice causes problems in Ji Xinghe's growth, are you wrong? I think you are not wrong, no matter what choice you make. But just like the person who ordered us to fight to the death, is he really wrong? I have no face-to-face Ji Xinghe. What about you? Even though Ji Xinghe has already practiced a heart-cutting knife, he was broken by Han Li's words at this time. Because Han Li mentioned the two most important people to him, one sacrificed because of his choice, and the other may have a more tragic life than sacrifice because of his choice. If he had forcibly dispelled Ji Xinghe's idea as a father, Ji Xinghe should have become a doctor or a lawyer now, right? It is also possible that he is the owner of a martial arts hall. Marry a wife and have children, so that he can live with 3 generations, 4 generations, or even 5 generations. Ji Xinghe. No, if that were the case, there would be no Ji Xinghe in this world, and Ji Xinghe's child would not be called Ji Xinghe. No matter how many children Ji Xinghe has, there will not be a child named Ji Xinghe. They may be healthy, but they are not Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe's already miserable life will become even more miserable because of his choice. The abundance of material life can never fill the emptiness of the spiritual world. No matter how many ancestors Ji Xinghe has, he is still an orphan. Uncle Ji, I've talked too much. Han Li calmed down his emotions when Ji Xinghe was silent. What I said just now was a lie. Even if you choose not to go back, I will support what you want to do, because that is what I want to do, but I really hope you can go back and take Ji Xinghe with you, and let us end this war that should not belong to you and Ji Xinghe. I know you don't believe us, just like you said you didn't believe Jackson, Harris, Qin Tong and others, but you should at least give us a chance. Take Ji Xinghe back for 1 year or 2 at most. If this war does not change as you expect, you can come to the alien planet to fight again. After 1 or 2 years, you won't have to worry about Ji Xinghe's condition as much as you do now. After 1 or 2 years, you should still be able to fight, right? Han Li said, looking at Ji Xinghe's eyes with burning eyes. Ji Xinghe did not give the answer Han Li expected, but asked, do you know why there is a saying that it is rare for someone to live to 70? Han Li frowned. That is because the living standards and medical standards in ancient times were generally low. Now there are a lot of people who can live to 70 years old, and it is not uncommon to live to 100 years old. Your body is so good, it is no problem to live to 120 or 130 years old. I can live to 140 years old, if there is no accident, at least, Ji Xinghe said, a fact that would shock the world. Based on his mastery of his body, it is impossible to analyze it with existing technology. Han Li was also shocked. Live to 140 years old, at least? Kung Fu has such a good health-preserving effect? Or is it just because of Ji Xinghe's talent that he has practiced Kung Fu to the extreme known to mankind, which has such a good effect? Han Li, who didn't understand, didn't ask, a smile appeared on his face. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by Ji Xinghe. But, my peak can only last until I'm 70 at most. In fact, from what I feel right now, I can only last until I'm 69. Han Li was stumped by this sentence, and after a while he asked, are you talking about your age in nominal terms or real years? Ji Xinghe, who is 66 this year, is 65 in real years. The difference doesn't sound big, but combined with what Ji Xinghe just said, it means a 1-year difference in peak years. What can be done in 1 year? Ji Xinghe, who had not reached his peak before, took only 1 year to go from a private mechanic to Colonel Ace Mecha warrior. Age in nominal terms, Ji Xinghe said that he could still fight like he is now for another 3 years. And Han Li asked him to wait for 1 or 2 years. Ji Xinghe said he couldn't wait. What about Qi? Han Li suddenly thought of a life-saving straw and asked anxiously, what if you can master the power of Qi? In theory, I can become stronger and stay at my peak for a longer time. But how do I get the power of Qi? I'll capture the Emperor of the Empire. Han Li subconsciously said a nonsense. If he could really capture the current Emperor of the Empire, what would be the point of Ji Xinghe's peak period being able to last longer? The mecha is going to be replaced. Ji Xinghe did not correct Han Li's words and said, will they let me come in a year or two? Theoretically, no. Up to now, no one has come to test Ji Xinghe's synchronization rate, and Han Li, who has been tested, knows very well what this means. Okay, don't persuade me. Ji Xinghe approached Han Li and patted him on the shoulder. When I want to go back, you can't keep me, and they can't keep me either. When I don't want to go back, no one can make me go back. Ji Xinghe's words made today's conversation look like nonsense, but it wasn't. Han Li's heart knot was partially untied, and so was Ji Xinghe's heart knot. Uncle Ji, tell me about your teaching video. Han Li's mentality changed quickly. Will it really not cause problems for people to practice? Ji Xinghe also changed his mentality. If you don't believe it, why do you still help me endorse it? I believe it, Han Li explained, but some people don't believe it. I prepared a teaching video for Xinghe and a teaching video for those children. What do you think? Then there will definitely be no problem. Han Li really recovered, and part of his heart knot was released. He asked for it directly with a playful smile that he had never faced Ji Xinghe before. Then please show it to me first. I don't want to be preempted by Jackson. Yeah, Ji Xinghe turned back to the cockpit of the mecha, and after operating it for a while, he sent the teaching video to Han Li first. It was really the first time. The people who were crazy about shouting Uncle Ji before were shouting eagerly, but no one asked for the teaching video, and Ji Xinghe didn't send it. Because they didn't have time to watch it, and with their talents, Ji Xinghe didn't have time to teach. Giving it at this time will affect their subsequent battles. Including Jackson, who has always been thinking about Han Li and has always been thought about by Han Li. Although he has received the news, he has no chance to ask for the teaching video because of the recent tense war. If Jackson knew that Ji Xinghe was giving Han Li a special lesson, it is estimated that he would definitely give Ji Xinghe some discounts on the tuition fees he asked for from home. After sending the video, Ji Xinghe was ready to do something he really wanted to do. Yesterday, Han Li escaped with the excuse of physical exhaustion. Today, Han Li is so energetic and dares to threaten him. How can he not use the excuse of physical exhaustion? But Ji Xinghe, who was in the cockpit of the mecha, was about to go down and block Han Li directly, but found that Han Li had already run away. He was wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor and ran very fast. Xiao Han, Uncle Ji, I just received news that the Empire is expected to gather 200,000 troops this time. I have to go and prepare. Just received? Ji Xinghe looked at his message list. This information was transmitted in an hour. Given Han Li's strength and status, it is impossible for him to receive the news so late. Ji Xinghe chased after him in the general armor. Don't run. I'll let you wear the individual exoskeleton armor. I want to try how strong this armor is. The individual exoskeleton armor also has detection devices such as radar. Han Li, who had already run far away, saw Ji Xinghe chasing him through the armor, so he ran faster. Uncle Ji, I haven't tried to be beaten up in an individual exoskeleton armor. Maybe we have a chance. Ji Xinghe didn't want to wait until later. He was also worried that with Han Li's talent, he would not be able to beat him one day. So he drove the general armor and chased after him. Two mechas, one large and one small, ran one after the other on the B-72 high ground, attracting the attention of many people. People thought about the two federal ace mecha warriors, one old and one young, and the father-son relationship between them. They couldn't help but be full of respect in their hearts, feeling that the victory of the Federation was in sight. That's great. But what they didn't know was that the two were actually in a state of chasing each other, and one of them had to lie on the ground today. As the saying goes, things never happen more than 3 times, but Han Li has only lied in front of Ji Xinghe twice so far. And common sense has never made sense to Ji Xinghe. Chapter 272 Charge. Han Li did not lie down. It was not because Ji Xinghe could not beat him. He was wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor and still did not dare to fight with Ji Xinghe. Uncle Ji, if you don't help me, I won't fight you. I don't know if it was to avoid being beaten. Han Li made a request to Ji Xinghe, who chased him to the mechanical repair area, which made people around him feel incredible. Colonel Han Li, your mecha has been completed and is currently being transported. Yes, Colonel Han Li, your exclusive mecha is extremely powerful, and it is better than, Colonel Ji Xinghe's general armor in all aspects. I don't think you need to ask Colonel Ji Xinghe to help build a mecha, and we don't have the corresponding equipment to handle tungsten steel alloy. The mechanics persuaded him, because Han Li wanted Ji Xinghe to help him build a mecha, using Pump Paka's mecha as material, and build a spare mecha in the way of building a general armor. When Han Li made the request, he proposed a spare mecha, not his regular mecha, otherwise this request would be enough to panic some people in the Federation. Ji Xinghe's general armor belongs to him. If Han Li's new mecha also belongs to him, what do these two ace mecha warriors want to do? No need to ask. No matter what Ji Xinghe and Han Li want to do, Jackson will definitely choose to support them. If the 3 ace mecha warriors do this, the Federation may really collapse. But even if it is a spare mecha, people still find it incomprehensible. Ji Xinghe also doesn't understand. I have seen the data they sent. The performance of your exclusive mecha is really strong. There is indeed some gap between the defense of the material and tungsten steel alloy, but the lightweight of the fuselage is something that tungsten steel alloy cannot achieve. Ji Xinghe looked at Han Li, who was cheating, and said seriously, you are good at speed, and tungsten steel alloy is not suitable for you. From the performance parameters, your new mecha is actually better than my general armor. Moreover, they have built a full set of spare parts for you, and any damage in any position can be repaired in the first time. Mechas made of tungsten steel alloy, or mechas built in the way of building general armor, are difficult to have a complete set of spare parts. Han Li's exclusive mecha has just been completed, but there are already 2 sets of spare parts. There are more spare parts for parts that are easy to wear. If it is broken, it can be repaired at any time, and the peak performance will not be affected. No matter how you look at it, Han Li has no reason to want a new mecha. Then there is no need to fight. Han Li, who put forward the conditions, smiled very brightly at this time. He can be invincible either way. Ji Xinghe nodded helplessly. He didn't mind helping Han Li build a new mecha, but it was really inappropriate now. Moreover, his relationship with the Federation has been good during this period. The state of being good to each other cannot be destroyed because of such things. The impact on himself is small, the impact on the Galaxy Squad and the Galaxy Mecha Corps is big, and the impact on Han Li is even greater. The thing Han Li told him just now was not a reminder to him. A major general with outstanding merits was transferred back to the Azure Star just because he said he was transferred back. The Federation, which theoretically does not lack command talents, does not really have thousands of major generals. Theoretical knowledge is easy to learn, but it is too difficult to gain experience in commanding a war. The tuition for actual combat is countless resources and lives. One general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of people. In this case, can the ace mecha warrior really not be forcibly transferred back? If he, Ji Xinghe, cannot be transferred, Jackson and Han Li cannot be transferred? No more fighting. Ji Xinghe gave Han Li a reassurance pill, and the plan to build a mecha ended in vain, which made everyone around him feel relieved, and some people who got the news also felt relieved. From a certain perspective, the transfer of the Major General back to the Azure Star was a reminder to Ji Xinghe by some people in the name of compensation. And this request made by Han Li at this time was also a reminder to some people by Han Li and Ji Xinghe. After the excitement of the machine repair area ended, B-72 Highland was idle for more than a day, and the war was finally about to begin. The previous news can be confirmed that the Empire's second attack on B-72 Highland did indeed gather more than 200,000 troops. The pressure does not come from pure military strength, let alone 200,000 guerrillas. Even if there are 2 million guerrillas, they cannot last more than 24 hours in front of the various high-tech weapons of the Federation. The real pressure comes from the weapons and facilities supporting the 200,000 troops, such as the dispersed air defense system. 10,000 people standing together are a sea of people, let alone 200,000 guerrillas. After the troops are deployed, they are everywhere, like a mountain and a field, surrounding the entire B-72 Highland. Also surrounding B-72 Highland are thousands of vehicles such as missile vehicles, which form an air defense system. When the ground forces begin to advance, they constantly intercept the firepower attacks of the Federation. Without the missile interception system integrated into the air defense system, the Federation can eat up these 200,000 troops without a single soldier. When long-range fire suppression was difficult to achieve results, the Imperial troops surrounding B-72 Highland did not choose to charge directly at B-72 Highland, but built defensive fortifications while advancing continuously. Trenches are still cheap and good in this era. In the positional warfare of ground combat, they can be regarded as necessary defensive fortifications. The guerrillas of the Empire dig trenches very quickly. They use some special engineering vehicles to dig, and also use tools such as shovels to dig with a lot of guerrilla strength. This scene looks very strange. There are mechas and space battleships, but they still need to dig trenches with shovels, but the effect is very obvious. One after another, trenches appeared around the B-72 Highland like stars. They will exist for a long time, providing shelter for the Empire's rounds of attacks. When the Federal artillery shells and missiles hit, the Imperial soldiers can avoid damage in the trenches. When the Federal mechas rush over, they can also evade in the trenches. Some of their weapons, detection devices, etc. can be arranged in the trenches, making it more difficult for the Federation to destroy them. Are you wondering why we didn't arrange trenches and other defensive fortifications around us in advance? Chen Sun's voice sounded in Ji Xinghe's ears. And Ji Xinghe looked at the position where Chen Sun was. That was the B-72 Highland, about 120 meters above sea level. B-72 Highland is actually a barren mountain with a maximum altitude of 1,300 meters. There is no sea on the alien planet, but the word altitude is very convenient to use. All the defensive fortifications of the Federation are arranged layer by layer along the B-72 Highland. Chen Sun, who did not need to command the Galaxy Mecha Corps for the time being, did not waste time. He took a relatively ordinary sniper rifle and was shooting from behind a bunker. Bang bang bang. Shot after shot, every time the gunshot sounded, an Imperial guerrilla would die on the spot a few kilometers away. There are many snipers like Chen Sun. The alien planet, which has no air resistance and much lower gravity, is the favorite shooting range of the Federal sharpshooters. Being at a high place, it is easy for them to hit a target 2 or 3 kilometers away. At this time, apart from the artillery, they were the only ones participating in the battle. If the protective suits were not too heavy, and the protective helmets that made their heads much larger would affect their aiming accuracy, the casualties they could cause would definitely be far greater than those of the mechas. Killing an ape with one bullet is much more efficient than the charge and slashing of the mechas. I just haven't learned to command a battle, but it doesn't mean I haven't tried, Ji Xinghe responded with a helpless tone. Of course, shooting high and low is more advantageous than shooting on the ground. Ha ha ha, Chen Sun laughed. His laughter did not affect his shooting speed and accuracy because he was paralyzed. He hadn't participated in a battle like this for a long time, and his mood was much better because of the killing. Compared with the mechas, the apes who were just wearing ordinary protective suits were too easy to kill. Then tell me, why didn't I let you rush out to destroy their trenches? Chen Sun asked again. Ji Xinghe answered helplessly, because we can't move now. They surrounded us and started to advance on all fronts. If we easily enter the battlefield, once they are restricted by them, their subsequent mecha troops will directly advance. The federal mecha warriors did not participate in the battle. They only needed to deal with the imperial mecha. The imperial air defense system is not as easy to destroy as before because it is too scattered. Chen soon asked some very simple questions while constantly shooting. Ji Xinghe didn't want to talk nonsense, but he couldn't resist Chen Sun's kindness, so he could only act like a primary school student in the classroom. During the question and answer period, the imperial forces were being lost at a high rate. Some were killed by federal missiles that were not successfully intercepted, and some were killed by artillery shells that were difficult to intercept. There were also mines arranged by the Federation in advance, which were either directly exploded when they were dug, or remotely detonated when there were enough guerrillas nearby. Although the imperial forces, which were eager to advance, had as many as 200,000, it was difficult to detect all the mines if they wanted to surround the B-72 Highland and launch attacks from all directions at the same time. When the Empire advanced to 2 kilometers from the first layer of the Federation's defense position, the damage had exceeded 10,000. The Federation also suffered many casualties. The Empire's artillery shells continued to bombard the Federation's positions, and some guerrillas also fired back with sniper rifles. But the defensive Federation was always able to occupy a great advantage. The Empire's tentative charge triggered dense gunfire. Heavy machine guns were really a must-have weapon for killing guerrillas in such a defensive battle. The positions of bunkers and other shelters were constantly exposed, attracting a large amount of Imperial firepower. The Empire used the bodies of cannon fodder to draw a circle along the B-72 Highland and tore some gaps. The real charge followed. The coordinated advancement of infantry and tanks did not bring much pressure to the Federation. Tanks, armored vehicles and other vehicles with relatively slow speeds were difficult to avoid the Federation's armor-piercing shells. The pressure came from the Empire's mechas. When they charged, they ignored the bullets and shells from the Federation's defense positions and rushed straight to the B-72 Highland. But there are some things that they can never ignore. The long-awaited Federation mechas can finally join in this defensive battle. In the name of Galaxy, we are invincible. Galaxy Squad, charge. Chapter 273 The God Descending the Mountain. 400. Ji Xinghe, who destroyed 9 more Imperial mechas, got his 400th gold star not long after the Empire launched its second attack on B-72 Heights. But the Empire's attack did not stop because of this. Whether it was mechas or conventional troops, once they started charging, they could not stop. Unless a phased goal is achieved, such as destroying the Federation's important defensive fortifications on B-72 Heights, it is doomed to be futile at this stage to rely on consuming the Federation's ammunition to capture the Federation's position. The Imperial troops, like opening a floodgate, madly attacked B-72 Heights, trying to go upstream. But how could the guerrillas going up the mountain stop the gods going down the mountain? At this moment, Han Li is a god, and Ji Xinghe is a god. Harris, Qin Tong, the blind man, the lame man, they are all gods. The Imperial mechas charging up the mountain are not facing the defense of the federal mecha warriors, but the charge and attack of these gods. Ji Xinghe, who once again began to fight alone, was the best among the gods in terms of combat efficiency and combat radius, and he deserved it. An Imperial mecha in front of him had no time to evade, and was pierced through the protective armor by Ji Xinghe's gun. The tip of the gun pierced into the cockpit and easily sent an orangutan to hell. Drawing his gun and charging again, Ji Xinghe drove the general armor and rushed to the side of the second Imperial mecha. 402. The Imperial mecha did not choose to besiege Ji Xinghe. Their combat goal this time was not to kill the federal ace mecha warriors such as Ji Xinghe and Han Li, because they knew very well that they could not kill Ji Xinghe. They dispersed and charged at the same time, just wanting to use their numerical advantage to tear open a gap and rush into the federal defense position to wreak havoc. As long as those defensive fortifications were destroyed, the regular forces of the Empire would be able to launch a full-scale assault without pressure. Even if all the mechas on the B-72 high ground were united, it would not be possible to kill 190,000 orangutans. At least before they occupied the B-72 Highland, they could not be killed with cold weapons, not even weapons made of tungsten steel. Facing the unarmored Imperial guerrillas, the material of the cold weapons used by the mecha is actually not important. Ordinary steel weapons can kill them in one shot, and tungsten steel weapons still need to be killed in one shot. Over and over again, There was not enough time. Ji Xinghe could only keep chasing. He had successfully defended a line of about 100 meters after defeating 11 Imperial mechas in a row, but this was not enough, far from enough. There was a muffled bang. The Viscount-class Imperial mecha that was charging was knocked to the ground by Ji Xinghe's outstretched foot, and the relatively weak protective armor on the back was exposed in front of Ji Xinghe. The raised spear stabbed down. 403. 109 meters. Perhaps because they knew Ji Xinghe's strength, more mechas chose to charge from his defensive direction. The Imperial mechas deployed across the board could not surround the B-72 Highland. If the Empire had so many mechas, the Federation would have lost long ago. The distance between the Imperial mechas that want to go up the mountain is actually very far. Other lines are more than 100 meters. They want to use this to disperse the Federal mechas and relieve the pressure on the tanks and armored vehicles of the conventional troops. When the Imperial military vehicles are closer to the Federal defense line, the mechas can cause extremely serious damage to them. The Federal mechas need to defend not only the Imperial mechas, but also these Imperial vehicles. But on the line defended by Ji Xinghe, the distance between the Imperial mechas is only about 10 meters. The relatively denser formation keeps Ji Xinghe in a high-intensity charge combat state. It is impossible to abandon the line defended by Ji Xinghe, which will release the strongest gods on this mountain, and their damage will be greater. The distance is too far, which is not possible. The mobility of the general armor is simply unmatched by ordinary Imperial mechas. Ji Xinghe, who does not need high-frequency combat for pure charge, will greatly reduce the consumption of physical energy. They want to tire Ji Xinghe to death. But how can a god be tired to death? 404, 117 meters. The speed of the general armor sword, and the sweep of the spear actually directly cut off the head of an ordinary Imperial mecha. And the speed did not drop significantly. The beheaded Imperial mecha had just swung the weapon in his hand that he had raised in advance, and before he could cut it out, he had already lost his combat ability and ability to move. When the pilot jumped out of the cockpit, he happened to see an Imperial mecha about 11 meters away from it, which was directly knocked up by the general armor. Was it because the general armor did not have time to evade? Or was it because the general armor was too lazy to evade? The direct difference between the two is actually very large. The former means that Ji Xinghe's physical fitness has problems, and his operating speed and reaction speed have decreased. The latter means that Ji Xinghe is so powerful that he is not stingy with the wear and tear of the general armor. Unable to figure this out, the Imperial guerrilla that lost the mecha, holding the firearm just pulled out from his waist, was sent to hell by a bullet before he could find the target and pull the trigger. For the Federation, they all deserve to go to hell. Ji Xinghe, who knocked away an Imperial mecha, was actually too lazy to evade, because the Imperial mecha closest to him in front of him had been stopped by the blind man. The Xinghe team was near him, but the distance between them was relatively much closer. If they were facing the advance of ordinary Imperial mechas, they would choose to fight alone and stretch their respective defense lines as much as possible. If they were facing the Imperial noble mechas, they would fight in pairs as much as possible to ensure that the line was not lost while ensuring their own lives. To be more rigorous, it should be to preserve the strength to fight and then continue to fight. Seeing that the blind man was so fierce, Ji Xinghe didn't need to grab Venus. He slowed himself down by hitting the Imperial mecha. After stopping, Ji Xinghe turned around and rushed back. The Imperial mecha that was knocked away by him and fell to the ground was unable to get up and continue fighting. A pit had sunk in the front of its mecha. It was the moment of the collision that Ji Xinghe's elbow hit it first. The thorns made of tungsten steel gold, the body made of tungsten steel alloy. The general armor is a humanoid weapon even without a spear. 405. Ji Xinghe, who defended the 120-meter front alone, got the 14th gold star since the war began. In comparison, the blind man, a special mecha warrior with a weapon made of tungsten steel gold, only got 2 gold stars. Harris got 3, Qin Tong got 3, the cripple got 2, Sichuanayan got 3. The special class can't compare with him, and Han Li, who is also an ace mecha warrior and has killed the Imperial Duke in the battle, can't compare with him either. Because of the way of fighting, Han Li only got 2 gold stars, but one of them came from the Imperial Earl. The quality has surpassed, but this is only because Ji Xinghe doesn't have an Imperial Earl. They are still more afraid of Ji Xinghe. If Han Li's exclusive mecha is in place, there should be no Imperial Earl on Han Li's side. Lao Ji, support 0376, Chen Sun's voice suddenly sounded. Ji Xinghe, who had just turned around and charged, and was about to destroy a Viscount-class Imperial mecha, gave up his goal without hesitation and ran directly to the precise coordinates mentioned by Chen Sun. There are 2 ace mecha warriors on the B-72 high ground, as well as many special class mecha warriors. How could the Empire, which wants to rush up the mountain, not send out the Earl-class mecha? Hanli solved one, and another successfully avoided him and Ji Xinghe. When Ji Xinghe charged away, the blind man and the left hand who were closest to him, as well as the deaf man and the lame man, filled the line he temporarily gave up. It was not a waste of manpower, but the 4 of them combined to be able to defend this section of the line. With the departure of Ji Xinghe, the Imperial mechas that originally attacked this section of the line in a dense formation began to be separated by a distance. They wanted to take advantage of the relatively low mobility of the mechas of the blind man and others to tear open the defense line of the Federal mecha warriors. The effect is remarkable. Blind man and others not only have poor mobility compared to Ji Xinghe, but also have far inferior combat efficiency. They can't kill ordinary Imperial mechas in seconds. It takes about 20 seconds to deal with an ordinary Imperial mecha. Including the time required for movement, the average time to break it is close to 1 minute. There is a gap in the front line, and Ji Xinghe can't control it. He is too busy. Without thinking about whether the mecha warriors of the second line of defense can check for gaps and plug those Imperial mechas, Ji Xinghe reached the target location at the fastest speed. But he was still a step late. A Federal mecha with 27 gold stars, with a heavy sword inserted in the body, has pierced into the cockpit from the position. The Federal special mecha warriors among them have no chance of survival, but his will before his death let him control the mecha to hug the Earl-class Imperial mecha that broke him. The Earl-class Imperial mecha, which was difficult to break free for a while, was frantically destroying the Federal mecha. Ji Xinghe's eyes suddenly turned red, not because of sadness and wanting to cry, but because his killing intent finally boiled. The Earl-class Imperial mecha, which finally broke free of its restraints, drew its weapon and was about to charge forward, but suddenly turned around and began to flee without hesitation. It saw a Federal mecha. A general armor sprayed with 391 gold stars. The person who sprayed these gold stars was Hanli, the Federal ace mecha warrior, and the person who owned these gold stars and this mecha was Ji Xinghe, the Federal ace mecha warrior. When the Imperial Earl turned around and fled without hesitation, the 3 ordinary Imperial mechas also gave up the charge without hesitation. They wanted to use their lives to stop Ji Xinghe, just to fight for the survival of the Earl gorilla. But how could they stop it? 408 gold stars. Ji Xinghe did not choose to cross the 3 ordinary Imperial mechas. He knew that the Imperial Earl was watching and was afraid. He wanted to make the Imperial Earl even more afraid. The Imperial Earl, who had already rushed down the mountain, watched Ji Xinghe getting closer and closer to him, and could only call for more support. But they couldn't stop it. The god who came down the mountain was known as invincible, and the god with red eyes was unstoppable. Before the Imperial Earl-class mecha was about to escape back to their positions, it was caught up by Ji Xinghe. It chose to turn around and fight to the death, trying to delay time for more support to arrive and force Ji Xinghe to retreat. But it obviously overestimated its combat effectiveness and underestimated Ji Xinghe, who it already thought was invincible. The spear swept away the blood-stained mecha heavy sword, and then stained blood. The traces left by the blood drying up instantly looked the same, but they only looked the same. For Ji Xinghe, the bloodstains on his spear were extremely smelly. The 17 Imperial mechas that came to support suddenly stopped, watching Ji Xinghe pick up the Earl's weapon, turn around and leave calmly, not daring to move. New hatred has been avenged, and old hatred is hard to eliminate. The god who just came down the mountain climbed the mountain again, and where he stood was the top. It is insurmountable. Chapter 274 Internal Strife of the Galaxy Team. The night of the alien planet fell. Thousands of searchlights lit up from B-72 Hill, and flares were constantly fired into the sky, floating in the sky one after another, making the area around B-72 Hill as bright as day. The Empire's attack finally stopped, because the location of those searchlights was not the defensive center of B-72 Hill, but was carried by the constantly moving self-propelled robots on their heads, appearing where they needed to be. The guerrillas could not see the defensive center of the Federation, but the Federation could easily see the whereabouts of the guerrillas. At this time, launching a charge on B-72 Hill would turn them into targets. A total of 420 Imperial mechas were destroyed, two of which were Earl-class Imperial mechas. Chen soon announced today's battle situation on the communication channel of the Galaxy Mecha Corps. The total estimated enemy casualties are 27,600, 19 missile launchers destroyed, tanks. Our side suffered 723 casualties, 62 mechas destroyed, 39 of which can be repaired within 12 hours. The first line of defense has a 19% gap, and the second line of defense has a 7% gap, both of which are currently being repaired. They failed to break through the third line of defense, but the defensive focus of the first two lines of defense has basically been confirmed by them. The next round of attack will definitely be able to break through the third line of defense. After the situation was almost reported, Chen soon began to talk about his analysis. Once the third line of defense is breached, it will be difficult to stop this battle because they won't give us a chance to repair it. According to the Empire's normal offensive mode, they will focus on the gap in the third line of defense and advance massively with the gaps in the first and second lines of defense as their targets. Their combat goal must be to destroy our air defense system. Once we lose our air defense capability, our entire high ground will be covered by the Empire's firepower. Except for the Mecha warriors and limited defensive fortifications, everything will no longer exist. Even if there are 10 Ji Xinghe and 10 Colonels Han Li, this defensive battle will end in failure. So, you must intercept their mechas, even at the cost of your lives. To put it bluntly, if you hold on, everyone will still have the chance to survive. If you can't, everyone will die, and base number 6 will be destroyed. Chen Sun's pre-war mobilization was a bit unlucky, but the Mecha warriors of the Federation were already accustomed to those auspicious words. Old Ji, Chen soon called him out and reminded him, "Do you know when the situation occurs, which means that we have reached the final stage of defense?" Ji Xinghe shook his head slightly. "I don't know." Close-in defense guns, Chen soon explained. "Once we use close-in defense guns, it means that we have reached the final moment." Close-in defense guns? Ji Xinghe recalled the relevant information. He had read a lot of books, especially after coming to the alien planet. He used all his spare time to read books and materials, almost all of which were basic military knowledge. Chen soon called him out. "Blind man, come and tell old Ji about close-in defense guns." Yes, the blind man began to popularize science. In the war on the Azure Star, the close-in defense guns are usually carried on warships. After arriving on the alien planet, they are usually carried on space battleships or positions. Once it is activated, a defense network interwoven with micro-shells will be formed in the air. Whether it is a missile or a shell, it is difficult to break through when facing this saturated barrage interception, and it will be directly blown up in the air, but this thing is really too consuming ammunition. The 1,160 close-in defense guns on our positions can knock down 300,000 in 1 second of firing. Well, when it was used on the Azure Star, it knocked down 300,000 in 1 second, and the cost of transporting 300,000 ammunition from the Azure Star was at least multiplied by 5 times. That is, firing for 1 second can knock down 1.5 million. Ji Xinghe knew about the close-in defense gun, but he didn't know that it was so expensive. Thinking back to the wealth he had survived in the first half of his life, it was not enough for this thing to fire for 2 seconds. It is true that the sound of the cannon is worth a lot of gold. But the power should be very fierce. Ji Xinghe thought of the time when he rushed into the enemy camp before. With cold weapons in hand, facing a large number of enemy troops, they are powerless and can only transform into a dump truck to crash into and kill, which is too inefficient in comparison. That, Ji Xinghe's voice sounded in the communication channel. "How big is this 1,160 close-in defense gun?" "Ah. What do you mean?" "It means that I am wearing a general armor. Can I carry it and run?" The communication channel of the Galaxy Mecha Corps suddenly fell into a 5-second silence. "Yes, but it's meaningless," Andre's voice sounded. "Uncle Ji, the problem is not how big the close-in defense gun is, but how big its ammunition supply and loading system is. Even if you can carry it and run, it's easy for those dog gorillas to destroy it." Ji Xinghe asked a stupid question, but he was not embarrassed at all, because he just wanted to kill more Imperial gorillas, and everyone could understand him. "Uncle Ji," Andre kept emphasizing this title when he spoke, "if you want, I will let you use my heavy artillery system. I didn't have time to use it in the last round of the Empire's attack. Don't worry, it's still there for the first time." As a special Mecha warrior codenamed Heavy Artillery in the Xinghe team, Andre was the first to have a real Mecha firepower kit, which was delivered yesterday, but because the main force in the last round of the Empire's attack was the Empire's Mecha, His firepower kit did not have the opportunity to play its power. No, you should use it yourself. I can't use it well, Ji Xinghe refused. His shooting skills were really bad, and driving a mecha to shoot and shooting by himself were completely two concepts. Even for a sharpshooter like Chen Sun, if he was asked to drive a mecha to shoot, he would probably hit the target. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work well, you can upgrade the intelligent core. Andre finally found an opportunity to flatter. How could he let it go easily? Uncle G, my heavy artillery system has an automatic aiming program. As long as you upgrade your giant Ozi, you don't have to worry about anything. Just charge into the enemy camp, and kill with fire and lightning all the way until blood flows like a river. Okay, the lame man said, don't talk to Uncle G, this is a meeting. Andre pouted in the cockpit, but he did shut his mouth. Chen Sun said, Old G, you are not suitable for using this weapon. For the conventional forces of the Empire, the outcome of charging with a general armor equipped with a heavy artillery system and charging with Andre's mecha equipped with a heavy artillery system is the same. Well, I know. Ji Xinghe, who had longed for firepower before, had no choice but to give up this idea in the face of reality. Because what Chen Sun said was the truth. He, who had a general armor, wanted to maximize his own value, so he still had to deal with the imperial mecha instead of the conventional imperial forces. There is no need to face the ordinary mechas of the Empire. You only need to face the imperial noble mechas starting from the Earl level, just like Han Li's fighting method. When the Empire launches the next round of attack, it will definitely send out many noble mechas. Chen Sun continued, I will let Lao Ji be pulled out alone, no longer responsible for the defense line, but to stop those noble imperial mechas. In addition to our damage in the last round of attack, you will be under greater pressure. Do you have confidence? Yes, the response in the communication channel was full of energy, neat and loud. Okay, then I will arrange the specific combat plan. After Chen Sun issued the orders one by one, the communication channel for all members of the Galaxy Mecha Corps was revoked, and the internal communication channel of the Galaxy team was established. Two things, Chen Sun's voice suddenly became cold, even colder than when he was in the full meeting just now. First, the Imperial mecha that Lao Ji destroyed this time and the related military exploits are being counted. It is estimated that his Hanshin-class mecha can be built. Do you have anything to say about the ownership of this mecha? Ji Xinghe had told the people of the Xing team before that he would build 30 Hanshin-class mechas for the Xing team. This level of mecha is very powerful. The mecha that Han Li used to kill Duke Pumpa was only slightly stronger than this Hanshin class in performance. But this is only because Han Li's mecha is fully adapted and has been fully tuned. This Hanshin that Ji Xinghe drove before was pieced together with the mechas of Harris and Qintong. Not to mention the lack of sufficient tuning, the adaptation rate of some parts and the 12th generation core engine is not high. The new Hanshin class mecha built from scratch must be stronger than this Hanshin that Ji Xinghe drove at the time, and there will be no difference in performance with a mecha driven by Han Li. Ace mecha warriors only use such mechas, and ownership is indeed very important. Let me do it. The blind man was the first to speak. I have the most gold stars, let me do it, the lame man said. My gold stars are no less than yours, and I knew Lao Ji first, so this opportunity should be given to me. Can you beat me? The blind man said. I'll give you a new mecha. Can you bring out all the performance? I can't beat you. The lame man was so angry that he laughed. I can beat you to death. I can beat you to death alive. The blind man said angrily. I am the deputy captain. I have the final say. Haha. Who is not the deputy captain? The lame man refused. This scene happened in the Galaxy team, which was simply unimaginable, but no one was surprised, because they all knew what the blind man and the lame man were fighting for. It was not a stronger mecha, but a rejection of the new mecha built for them by the Federation. The number of gold stars of the two of them was close to 100. After the defense of B-72 Highland this time, as long as they could survive, it would not be a problem to be promoted to an ace mecha warrior. Being promoted to an ace means that the Federation will build them a new mecha at any cost. Han Li accepted, Jackson accepted, and Ji Xinghe refused. Now, the blind man and the lame man also want to refuse. Don't bother trying. This new mecha will not be given to you too, Chen Sun suddenly said. They haven't cancelled the plan yet. We have to see their reaction first. The blind man and the lame man were silent. Now they regretted participating in the plan, but it was not their fault. From a certain perspective, it was all Ji Xinghe's fault, not only because Ji Xinghe had rejected the plan, but also because Ji Xinghe recommended the two of them at the time. Then let me do it, Su Chuanyan said excitedly. Uncle Ji has always believed in me. Who else but me can build a new mecha? Let me do it. The left hand scrambled and said, my strength is actually very strong. Except for the blind man and the cripple, none of you can beat me. Then why don't you have as many Venus as we do? The deaf man heard it very clearly, and after a retort, he said, let me do it. Although I am deaf, my limbs are fine, so I can exert the full strength of the new mecha. If you say so, then you should give it to me. Andre joined the scramble. The cripple joined later, and Li Lehe and others. After the predecessors finished speaking, they couldn't help but join the scramble. The Xinghe team seemed to be in an internal conflict. But this scene of infighting made Chen Sun very happy. They were all scrambling, refusing, and wanted to help others and Ji Xinghe test the reactions of certain people. Let's draw lots. Chen Sun did not give Ji Xinghe a chance to make a decision. After everyone expressed their opinions, he said directly, except for the blind man and the lame man, everyone else draws lots. Yes, this was an order, and no one was fighting for it anymore. They just started praying for better luck. The second thing, Chen Sun paused for a moment before speaking coldly. Once the close-in defense guns open fire, you must cover Lao Ji at all costs to leave the B-72 high ground. Yes, I disagree. The Xinghe team fell into an internal conflict again, and this time it was Ji Xinghe, the captain. P.S. I can finally update before 12 o'clock. I'm almost dying of sleep lately. Chapter 275 Divine Punishment. Ji Xinghe finally understood why Chen Sun had mentioned the close-in defense guns separately before. He was reminding the other members of the Galaxy Mech Corps. Harris, Qin Tong and others did not access the communication channel of the Galaxy Squad at this time, but with their experience, they must have heard what Chen Sun meant. B-72 Highland can be lost, but Ji Xinghe cannot die, and Han Li cannot die. I disagree. Ji Xinghe expressed his attitude after Chen Sun finished speaking, and everyone in the Galaxy Squad claimed to be. Chen Sun did not maintain a tough attitude, but his tone was still very cold. There are at least 800 mech warriors who died in battle with a dozen gold stars short of becoming an ace. And there are only 36 people who can truly become an ace mech warrior so far. You are the 36th, but Han Li and Jackson are not among the 36, because they have not yet obtained their exclusive mechas. A true ace mech warrior not only has 100 gold stars, but also must have an exclusive mech. However, under normal circumstances, ace mecha warriors like Han Li and Jackson, who have obtained enough gold stars but have not obtained their own mechas, will not appear in battles that threaten them. Han Li appeared on the B-72 Highland and received the order to defend it to the death. It can only be said that Tu Yuan used his troops ruthlessly. Everyone in the Xinghe team knew these situations. Chen Sun continued. So what if we are 38 aces? There are only 10 people in active service. You have become one of the spiritual symbols of all mecha warriors and even the Federation, so you can't get into trouble. At least, you can't get into trouble in this situation. Han Li will definitely receive the order to retreat at the last minute. General Tu Yuan may not issue such an order, but some people can bypass General Tu Yuan and directly issue such an order to Han Li, and he has to execute it. Old Ji, don't show off your ability, and don't be soft-hearted. You should live, you must live. Ji Xinghe spoke after a brief silence. You misunderstood. I don't mean that I can't leave, but, if the time comes when I need to leave, you don't need to do anything for me. The communication channel of the Galaxy team fell into a strange silence. They were all worried that Ji Xinghe was unwilling to leave, but they didn't expect that Ji Xinghe's disagreement would be this kind of disagreement. No one was dissatisfied because they didn't want Ji Xinghe to get into trouble, and they were willing to sacrifice their lives for this. Chen Sun smiled silently and expressionlessly, and Ji Xinghe's attitude made him feel relieved. This is not something you can decide. At the last minute, I will make corresponding arrangements. This time Ji Xinghe did not deny it, and he hummed softly. He couldn't die because his revenge had not been avenged yet, and because he still had a granddaughter. So he told everyone in the Galaxy team without shame that he would leave by himself when he needed to leave. With the performance of the general armor and the defensive strength of B-72 Heights, even if the Empire destroyed the air defense system of B-72 Heights, it would be impossible to completely occupy B-72 Heights in a short time. A large number of troops were tied up, and there were other federal defense lines around B-72 Heights. The real target of the Empire's attack was base number 6. Under this premise, no one could stop General A who wanted to leave. In the internal communication channel of the Galaxy team, the originally cheerful atmosphere became a little heavy because of the change of topic. Ji Xinghe can leave, but none of them can leave unless the order to defend is changed. Or, let me say a few words. After Chen Sun finished talking about two things, Ji Xinghe finally spoke as the captain of the Galaxy team. Everyone listen quietly. I think we can hold off this round of the Empire's attack. The 200,000 troops they mobilized this time can completely eat them up. The Empire launched the first round of attack on B-72 heights from both sides and invested 70,000 troops. Ji Xinghe had 50,000 troops on the side he was defending at the time. The second round of attack had reached 200,000 troops. The real crisis must be in their third round of attack. Chen Sun, how many troops do you think they can mobilize? Chen Sun answered immediately, at most 200,000. This is the limit of what they can mobilize. The battle took place not only around B-72 Highland, but also in the process of transporting troops. The Empire has been severely damaged by the attacks of the Federation. Moreover, B-72 Highland, which has been defending 2 rounds of attacks in a row, is difficult to replenish enough troops and ammunition even with airdrops. The Empire does not need to invest more strength. Assuming that they will invest 200,000 troops in the third round of attack, our mission goal is basically completed, because the existence of B-72 Highland has 2 meanings. One is to consume the Empire's troops. The previous expected goal is 500,000 troops. Ji Xinghe's voice made everyone in the Xinghe team feel a little surprised and excited. Because their captain now looks like a general, no longer a mecha warrior with only a general armor. Another goal is to use the terrain of B-72 Highlands to attack the 3 main forces of the Empire that are attacking base number 6. We don't need to consider the latter for the time being, because only after we have defended the second and third rounds of attacks, will we be qualified to talk about other things. Regarding the third round of attacks, I have an idea, Ji Xinghe continued after a brief silence. In this round of attack, the strongest mecha sent by the Empire is only the Marcus class, and so far none of them have participated in the battle. Only 2 Earl class have participated in the battle, and they were killed by me and Han Li, because they are afraid, but they will definitely take action, and it is definitely not just the Marcus class. Han Li's mecha is being transported, and it will definitely be in place when the Empire launches the third round of attack, which means that Han Li will reach the strongest state at that time. As for my mecha, they should have studied some things and know that it is difficult for my mecha to maintain its peak performance for a long time, and it will inevitably become weaker due to long-term and high-frequency battles. So, when the third round of attack is launched, in addition to occupying the B-72 Highland, they must have another goal. They want to kill me. Isn't this nonsense? If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't beat Ji Xinghe, the people of the Xinghe team would definitely complain now. The Empire is a feudal system, and the nobles have a lot of resources. The existing nobles certainly don't want new nobles to appear. Ji Xinghe's words became concise and clear. They won't let the Imperial mecha below the Marcus level, or the Imperial nobles, kill me. Only the Marcus and the Duke are qualified to kill me. Even the ordinary Marcus is not qualified to kill me, because I have a lot of Venus, because I captured Bilrosi IV. They will only let those ordinary Imperial mechas, the Imperial mechas below the Marcus level, do everything they can to damage my mecha, and then the nobles will kill me. That means, Ji Xinghe's tone became firm. As long as there are no Duke-level Imperial mechas around me, I will be invincible. Invincible has 2 meanings. One is invincible in the true sense, and the other is that there is no enemy and no one is willing to be an enemy. The invincible that Ji Xinghe is talking about now is obviously the latter. Chen Sun frowned, and before Ji Xinghe could say what he really thought, he interrupted directly. No, you can't pin your hopes on the feudal system of the Empire. I think they all have ambitions and may not completely obey orders on the battlefield, just like you. Ji Xinghe was blocked by Chen Sun's last sentence. But he is not someone who gives up easily. After a brief pause, he said, what I mean is, use me as bait and also as a blade, and behead me. The communication channel was quiet for a while. When everyone was thinking, Andre suddenly shouted, I understand. Bait is the bait of bait, and blade is the blade of blade. As the only mecha warrior in the Xinghe team who is not from Longzhou, Andre has been working hard to learn Longzhou language, and the effect is very good. Chen Sun thought about it. He had already analyzed what Ji Xinghe said before, but he did not bring it up because it would put Ji Xinghe in great danger. Let alone the Earl-level Imperial mecha. Even if those ordinary Imperial mechas really found an opportunity, Would they really obey the order and not kill Ji Xinghe? Ji Xinghe is worth a duke's title, and the duke's territory is at least tens of thousands of square kilometers. Who wouldn't be jealous? It's really a loss to not catch the big fish and let the small fish eat the bait. Beheading is actually not very meaningful. Their command system will not fall into chaos just because a duke was killed by you. The Empire's remote command can intervene at any time. What if all their marquises and dukes are killed? Ji Xinghe said. If it is not enough, then kill all the earls and their middle-level commanders. Without these guerrillas, even if they can command remotely, what will happen? The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. It is difficult to make the right decision at the first time by relying on communication for remote command. On the alien planet, all people and guerrillas need to carry communication devices. It is impossible for 200,000 troops to be in one communication channel. Each team has an independent communication channel, which makes the number of communication channels extremely large. All instructions are issued layer by layer. Without the middle link, you can imagine the confusion of the instruction transmission and how low the efficiency of the command transmission will be. Chen Sun hesitated. Ji Xinghe did not urge him. He was really dissatisfied with this aspect. He could only put forward his own ideas. For the combat plan to be truly implemented, it still needs professionals like Chen Sun to judge and make up for the loopholes in his combat plan. I need to contact the command center, okay. Chen Sun was unable to make a decision after all, because this was not something that could be decided in just one or two sentences. It required a lot of intelligence and more professionals to analyze. How should the beheading be done? Who and where should the beheading be? How to send out superior forces to behead while ensuring that the B-72 Highland can be defended. How to ensure that they can retreat during the beheading process. How to retreat after the beheading is successful. The night was already deep, and most of the soldiers on the B-72 Highland hugged their weapons and fell asleep. The harassment of the Empire has not stopped. The constant rumbling of artillery did not affect them. This is also one of the benefits of the harsh environment of the alien planet. The extremely thin atmosphere limits the propagation of sound. Moreover, they have become accustomed to recovering their own state in this situation, and conserving their energy to fight with all their strength. Before receiving orders, all they need to do is to have a good rest. In the command center of the Nanxiamen space station, the command team led by Tu Yuan began a heated discussion and comprehensive analysis. In the end, Ji Xinghe's proposal was passed, and the proposal of a few words was turned into an extremely detailed battle plan. And this plan was named by Tu Yuan. Divine Punishment. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.